His old human memories started to fade away. This state even made him subconsciously forget the person he used to be a long time ago. He watches the man frown as birds poop all over him and then shouts. Besides, these fallen ones aren't normal people anymore. Their spiritual energy has far surpassed that of any regular human. Standard mind control is totally useless against these guys. There is zero precedent for anyone ever being cured from being a fallen. It just does not happen. C2 shadows him and chimes in. But you? You are definitely not the same. Jiang Ping looks up at Ye Changchun and screams. Wait, you want me to feed a contract gem to a senior? He looks down, shaking with excitement. Are you saying you can actually free me from this nightmare? He holds out a level 7 contract gem. The effect is not even active yet. Theoretically, the method is to just eat the gem. Sounds crazy, but here we go. But if a fallen wants their mental strength back, they need someone on the outside to guide them. That means you have to give me full control over your body, every single bit of it. He uses a skinny branch to snag the gem. I thought this was going to be a massive deal. He tosses it back. No big deal at all. A weird slit opens up in his trunk and he just gulps the gem down. He is glowing bright green. Jiang Ping freezes. He actually swallowed it? A notification pings. Contract successful. New beast. Ye Changchun. You are kidding me. Jiang Ping is standing there with his jaw dropped. Man, he really just committed to that, right? Is the contract really done already? He starts glowing green and raises his hand. Okay, let us see if I can give a command. Ye Changchun, I order you to stop right now. He points his hand and a beam of light hits the old man right in the chest. He commands the madness to end. The man's eyes light up as he screams in total agony. He is confused. I was just testing the waters. Did it actually work for real? The figure jumps back and drops down, shifting back into a human form immediately. He whispers to himself, No way. Did we seriously just cure a fallen that easily? Ye Changchun stares at his hands and shouts, Mingju City, the Chu family. I remember. I remember every single thing. A notification pings. The bonus effect of the flowing contract gem has been fully activated now. The new contract summon beast is now active. He stares at the guy. Signing a contract is just like awakening a power. You can get insane bonuses just by burning through gems. I am just finding this out. He grabs his face, screaming internally. Can I really unlock more god-tier abilities by using these level 7 gems? Jiang Ping sighs and watches the old man laugh like a maniac. He just shakes his head and gives up. Whatever. At least I did my good deed for the day. Now we wait for that gem to hit level 8. The old guy looks so hyped. Then he gets serious and realizes something. Hey, I do not even know your name. He stays cool and introduces himself. I am Jiang Ping. The man starts digging around inside his shirt and searches. Jiang Ping laughs. This guy literally just ended a fallen state and he is acting all humble and modest. A purple flame flickers to life right in Ye Changchun's palm. He yells out, I have been living like a wild animal in the wild for years. I have got absolutely nothing on me to pay you back with. Please take this. This thing is half alive and half dead. I kept it because I thought it was cool. Jiang Ping shouts when he sees it. Is that nether mist essence? He starts an appraisal immediately. The system pings with a success message. It worked. He thinks to himself, maybe it is because I appraised it before, but that was surprisingly smooth this time around. The window pops up. Nether mist essence. Quality, unknown. This is energy stored in the gall of a black bear from the nether mist. Swallowing this stuff leads to some very wild surprises. Jiang Ping holds it carefully. Bear gall. Seriously? Well, I guess it is better than sheep guts. The old man apologizes for the gift. Jiang Ping says it is fine. Senior, this is actually super helpful. Maybe? Plus I helped you because I wanted to. His face goes dark as he stares at the essence. Cece said nether creatures are basically just parasites. As long as I do not let it take over my conscious mind, it is not going to be a big deal. Thinking back to his past fights, he knows he can handle this now. I have got the experience for this. Besides, basic nether mist could not even scratch the moon prince. If I want to crush him, I need to get way more powerful. He closes his eyes and swallows it. Time to send it. A purple glow explodes around him. He screams and grinds his teeth, shaking all over. I can do this. I am going to do this. A blinding purple light starts shooting out from his legs. It is insane. Notification pings. Nether mist essence successfully absorbed. Basic mist body upgraded to intermediate. You can refill mist by using rage now. Current storage, 199 out of 300. He pats his chest and lets out a long, heavy breath. Notification pops up. Growth level just hit level 1 and that contract gem shot all the way up to level 9. Truongbin stares at the dark purple energy surging through his hand and thinks to himself, just like last time. But wait, 3 levels at once? That is insane. Even the gem got a massive upgrade this time. Diep Truong Swan's eyes bug out as he shouts, "Man, Min Chao City really did pop out a straight-up genius. Who would have guessed that thing was actually for eating?" He looks down, thinking, "Probably because you are the only one who ate it and didn't die." He glares at the face in the dirt and barks, "Hey, old man, to you have been creeping for long enough. You coming out or what?" He looks over as the guy snorts, telling him he is way too trusting for his own good. Truong Bin jumps back, yelling, "Holy crap, another master?" Diep Truong Xuan just laughs and says, "They are all just old fossils, man, nothing to fear." "But seriously, old man too, are you really planning to stay stuck in this miserable state forever?" He snaps back, "So what if I am? Our lives right now are pretty chill and free, are they not? What is the problem?" Diep Truong Xuan sighs, sounding disappointed. "Man, it seems like you have really forgotten everything that actually matters, huh?" He flinches as the question hits. "Do you seriously not want to see your family again?" The face starts rising from the dirt, whispering, "My family. Yeah." He watches in awe as the guy transforms into a massive earth giant and hits identify. The system notification pings. Identification failed. Identification failed once again. He keeps muttering the word family over and over. Finally, the system notification pings. Identification successful. The status screen shows the name Tathan Ba, race, human fallen one. Growth value is 0, and he is an unranked peak level 35 awakened. His talent is super mimicry, which allows his mutated body to merge with absolutely any inorganic substances found in nature. Key traits include the fact that he cannot merge with anything smaller than his own body size. Trong Bin yells out his name, "Tuthan Ba." Diep Trong Swan points a finger and scolds him. "Look at yourself, what have you turned into?" He stands there muttering to himself, "I swear I have heard that name somewhere before." He checks his bracelet as Situ starts talking. It is no surprise that he has heard of this guy before. He is one of the original founders of the investigation team and a total legend back in Minchao City. He has been missing for many years, and absolutely nobody expected him to be hiding out here in this wasteland. He knits his brows. He asks suspiciously, "Was it really just a coincidence that you two ended up out here in the wild together?" Diep Truong Xuan strokes his beard and says, "Years ago, the Chu family beat me half to death and tossed me out of the city. I had to turn into a tree to heal up. But as time went by, I ended up becoming one with the environment. It was just like that. Old man too was still just a little kid back then. So I seriously doubt these two things are even related at all." He stands up as Tathanba leans on the ground, saying, "I never would have guessed that little kid would grow up to start his own life. When I first met him out here, he used to tell me all these stories about his cute granddaughter." Truong Bin's eyes go wide as he thinks, "Wait, a granddaughter?" He rubs his chin and yells, "Wait, seriously? So that is how it all fits together, huh?" Diep Truong Swan looks confused and asks, "Kid, what is up with you?" He raises his hand, a white shadow glowing from the bracelet as he shouts, "Senior, do you recognize this?" Tathan Ba's eyes practically pop out of his head when he sees the body right in front of him. He releases to Tin Jiao and asks, "Do you know this person?" Out of the darkness, a young man's voice calls out, "Dad is finally here. Everyone is already waiting for you inside." A voice rings out in the air. "Wait, is he actually calling for me?" A young woman holding a newborn baby says, "Did she just wake up?" Another confused voice starts to ring out from the distance. She points forward and gives instructions. "Look, Jiao Jiao, your grandpa is here to see you." A voice from the deep shadows asks, "Wait, who is that?" Tathan Ba, still in his giant earth form, grabs his head and screams, "Who am I?" Diep Truong Swan watches from below and asks with concern, "Old man too?" He points toward Tin Jiao's body and yells, "Wait, could this little girl be?" Tathan Ba slams his hand on the ground and glares over, shouting, "Who are you? Who is that girl?" His eyes start glowing with a weird green light as a million thoughts start racing through his brain. The Chu family beast tamers, his family, the investigation team of Minchao City, things he can never forget. He throws his head back and lets out a massive scream. "Who am I?" Truong Bin jumps, yelling, "Oh crap, if this keeps up, he is going to completely lose his mind and forget who he is." Diep Truong Xuan looks over and says, "Kid, you have to think of something. And fast." His eyebrows knit together as he falls deep into thought. That gem just leveled up, but the problem is, once a contract is signed, you usually cannot just wake up new abilities like that. He looks down at the blue gem in his hand. He grits his teeth and thinks, what the hell am I even waiting for? Saving him is the only thing that matters right now. Trong Bin leaps into the air and chucks the gem at Tuthan Ba, yelling, "Senior, swallow this right now. It will snap you out of this trance." He isn't listening. He swings his hand and sends the kid flying, roaring, "You trying to trick me?" Diep Truong Swan saw it and freaked. Yo, Jung, little bro, he started screaming. You guys are all trying to play me. His eyes flashed with a crazy blue light as he screamed. Ma Bin, you won't get squat. Get out of Pearl City now. Diep Truong Swan helped him up, looking the old man in the eye with a warning. Enough. Open your eyes and look. Ma Bin isn't even here. You're just tripping over a ghost. This is your granddaughter, your actual family. Zhang Ping gasped. Elder, please, you gotta wake up now. Su Qingba stared at Su Jingjiao's glowing body, whispering, My granddaughter? Yeah, Diep Trung Swan said, waving a glowing green stone in the old man's face. He urged him desperately, Swallow this. It'll bring your memories back like a freaking flood. Su Qingba grabbed it, whispering a name he loved. Suddenly, a cold, clear notification rang out through the air. The contract formed and the summon was finished. Zhang Ping snapped out a direct order. I command you to stop this downward spiral right now. That massive rock monster started crumbling like dry dirt under a scorching summer sun. Finally, from the pile of rubble, the old man emerged exhausted, but very much alive and human again. Su Qingba reached out a trembling hand toward the girl, crying, Jiao Jiao. He stroked her cheek softly, his face twisted with total confusion and questions. How did it get this bad? Who did this to you? He hit the dirt, sobbing into his hands. I wasn't there for you. I'm so sorry, kiddo. His brow furrowed as the tears just kept coming like rain. He roared in a rage. Was it Ma Bin? From Zhang Ping's arms, Sidu's voice rang out, cold and sharp. After you vanished, Ma Bin took over as the lead investigator. What kind of beef do you have with him? Su Qingba's rage flared. His knuckles turned white as he shouted, Beef? It is way deeper than just some petty grudge. He is a Chu family puppet. How could they let him lead? He slammed his fist down, shaking with pure hate. Damn it. He actually pulled it off. We lost Pearl City, and I couldn't even protect my own people. I failed the person I love most. Zhang Ping rubbed his chin, lost in deep thought. No wonder the city was going to hell while the investigators just sat on their hands doing nothing. I saw it coming, but I didn't think the Chu family would move this fast. They couldn't grab Chen Junting earlier, so what kind of secret weapon are they hiding now? Diep Truong Swan's eyes went wide, like he'd just been hit by a bolt of lightning. He held up a hand, totally lost. Hold up, Zhang. What are you guys even talking about? I don't get a single word of this. Zhang Ping's face turned to stone as he explained. Look, elders, I know you just got your memories back, but listen up. But I have to give you guys the brutal truth. Pearl City is facing a massive threat, and time is running out fast. He looked them dead in the eye and laid it out. Here is the deal. I got wrecked during the rescue mission, so I had to hole up in this forest to heal my wounds. Zhang Ping gave a small smile, gently petting the queen ant tucked against his chest. If Elder Diep hadn't helped me out, honestly, me and this little guy would have been dead meat by now. Diep Truong Xuan slumped onto the ground, sounding totally blown away. So all that crazy stuff actually happened while I was out? Su Qingba crossed his arms and stood perfectly still. He asked in a low voice, Wait, did you just say you heard Jiao Jiao's voice multiple times? You really saw visions of her? For real? Zhang Ping nodded firmly. Yeah, it was like she was actually trying to guide me or something. He added, sounding totally excited, I'm telling you, I clearly saw her face. Su Qingba raised a finger and stated firmly, If that's the case, then there is no way that was just an hallucination. Zhang Ping jumped, shouting in total shock. Wait, what? Su Qingba stayed calm. Jiao Jiao was always brilliant. She unlocked her powers way earlier than most kids her age. Her power works a lot like a soul leaving its body. And the most insane thing, she has the ability to jump right into other people's dreams whenever she feels like it. He sounded thoughtful. I'm starting to think that before she was killed, her soul had already left her physical body. And those visions you saw? That was her power working its magic. Which means Jiao Jiao might actually still be alive. Su Qingba's face fell, his voice heavy with sadness. Since her physical body was destroyed, she has been forced to stay in spirit form. But a soul wandering this long without an anchor? I'm worried that by now. Zhang Ping froze, shouting in a panic. Su Jingjiao, she is slipping into the abyss right now. He thought about her glowing blue silhouette. Did she say those things because she didn't want him to get caught up in her mess? He rubbed his face, tears falling as he laughed at himself. Man, you are such an idiot, he whispered. You were low-key helping me all this time, and now you want me to just give up? Forget that. Zhang Ping held her close, swearing he wouldn't let go. But how can I just quit now? No way. Once things settle down, I am definitely coming to find you. He looked at the two legends and smirked. So, big shots. What is the plan for when this is all over? A soft blue glow pulsed from them. Ye Changshuan stroked his silver beard and let out a massive laugh. We spent half our lives protecting Pearl City. Now that it is facing a whole new nightmare, there is no way we are just going to sit back and watch. I bet my old pal Su feels the exact same way. Su Qingbo frowned, thinking about seeing Jiao Jiao again. Tree and stone spirits manifested behind them, letting out a heavy, golden roar of pure determination. Fine then. We are teaming up to save Pearl City. Just give us the word and we will follow your lead. Somewhere else, Wang Feng, Chen Ming, and Lu Sisi were absolutely tearing through the thick, overgrown jungle brush. She gripped the radio, brow furrowed as the frantic updates poured in. What the hell is going on? Jiang Ping's comm signal dropped right near your coordinates. Chen Ming glanced back, sounding totally sure of himself. This has to be the place. Wang Feng scowled, sounding genuinely worried. That kid is hurt bad. Where could he have possibly run off to? Liu Sisi squinted, her eyes locking onto a messy trail of blood in the grass. She let out a confused hum. She pushed the branches aside and stepped deeper in. Her eyes went wide with total shock. Wang Feng gasped at the sight of the shredded trees. He could not believe his eyes. What happened here? Chen Ming broke it down calmly. These are tracks from the Black Mountain Army. Looks like Jiang Ping is in deep trouble. Liu Sisi heard that and bolted forward, sounding urgent. We gotta catch up, now. Chen Ming stuck his hand out to stop her. Wait. Suddenly, a creepy dark purple portal ripped open right ahead. A massive fist punched through the rift, aiming straight for her. She threw up an ice shield. Who is that? The fist smashed through the ice like paper, sending her flying until the guys caught her. Thick smoke swirled around as some huge dark shadows slowly took shape. The lead shadow spoke in a raspy voice. Long time no see, Feng. You doing okay? Zuo Shangming laughed, sounding like a total jerk. Check out the little gift I brought for you guys. Wang Feng fired back with a sarcastic sneer. I was wondering where that stench was coming from. It is just you walking corpse freaks again. He scoffed with pure contempt at their same old cocky attitude. He waved his hand, unleashing a swarm of zombies and roaring. None of you are escaping today. Chen Ming stood his ground, blasting magic at the undead with a calm voice. Did the holy ancestors leave spies to watch us before we left? Liu Sisi sliced through the zombies with her sword, sounding cold. Whatever. Just kill them. Wang Feng wiped out a wave of zombies and shouted urgently, I am the one he wants. You guys find an opening and bail. A giant zombie charged from behind, snarling. In your dreams. He braced himself, screaming with pure resolve. Red Emperor, Undying Body, Flame Mode, Activate. A golden pillar of light blasted down. Core temperature at 1000. Stamina, strength, and speed are all maxing out. He caught the guy, his fist, and punched back hard. I told you, he said firmly. He frowned, letting out a furious roar. Next time I see you, you are dead. With a quick flick of his wrist, he tossed the guy aside. The dark portal swallowed him and instantly popped up behind Wang Feng. He did not see it coming. Did he just teleport? Sensing the danger, he spun around fast, crossing his arms to block a massive punch from the giant zombie. A small purple rift flashed as a huge arm reached out. It appeared behind him out of nowhere, landing a crushing blow that caught him off guard. Liu Sisi was busy fighting another zombie, but she saw the hit and screamed in panic. Director Feng. Wang Feng was stuck on defense, blocking fists flying at him from every direction out of those sneaky portals. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. This guy is a real pain. Wang Feng clenched his jaw, thinking fast. Those punches are hard as iron and they are ripping through space. There is more than one person attacking me here. He ignored the stinging pain from the last hit as a sudden realization flashed through his mind. Those two women have not moved at all. Are they the ones controlling these teleportation gates? Without hesitation, he used his fifth path boxing technique, trapping the zombie in a bright golden vortex and launching it high. The two women stood dead silent, their eyes locked on the glowing golden cyclone with total confusion. Wang Feng charged in from the side with a roar. She froze for a second, then quickly ripped open a dark purple portal. He smirked his hunch was right. She looked back at Zuo Xiangming and barked at him. What the hell are you doing? They are literally in our faces. The old man kept his cool and replied. Do not sweat it. Take a closer look. Master Wang rain-punched that zombie's chest like a machine gun, his voice booming as he laid out the facts. Ever since our last brawl, I have been tracking him from a distance using my life sensor. The zombie was totally limp now, but the old man kept rambling on. The second the sun goes down, this guy's body temperature starts dropping like a rock. He sounded super confident, knowing the monster would never reach that legendary white state again. Master Wang gritted his teeth as the alerts popped up. Temp 600, stamina, strength, and agility all crashing. He opened his mouth wide, showing off some nasty, sharp teeth. This is exactly why I waited until nightfall to jump him after he ghosted the city. Staring the beast down, the old guy let out a massive roar. Just sit still and die already. Nearby, Jiang Ping saw a golden vortex and cheered. It was Master Feng. Lu Sisi sliced through a zombie and shouted, "I am almost done on my end." Chen Ming stood there chanting spells like a boss and added, "Yeah, same here, all good." Suddenly, a thick green gas spewed out from the fallen zombie's mouth, fogging up the whole place. She covered her face and screamed a warning. Zombie poison again. Chen Ming, hold your breath. Meanwhile, Master Wang was surrounded, with portals opening up all around him for sneak attacks. Ta Xiangming lunged forward, swiping his claws at the old man's back while growling like a beast. "Just give up and become my undead puppet." Master Wang ducked, punched him back, and yelled, "In your dreams, pal." He balled his fists as flames erupted, shouting, "You really think the same trick is going to work twice?" The villain knelt down, backed by a horde of zombies, and smirked. "I did not expect you to fall for it that easily." A nasty grin spread across his face, "But I bet your little friends are not going to be nearly as lucky." Wang looked back and saw a dark purple portal hovering behind Lu Sisi. He yelled for her to watch out, but a zombie stepped out and slammed a fist into her back. She let out a surprised gasp before the portal flickered and vanished into thin air. Chen Ming spun around, worried. "Boss, you okay?" She turned and snapped back, "I am fine, just watch your own back." He stood his ground, waving his arms to control his twin blades. "Sword art, let us go." The zombie grunted and crushed both swords under his feet. "Way too much flash, kid." Master Wang charged forward, thinking he needed to back them up and break the siege immediately. Ta Xiangming pointed at him, ordering the zombies to swarm. "You still have time to worry about others?" Wang swung his arms, smashing through the undead and yelling, "You total piece of trash." The blue stone in the villain's chest glowed, overflowing with green energy. He laughed. Time to close the net. Suddenly, from behind, Ye Changchun appeared as a massive tree monster and lifted a giant leg. He stomped down hard, scaring the life out of the old man. The impact caused a massive explosion. The villain scrambled away, shocked. "What on earth is that thing?" Wang rushed over to Lu Sisi, asking if everyone was all right. She looked back and said, "We are okay." Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the area. "Master Wang, Sisi, I finally found you guys." She jumped, then saw him standing on top of the tree monster and cheered. "Zhang Ping." She gave a huge smile. "Thank God. I am so glad you are safe." Ta Xiangming panicked. "More backup?" He had no clue that Su Qingbo was already behind him, ready to strike. A hand punched straight through his chest. The villain looked back in terror, whispering, "When did you?" Seeing a giant zombie rushing them, a voice warned him, "Watch out! That guy has the body of an immortal." While the zombie looked on confused, he used his gasification power to vanish instantly. He zipped away, thinking to himself, "This guy is actually a real pain." Master Wang warned him, "Stay sharp. Our enemy is one of those fallen ones." He looked up at the bright morning sun. Finally, daylight. "Hey, you old cheat, got any other tricks left?" His hands caught fire as his temp hit 800. His stamina, strength, and speed were off the charts. Zhang Ping's crew lined up fully powered. Wang taunted them to bring their best. The pink-haired girl frowned, weighing her options quickly. "This backup crew is legit. Plus, we totally missed our chance to snatch Master Wang." Carrying the green-haired girl, she turned to the old man. "This is bad news, we need to bail." He roared. "No way!" Green flames burst from his hands as he screamed, "I am almost there, just a little more." He got sucked into a portal, letting out a yell, while she snapped at him to shut up already. Holding the little girl tight, she scoffed, "You got lucky this time." Master Wang lunged after them, shouting, "Do not even think about running." Zhang Ping ran to stop him. "Master, please, do not do anything crazy right now." Watching the portal shrink away, the old man turned as the boy warned him they still knew nothing about the enemy. "Keep chasing them, and we are walking into a total death trap. Let us just bounce back to base and regroup with the crew. Besides, the dojo guys are itching for that day too." A voice answered, "Fine." Cece led the trio to a massive tree. "We are here." Zhang Ping was like, "Wait, this place looks totally different than before." She just gave a casual wave of her hand, shooting a red-hot flare at the trunk. "Duh. That is because we tricked this whole spot out into a real base. This place used to be super cramped, but now it can hold a small army. Plus, we are right next to the trial grounds, so gear up." Suddenly, a glowing purple ring of power flared up, surrounding all four of them. Blink and you miss it, they were inside. She grinned, "Welcome to Secret Base 08. We are currently 1,800 meters deep underground. This place fits 2,000 people and has 164 rooms. Feel free to roam around and explore, guys." Zhang Ping's jaw dropped. This place is massive. Between this and the old safe house, things are getting serious. So how many of these hidden fortresses did the captain actually build over the last 200 years? Situ's shadow flickered as he laughed. "Hey, it is always better to have too much backup than not enough." Cece chimed in. Back when I was with the investigators, we set up tons of these outposts outside the city walls. One of those spots is actually super close to the trial grounds, but I have no clue if it is still active. Su Qingba frowned and asked, "Wait, is not the big boss of the investigation team now that guy Ma Bin?" She hesitated for a second before nodding. "Yeah, and he was actually your favorite star pupil, right?" The old man turned to him. "Brother Su, you said while you were out that Ma Bin is working for the Chu family. What gives? What is the real deal here?" He let out a heavy sigh. "Look, this whole mess actually started about 10 years ago." His voice was low and gravelly, like an old river grinding over stones, as he started spilling every single detail. I remember it clearly. Vice City Lord Huang suddenly called us all up to the main mansion for an emergency meeting. Word was out that some snitch found the Chu family's main hideout, but as the lead investigator, I was left in the dark. I did not know this random informant at all, and a bad feeling started growing in my gut. Those old memories are finally coming back to me, hazy as a morning fog. He whispered softly, "When I pressed for the snitch's ID, the Vice Lord just gave me some lame excuse. He claimed the guy was just a low-level cleaner who did not get out much. I was so desperate to wipe out the Chu family remnants that I just dropped it. Now, those old ghosts are starting to haunt me again." He led his crew along the jagged cliffside, his voice sounding as heavy as a literal mountain of rock falling down. We followed the trail and drove for a straight week before we finally tracked down their main base. His voice suddenly spiked with pure, raw energy. Right as we were drawing up the attack plan, the Chu family goons came out of nowhere and ambushed us. I was so confused about how they found us. Looking back, it is crystal clear those jerks set us up from the very beginning. Su Qingba scowled, his voice dripping with rage. Between the ambush and that long, brutal journey, the team was totally wiped out and the body count was high. Right when I felt something was off and tried to call for a retreat, he remembered the chaos, a flash of steel, and then total betrayal. His voice shook as he said, "Ma Bin lunged at me. I never stood a chance." He could still see the blood everywhere. His voice was cracked with pure agony. That dagger was pure evil. Once it sank in, it completely shut down every single one of my powers. Those freaks put me through pure hell. While they were torturing me, I heard them all calling Ma Bin Master or Lord or something. His voice went quiet, sounding as sad as a cold wind. Luckily, that cursed dagger's power did not last forever. Once I figured that out, I managed to trick those idiots by playing dead. They tossed me into the river like trash. I used my water stealth to vanish into the current and just hauled ass away from there. But I was bleeding out fast. I blacked out and stayed under for God knows how long. Most of those nightmare memories just faded away. Ye Changchun nodded, feeling for the guy. "No wonder you were so jumpy when we first met. You were carrying some seriously heavy baggage, man. Every time I tried to get answers, you just went totally silent on me. I guess your mind was just slowly drowning in all that trauma, huh?" Situ rubbed his chin, eyes burning with a sharp focus. "So, Huang is behind this? It looks like the investigation team has been under their thumb for 10 long years now. This Chu family conspiracy runs way deeper than we thought." Cece shivered, thinking about all the close calls she had while working for those guys. If the captain had not picked me out early, I probably would have ended up as another casualty in that mess. Mani showed up with Vi and Kuyet in tow, flashing a big, bright grin. "Hey, what are you guys still hanging around here for?" She pointed right at Ye and Su. "These must be the two legendary old-school masters that Zhang Ping ran into while out in the wild, right? Been hearing about you for a minute. Glad to finally meet." "What is this little shrimp?" Zhang Ping said softly. "Found this guy out in the wild. He is tiny now, but he has got what it takes to be a king." He smiled, saying it is friendly with no bad vibes. Who knows, it might even become a solid partner for us later. Huakui's eyes lit up while staring at the queen ant. Man Wei Ni touched it, gasping. Is this king potential for real? She stood with hands on hips, cheering that the whole mess was finally over. First off, everyone needs to chill at the base, heal up, and get some solid rest. Situ's voice rang out firm. So the investigation team is the enemy now. Seeing their confused looks, he kept going. We cannot trust their safe zones anymore. In fact, we have to watch out for whatever shady plot they are cooking. He stepped forward, demanding they get ready before the big move. We need to be fully prepared to handle the fallout of what comes next. Man ran to catch up, asking when the team became enemies. Zhang Ping turned and said, "Long story. I will explain everything once the whole squad is together." At Saint Ancestor Village, faint light flickered on the walls. Armed guards and savage beasts patrolled through the eerie silence. Out on the training grounds, a guy was shouting his lungs out. The leader ordered a strict ban on outsiders within 10 miles. Watch every corner and keep your eyes peeled during patrol. Suddenly, a dark purple portal ripped open right on the stairs. Zuo Xiangming tumbled out, groaning in agony with a nasty hole in his chest. He spun around, snarling at the two shadows behind him. You nasty woman, he barked at them both. Why did you ruin my perfect plan? If I had known, I would have dealt with you first. A sharp, cold voice echoed. Someone is making way too much noise here. Lin Jiao Tuyet played with her hair and said, Chill out, old man. Everyone saw her and instantly hit the ground, welcoming the leader. He screamed at her. This was not the deal. I let you use my troops to snatch that living corpse for me. You promised to help me get those refining materials. Now you are just going to screw me over? She glared and snapped. Lin Gao Tuyet, I keep my word. I am not about to let you walk away empty-handed. Look at the situation and get real. Her voice echoed, reminding him her two new recruits are just as deadly as Feng Lai Tian. You would not stand a chance trying to take Feng Lai Tian alone without getting through them first. She crossed her arms and walked over. Besides, the sun is up. She could switch to her white form at any second. Do not worry. Catching Feng Lai Tian is only a matter of time now. Thinking of Tran Quan Din in the room, she said, The Saintess is back. Once I use her power, reaching king level will be a piece of cake. Her eyes glowed gold as she shouted. The four people kneeling in front of her immediately dissolved into pools of blue liquid. She told him, Go ahead and use these high-level awakened ones for your refining. Lin Gao Tuyet turned and said, I am going into seclusion now. Her eyes flashed with a golden threat. So stay in line and behave. Got it? Zhuo Xiangming dropped to his knees, trembling. Oh, I get it. 1 week later, a room behind the door echoed with the sound of heavy hits. Zhang Ping and Wang Kuyetman attacked from high and low, striking at the same time. Baida went full wolf mode, catching her leg in his fist. He blocked their hits effortlessly and mocked, Too weak. Did you guys skip lunch? He leaped high into the air, leaving her to face him alone. He swung his arm, building soul mist energy in his wrist. Zhang Ping used the Beast King style to create a dark purple cyclone against Bai Dai. He held out one hand, casually blocking it while mocking his flashy technique. Wang Kuyetman grabbed him from behind and screamed, Beast King style. The dark purple vortex swallowed them both as he yelled out the gluttonous cauldron strike. They slammed headfirst into the dirt, causing a massive blast and clouds of dust. Later, a bloodied Bai Dai sat while Tran Vi Hoa bandaged his wounds. You two little brats, you really do not know how to hold back. Are you just taking the chance to get revenge? My old wounds are not even healed yet. Zhang Ping grumbled and pouted. Well, you are the one who said our power was weak. Wang Kuyetman stood by, looking flustered. Sorry, coach. I could not pull back my strike in time. Think you have got wings now, you little brat? Tran Vi Hoa gripped his arm tight to stop him. Stop moving or that wound will just get worse. Do not make me work harder, okay? He just squeezed her hand and dragged her along, whining like a kid. Food time! I am starving! He rubbed the knot on his head, arms crossed. He flashed a warm grin, thinking about how these kids leveled up their combat skills in just a few days. Wang Bin's raw power? Totally undisputed. And Vuong Kuetman is catching up fast. Seems like he totally slept on her hidden potential before. They stepped inside. A familiar voice boomed. Trong Bin, you done training already? He chirped back. Leader Kim Ba, you hitting the gym today too? Kim Ba flexed with the heavy weights and laughed. Hospital life is trash. Had to come get these gains. Master Feng stood before his students counting reps. 997, 998, 999. He slammed the weights down and yelled, Nice! Take 5, then we go again. The crowd cheered loud, raising weights. Then the duo headed straight for the cleanup crew at the forge. He peeked in, looking awkward. Hey Trung, sorry to bug you. Trung just grinned. What now? You guys wrecked the gym again? Man just blushed and stood there looking embarrassed. Really sorry, he muttered, scratching his head and sighing. You two are just too much. She chased him, sounding worried. Where are you going? Aren't we eating? Bin turned back. You go ahead. I got some business to handle. She gasped in shock as he walked up to the meeting room door. Tudu was sitting there like a boss and shouted, Bin, you finally made it? Perfect timing. The old man kept his cool. I need to talk trial grounds before you go. His eyes flickered with a soft blue glow as ghostly whispers echoed all around. Elsewhere, in a room lit by flickering torches, a piercing scream ripped the air. Why is the Chu cave open? Shadowy figures huddled around a table, surrounding a motionless body in the center. The leader snapped coldly. The Saintess is gone. You really have the guts to show your face back here? The second elder roared, but the great elder just whispered to let it go. Chu Trak Min woke the Saintess, which basically forced the Moon King to fight Tudo Toibak. I will spare you once. Min hit the floor, shaking with relief. Thanks, great elder. The old man turned to the side and looked deep in thought. If Truong Bin really is infinite level, he is showing up. Chu Diem Bin, any news yet? Ma Ban kicked his feet up and lit a smoke. Don't sweat it, elder. My intel team never misses a beat. We are on it. Infinite talent or not, he is still a scrub compared to our power. If he shows up at the trial, he is never coming home. Ever, the Great Elder warned them. Never sleep on the enemy. Infinite Awakeners can delete you at any level. Tudo Toy Bak wrecked us before. Do not make that mistake again. The second Elder let out a roar. The real mess is the Saint Village taking the girl. We lost way too many men back in Minchao City. If they grab that kingly power before we do. Chu Hongfang stood up, looking real shady. Did you forget our family's secret weapon? The second Elder slammed the table. Don't mention that traitorous wolf again. We gave him everything, but he chose that stupid hero justice instead. If he just listened, she yelled. Why are we rotting in this cave? Under the flickering torchlight, she continued. Calm down. I have a plan for him to serve the family again. We boost our power big time. She leaned in close, voice getting real sweet. But we need little Chuku Duong to play along. The kid just looked annoyed. She smirked with a devious grin and continued. He is the key to the Forbidden Zone. The Elder jumped. The Forbidden Zone, you mean? They exchanged a dark, knowing look. He sighed heavily. I hate this, but it is the only way for us now. He tossed the feather right at Chu Hongfang and snapped a direct order. Fine then, just go. She pinched the flame between two fingers as it torched her black cloak. She raised the feather high and gave a firm promise. I, Chu Hongfang, will not let this mission fail. Deep beneath the Pearl suburbs, Chu Vianlong marched forward with a bitter scowl. You can't even babysit. You actually think you're going to revive the Chu clan with that trash attitude? Torch in hand. Chu Hongfang asked softly. Still haven't figured out little Ju Yang's vibe yet? He stopped right in front of the divine bird mural on the wall. He looked skeptical as she continued. Besides you, his favorite uncle, who else can handle him? Her voice dropped as she recalled the time little Ju Yang snuck into the armory, accidentally triggered the heavenly thunder, and absolutely trashed a massive pile of our best gear. If you hadn't protected him, the Chu clan would have tossed him out onto the streets years ago. That is probably why the kid is so incredibly attached to you. She led him to the massive gates of the Chu Forbidden Zone and yelled, All right, we're here. Chu Vianlong crossed his arms, sounding totally unimpressed. This is the forbidden area? Doesn't look like much to me. Chu Hongfang flashed the torch at him and chuckled. Is this actually your first time here? As far as I recall, you've never really cared about clan business. Suddenly, the feather flew up, glowing with a bright red flame. He snorted and snapped. Do not lump me, Chu Vianlong, in with you people. He glared at the opening door with pure sarcasm. You people treat human lives like total garbage. You really think there is a happy ending for anyone acting like this? He crossed his arms and barked. You people are exactly why the Chu clan is rotting. Evil never wins against good, that is just basic facts of life. Suddenly, Chu Vianlong froze, his eyes bulging in pure terror. He stared at the massive divine bird skeleton inside and screamed, That is the sun god bird of the first patriarch. Stepping closer, he growled. Those two old heads hid the god bird here? What the hell are they actually planning? Chu Hongfang whispered that he should focus. Forget everything else, finding little Ju Yang was the only thing that mattered right now. She stepped forward and yelled out, Ju Yang! Chu Ju Yang, stop hiding! Your Uncle Vianlong is here to visit! He frowned as a small coin rolled to his feet. She picked it up, faked a gasp, and yelled, This belongs to Ju Yang! Where the hell did that brat run off to? Chu Vianlong squeezed the coin tight. His face darkened as he barked, Cut the act. I knew the second I walked in Chu Ju Yang is not here. He turned toward the skeleton and growled, Talk! What kind of sick game are you playing right now? Chu Hongfang clapped, grinning. Impressive. You really are one of the Chu clan's elite awakened. She leaned into the giant skeleton, her voice dripping with poison. In that case, I will be blunt. I want you. She threw her hands up, eyes wild with worship, and yelled, Become the god bird! Chu Vianlong recoiled and shouted, Become the god bird? What kind of crazy talk is that? This is just a pile of bones. Are you really ditching our taming traditions just to control wild beasts? She spun around, her voice steady as a rock. Every member of the Chu family has their own way of taming, but our core principles have never wavered. She spun around, sounding incredibly smug as she prepared to reveal the secret. After years of tireless and nonstop research, I finally discovered a miraculous way to transfer the god bird's ancient power into a new living vessel. Sadly, nobody in the Chu family was actually strong enough to handle all that raw divine power, but you are special. You have that rare talent for spirit beast possession and a rock-solid power base. That makes you the absolute perfect candidate to inherit this legacy. Chu Vianlong clenched his fists, his voice dripping with sharp, restrained power. Sounds like a sweet deal. So, what is the catch? What is the price? She flinched as he called her out. You mean like sacrificing me? He strode toward her with a sarcastic smirk. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. He scanned the shadows where the assassins were lurking and snapped. These hitmen are on your payroll too, aren't they? Chu Vianlong erupted with hurricane force, finally activating his beast god possession. The lightning white ape king manifested as a massive, majestic phantom, roaring in defiance. Go ahead, bring everything you've got. Under those massive bones, a guy in black swung his scythe right at his throat. Chu Vianlong's hand shot up, catching the sharp blade mid-air. He leaned in, his iron grip crushing the scythe handle, and let out a cold, disgusted snort. He threw a brutal punch that made the guy shriek in agony. The goons scrambled in chaos, but as he moved in for the kill, he paused and glared into the shadows. Another assassin whipped out a chain glowing with an eerie green light and lashed it right at him. Chu Vianlong didn't even move. The chains tightened with a loud crack, the bone-eating lock. His massive beast god phantom flickers in midair, held down by two dudes in black using heavy chains. Behind him, more thugs lunge with blades. They stab deep, but he spins around with those crazy, vicious eyes glowing bright, growling. One steel slicer, two bone chains, two demon blades, man. She really went all out for this hit. He throws his hands up, lets out a world-shaking roar, snaps the chains, and sends everyone flying everywhere. Chu Vianlong spins around, giving Chu Hongfang the side-eye. Is that all you got? Suddenly, a demon face pops up with a sick laugh. Invisible strings stretch from his body to Chu Kuduang's hands. The kid lets out a creepy giggle. He realizes in terror this feeling is Kuduang's ghost lightning art. He drops to his knees, clutching his chest, right where he just picked up that coin. Chu Hongfang waves them in, cold as ice. Do it now. Get the ritual started, fast. Chu Vianlong's body explodes in red light. He screams in disbelief. Why? Why did you guys turn on me? Finally, he turns into a red flash, roaring one last time. Over at the base, the ceiling suddenly shakes hard. Truong Bin yells out, "Earthquake!" Long's worried, thinking, is this a beast tide or what? Outside by the ancient tree, birds are freaking out and flying everywhere, deep underground. The base walls are splitting wide open from the tremors. Man stands by the purple path, shouting orders to evacuate. Get the injured out first. Everyone stay calm. She spots Vuong Feng Laitian and Bok Duke passing through. She waves them over, but she's suspicious. Could a normal quake really rattle a fortress this strong? What the heck is going on? Kim Ba rushes to the rally point, breathless. I checked everywhere. Seems like everyone's here. He raises a hand, looking serious. Let's get moving too. A voice cracks from the bracelet. It's Tudu Toy Bok. Wait, those true brothers know secrets about the ancestor village. They're still useful. He listens and nods. The captain's right. In that case, I will. Truong Bin's thinking hard, asking favors from enemies is a total gamble. Then he pounds his chest. I'll go. Let me do it. He calculates. Team lead Kim Ba doesn't have many defensive tricks, but with my pure water body, the risk is way lower. Lu Tutu hesitates, but he turns back with a gentle vibe. Relax. I'm gonna play it smart and be careful. If things get messy, I'll just use my pure water body to ghost out of there in a flash. Her face drops as she points at a red dot on the map. Those brothers are both high-level awakened fighters, you know. Even if your water body protects you, have you thought about what happens if they decide to just burn everything down with them? We're 1,800 meters up. If that portal vanishes, you're stuck there with no way out. Think about it. Diep Truong Xuan stays chill and suggests, look, I'll go with him. I'll make sure those two spill everything they know, guaranteed. Plus, we have a contract with Truong Bin. If things go south, he can just pull the contract stone back. Lu Tutu lets out a heavy sigh and finally nods. Fine. I guess that's the only way we're doing this. Tathan Ba bolts, sounding urgent. No time to waste. Let's get this show on the road. He looks back and says, you guys go ahead. I'll catch up before you even know I was gone. Kim Ba watches the three of them fade away, feeling suspicious. Is Captain Tudu hiding some secret agenda for saving them? She whispers to herself, we better keep our eyes peeled. In another room, Chu Kuduang's lounging on the sofa, flipping through a book with a totally skin-crawling laugh. He looks at the projection of Chu Vianlong and says with a twisted, jealous voice, no wonder Uncle never visits me. He's having way too much fun out there. He flips to the page where the guy turns into a spirit bird and smirks. But never coming home? That just won't work. Ah, mother! His eyes glow red as he laughs like a maniac. After all, our Chu family is the best. Two puppets hug Chu Kuduang tight, all three wearing matching creepy grins. He says, we're top tier, aren't we? Watching Chu Vianlong collapse in the book and struggle to sit up, the little kid just busts out laughing. Over in the Forbidden Zone, Chu Vianlong screaming in agony as his body ignites with weird, ghostly spirit flames. Chu Hongfang stands tall while her silent thugs watch. Quit the drama. It's too late to stop the ritual now. The ceremony is finished. No matter how much of a beast you were before, you're nothing but a regular mortal now. She mocks him as the spirit bird takes shape. Is being part of a god really that bad? The dude in black scowls, asking, if you can actually bring the divine bird back to life this way, then why team up with the Sky Fox before? And why burn so much energy kidnapping the Saintess just to drag her back to the Saint Ancestor village? She grabs her chest and roars, calling him an idiot. Staring at the massive bird, she explains that teaming up with the fox was necessary because only the Moon King could actually stall Situ Shibai. Chu Hongfang's voice drops to a low growl. According to the elders, Situ Shibai and the Chu clan have been beefing for over 100 years, throwing 10,000 different powers at each other. He never officially broke into the king rank, but his raw power was enough to fight kings. After years of clashing, we finally managed to sniff out a few of his weak spots. Back in the day, the Chu family lacked mind control masters, and the guy had absolutely no clue about that gap. Her voice echoes with pure malice. His defense against mental attacks is trash, so we decided to do whatever it takes, no matter the cost. We finally tracked down the endangered Sky Fox and cut a deal with the Moon King to join forces against him, and that was the only way to wreck Situ Shibai. She stares at the glowing drop of blood in her palm, sounding totally desperate. Look, if the situation wasn't this crazy, I never would have picked this sketchy method to revive the divine bird. The other guy scowls, sounding super skeptical. What do you mean by that? Why not this way? Chu Hongfang glares at him, spilling the tea. This blood drop took 40 years of my life to create. Because of it, I never even used beast-taming arts once, suffering through years of disrespect and trash talk from everyone while I waited for this very moment to arrive. She keeps her eyes glued to that shimmering crimson drop while her voice starts to get weirdly high and shrill. Even after all that sacrifice, the control power in this blood still doesn't even come close to what the Saintess has in her veins. A red flash zips right into the divine bird's throat, and she lets out a wild roar of pure hype. Now that the Saintess is back in the village, Truong Bin from the cleanup crew can finally enter the trial grounds. They are packing king-level power. If one of them hits that rank first, the Chu family is toast. Our whole legacy will be completely wiped out. The divine bird blinks awake. She grits her teeth, her voice sounding cold and hard as stone. Even if my blood contract can't fully tame this bird, we don't have a choice. We have to go all in right now. Deep in the woods, the bird smashes through rock and blasts into the clouds. It circles above, glowing like a brand new sun waking up for the first time. Down on the ground at Cleanup Base 8, the guy squints his eyes, shielding himself from the glare. Yo, why is the sun so bright today? Vuong Feng Lai Tian blocks the light too, suddenly screaming out in total terror. Wait, that is not it! He stares up at the divine bird circling in the sky, completely losing his mind from shock. It is a mutant beast. Was the earthquake its fault? Tranmin whispers, his voice sounding heavy and filled with deep worry. Unless that is the Manhwa cuts in, voice shaking. On the peak, Chu Hongfang clenches her fists and screams like a total maniac in excitement. I did it. It actually worked. The divine bird has finally been brought back to life. With Situ Shibai pinned down by the Moon King, nothing can stop me now. She gazes up at the radiant bird, sounding incredibly proud. Starting now, the Chu family runs the show. Suddenly, the bird swings its sharp claws and dives straight for the crowd standing below it. Her eyes bug out. She screams in panic. What? The divine bird eyes burn with pure hatred. It stomps right on top of them and zooms away, leaving a massive, bloody crater in the ground. So much for being in control. Inside the cleanup base, 8 prison, the True brothers are struggling in the middle of all the wreckage. True Nganlong whispers, sounding weak and totally hopeless. We are completely gassed. We can't break out. This is where we die, man. Yeah, Triung Ganho turns his head, sounding surprisingly calm. We knew this was coming the second we got caught. Do not be scared, bro. I am staying right here with you. From above, a massive slab of rock falls at insane speeds, aiming right for the brothers. They are too weak to even try moving. They both close their eyes, ready for the end. Suddenly, a dark purple light flashes as a voice yells out something urgent. Using his mist form, Truong Bin fires off a Beast King punch, smashing the falling rock and sending it flying away. Tathan Ba and Diep Truong Xuan grab the brothers and bolt. The old man roars at them. What are you standing there for? Move it! Let us go. Tru Nanho feels a rush of emotion while being carried. We actually made it out, Tathan Ba yells happily. Truong Bin. Hurry up and get moving. Glowing with a mysterious purple light, his hair flying, he gives a sharp, quick answer back. Got it! He slams a rock into the ground and sprints after them. A streak of light blurs past, slamming right into the emergency exit. Trio Nganho peeks at the total chaos and stutters. Are we really saved? Truong Bin replies instantly, sounding very urgent. Not so fast, we gotta hit the teleporter now. The base suddenly starts rocking hard. He looks up and sees a massive boulder falling from the ceiling at insane speeds. Memories from his past life flash in an instant. Right in the middle of the rescue, a familiar shiver runs down his spine like he is being buried in ruins again. A white light flashes. Is this the end again? He snaps his eyes open to the sound of people calling his name. Jiang Ping, wake up, man. His buddies have turned into stone and wood just to hold that giant rock up. He bellows, we cannot hold this forever. You better think of something, and fast. Old man, he gasps. Triung Ganlong spins around, giving him the ultimate get-lost look. Who told you to stick your nose in? Triung Ganhu snaps. Shut it, bro, pipe down. He touches the cracked wall. He mutters under his breath. Base is a total wreck. Pretty sure that teleporter is history by now. He whispers softly. Just save yourself. Leave us behind and get out. Triung Ganlong holds up 3 fingers. Stay here any longer and you will be the 3rd person I have killed. Jiang Ping points right in their faces and yells at them to quit the nonsense. You are hostages, so no easy deaths. Shape up right now. He thinks to himself that having these 2 dead would definitely benefit the Chu family. Diep Truong Xuan stays cool. I can dig us a tunnel, but it is going to take a few days. Even if Toucan merge with the rock, he cannot carry you guys out. His face goes dark as shadows swirl. The air in here only lasts 12 hours. I can turn into pure water to escape. But what about these 2? The voice of the captain echoes, sounding totally stressed out. I grabbed some blood samples from them earlier. The old man says their blood types are completely different. Mixing them triggers a wild energy surge. You already used the big brother's blood to wake the king. If you drink the younger one's blood now, you might just unlock a whole new power. He stares at his bracelet, sounding suspicious. Captain, you sent me to rescue them knowing this would happen, right? Trunanganhu frowns. Are you not afraid of being controlled? He shrugs it off. Nope. I would not have made it this far if I was. So, you want to die here or make a deal? Trunganlong slashes his wrist. Blood flows. Fine. I get it, we are in. We might be on different sides, but the Triu brothers are not ungrateful punks. Take as much as you need. A moment later, he looks at his hands, totally confused. That is weird. Why is nothing changing? Maybe I did not drink enough? Suddenly, his face goes ghost white, eyes glow gold, and he pukes up black blood. Diep Trong Xuan panics. Ping and Tu scream in shock. It was just a little blood. Why this? What the hell is in that blood? Triuang An Long yells, terrified. Yo, you okay? His eyes go ice cold, white smoke pours out, and the system notification pings. Heterotroph mode activated. New talent unlocked the king's gem. It is like a royal command from the king himself. This gem massively boosts the power, skills, and base stats of your summoned beasts for a limited time. Above the base, the divine bird takes flight, spitting out flames that swallow the entire forest. As long as that annoying bird is up there, the fire will not stop. We have to move, right now. She gathers icy energy in her hands, refusing to budge. No way, Jiang Ping has not come out yet. Man grabs her by the collar and yells, enough already. She screams back, face turning red. The portal is closed. Jiang Ping and the seniors can handle themselves. They are not getting stuck that easily. You are usually the smart one in the group. Why are you acting like a total hothead today? She glares at the divine bird through the thick ice. That bird just killed the Chu family. It is totally insane. If we do not get out of here, we are all going to end up crispy in this sea of fire. Lu Tutu frowns, sounding determined. Fine, let us go. Suddenly, a figure rushes past them. Get back! Bok Duke leads the young crew from the base. We are going to stop that thing. The whole squad squares up against the charging divine bird, letting out a roar as they dive into battle. The bird's eyes are blood red and crazy. It lunges forward, blasting the group back with a wave of force. Bok Duke glows bright white, trying to hold his ground. I cannot take much more of this. From deep within the earth, a massive trunk glows neon blue, shattering the crust as it lunges for the sky. Diep Truong Xuan lunges into the sunlight in his tree form to help. Tuthanba hauls the rest of the crew to safety. Both of the old legends unleash their massive power, letting out a synchronized battle roar. Reinforcements are here. In the middle of the clearing, Truong Bin strains against those heavy iron chains. He slams the cage shut on the Zhao brothers, finally catching his breath. Man, I think we actually made it. Lu Tutu rushes over, looking worried. Hey, Truong Bin, is everyone okay? Talk to me. He wipes the sweat off his face and pants. It is a long story, but I basically chugged Triunganho's blood. Look at this, he says, showing off a glowing gold stone. The ancient king's blood evolved. It is linked to my King Gem talent now through a new contract. The system interface flashes. The King Gem has upgraded the contract jewel, giving my spirit beasts a massive stat boost. The buff lasts 10 minutes. Each beast can only be powered up once per day. He thinks back to when Diep Truong Swan tangled up that firebird with his branches and explains, I used this talent to bump the seniors up 5 levels, pushing them all the way to level 40. They finally hit the king rank. Even if it only lasts 10 minutes, that is plenty of time to get out. Truong Bin stares at the shimmering stone, but something deep down is really bugging him. Those flashes, those visions I saw after drinking that blood, corpses wrapped in bloody membranes on freezing shelves. He scowls, wondering what kind of sick things those actually are. Truong Bin smirks at the shimmering mist cage. Looks like this Saint Ancestor village has plenty of dark secrets left. He looks up and sees Diep Truong Swan collapsing in smoke. Elder Deep, he screams, heart racing. He grits his teeth watching the brawl. The divine bird unleashes a sea of fire, slamming the others to the dirt. Tathanba faceplants and lets out a pathetic wail. He groans, my butt, I think it is cracked. Bok Duke hits the ground hard and tries to steady himself. This is bad. My flames are strong, but this thing, its fire carries the power of the sun. It is way beyond normal flames. I cannot hold it back. He checks the field. Diep is totally countered. Only Elder 2 has a shot at standing against this thing. Countered? Man Ni mutters, looking stunned. Then her eyes light up. Wait, I have an idea. She sprints into the crowd. Barrier squad, listen up. We are grouping up right now. Move it. Everyone, try to pin this bird down. I need 30 minutes. If you cannot fight, get the signal transmitters. She turns to Lu Tutu, desperate. Tutu, I need you. We have to give everyone a fighting chance. I am doing this so we can all walk away from this alive. Inside the golden bracer, the spirit laughs. This girl is finally growing up. She is making me proud. Truong Bin wipes the blood from his lip. Fine, time to see what this king gem tastes like. Tudo shouts through the link. Let us go. Time to put this overgrown chicken in its place. Purple light erupts around him as he grips his scythe. System alert. His temporary level has been boosted to 24. The bird rains fire from the sky, targeting the whole team. Everyone braces for the impact. The guys push back with everything they have. Over on the edge, Truong Hu Trung has dropped to 60 kilograms and is just panting for air. How many steaks do I have to eat to recover? Man points at the map. Tutu cannot stop this sunbird alone, but she can dampen its energy for a bit. Next, our barrier team will use her opening to build a cage and trap this divine bird. She briefs the group. These signal emitters will boost our range to the max. Once you have yours, bury them at the marked spots exactly like the blueprint says. Across the field, the sunbird charges up a massive energy nuke for its next attack. Suddenly, that energy sphere vanishes into thin air. The bird looks down, eyes full of suspicion. Bok Duke uses his simulation skill to create a vacuum. I have cut off all the air. No oxygen means no fire for this bird. Elder Diep, move in and strike while the iron is hot. He shouts back, on it. Diep shoots out massive vines, yanking the bird down. His eyes glow red. With a roar, he swings his massive wooden arms and tosses the bird high. Bok Duke, Feng Lai Tien, and Kim Ba charged forward, screaming at the top of their lungs. Vacuum effect is dead. Let them have it. The three roared with everything they had as the bird nest exploded into smoke. Tran Min squeezed his eyes shut, hands flying through signs while chanting his spell. Swift as wind, quiet as wood, charms before and behind. Day against night, a massive vortex ripped through the air behind him. A blade slid out from the storm. He yelled, Dragon Abyss, show yourself now! Truong Bin hands turned purple. Fusing with the Zhao brothers, blood pushed him straight up to level 19. With the King Gem and Mist active, my attack power is hitting the absolute ceiling. Energy swirled around the blade. He shouted, Tran Min, I have got your back. Together, they controlled the power. Let us go! A neon blue and purple-black streak of light slammed straight into the deep crater. The sword bit deep. It shrieked in blue light, its silent roar fading into the dark. A single crimson feather drifted down. Bok Duke muttered, Is that it? Did we actually win? He stared at the pearl. No time to scan that thing during the fight. Hope we are good. Staring at the smoke, he cheered. We beat the boss. But that feather started glowing bright red. His eyes popped. A voice from the bracelet hissed, No, this is far from over yet. He watched the glow as the bird silhouette started to reform right there. When the first Chu Master passed, the sunbird's spirit vanished from the world. Legend says it became a guardian, haunting its master tomb for eternity, refusing to leave. We thought it was a myth, but its return proves the old stories were true. The bird went full blaze, screeching. Sido added, That is the sunbird. It is immortal. The bird spread its wings wide, raining hellfire down from the sky. Chatan Ba phased upward, diving into the wall of flame. Super mimicry, go, vacuum mode. Diep Truong Swan whipped massive branches at the beast, but they turned to ash instantly. He retreated, screaming, "The fire is out. Why is it still boiling? The water is vaporizing right away." Trungbin went full dragon mode, biting the bird neck and making it scream in agony. He held on tight, yelling, "I have got him! Everyone, hit him with everything you have got!" Punches did 0 damage. Tran Min's swords melted the second they touched it. Bakduk stumbled back, eyes wide with pure terror. He could not believe it. "This heat is way higher than my solar flare." Kim Ba cut in with an analysis. "It is not just fire, its entire body is radiating lethal heat." His eyes turned purple. He whispered that it does not just burn things, it controls the temperature of the area. The bird reared back, mouth open, charging a golden orb before firing a beam of light. It aimed at Feng Lai Tian. He roared, "Get back!" A lion watched, heart pounding with worry. Director Feng? Diep Truong Xuan used sturdy branches to catch him and set him down gently. Tathan Ba landed on his shoulder, sounding totally drained but still steady. "Our power-up time is spent." The others landed and rushed to the fallen director, yelling. He winced hard. Coughing up blood, he groaned, "That almost did me in." The dragon glared ahead. Even the director Truong Bin stared at his hands as the system notifications pinged. Level 9 bonus failed to activate. Level 10 bonus failed to activate. He was confused. "I buffed this gem twice, but I do not feel any different. Why? Are we really out of moves?" Suddenly, a familiar voice cracked through. "Truong Bin, copy?" He jumped, shouting in shock. It was Lu Cece. She barked orders. "The trap is set. Lead that bird over here right now." Dragon mode Truong Bin dived in, drawing the bird fire. He roared, "Senior Deep, move it!" Seeing the bird rip through the trees, he screamed out in panic. "Senior Deep, you and Cece hold the line in the magic circle." She leads the group, shouting in unison. Right now, they pour everything into an ice storm, slamming the divine bird floating above. It jolts, eyes bugging out as that blue power wraps it tight. Stuck in the giant trap, that bird starts freezing solid as the ice begins to spread fast. Frost shuts its beak tight. Feathers vanish as the whole bird turns into a glittering ice sculpture. She rushes the girls toward Jiang Ping, yelling a warning. "This trap is not going to hold. We gotta move now." He hesitates, sounding totally stressed out. But wait, what is the deal with Senior Diep? Deep gets pulled out of the tree, sounding chill. "No biggie, guys. I am totally fine. Not a single scratch on me." He holds up a glowing blue gem, sounding urgent. "We gotta hit the road. You two seniors should probably crash inside this gem for now." He nods in agreement. "Yeah, we are both pretty wiped out. That sounds like a solid plan." He reveals the contract gem. This thing can actually wrap up a person, shrinking them down to the size of a grain of rice for easy storage. It holds up to 10 cubic meters. Chen Shui rushes over, pointing her finger and insisting they need to disappear right now. "But the base is totally trashed now. Where the heck are we even supposed to go? This whole area is a complete wreck. There is literally nowhere left for us to hide. That divine bird is going to break loose any second. Move it, or we are roasted." Jiang Ping scans the blackened, burnt-out wasteland ahead. Situvong's voice crackles from his bracelet with a solid plan. "Our only shot is heading straight for the training grounds. There is a backup base nearby where the non-combat folks can take cover and hide. Everyone, start moving." The group bails immediately as the ice on that bird begins to thaw out. Man Ni feels it and looks back. Jiang Ping stops, frowning. "Yo, what is it?" she cries out, totally panicked. It has only been 30 minutes, but that trap is already losing its grip on it. She looks around frantically. "We gotta find a spot to hide." His golden bracelet flashes, deploying some gear. He announces with total confidence, "I have got a way." He lifts the mist lamp high, smiling. "This lamp can hide our energy signatures within a certain range. Everyone, follow me closely. Do not let yourselves get separated from the group." Inside the dark cave, echoes ring out. Baide steps in, sighing in relief. "Finally, we ditched that stupid bird." Chen Ming scans the room, keeping it cool. "Everyone, take 5 right here. We need to save our energy." Cece turns and sees Jiang Ping collapse. "You okay?" she asks quickly. He wipes the sweat off his face. He strains to speak. "I am fine, just burned through too much mist. I just need a minute to recover." Chen Ming walks over, sounding pretty worried. "Jiang Ping, if we head to the ruins deep in the training grounds, won't that divine bird just find us?" Jiang Ping looks down, his voice sounding firm and determined. "Those are ancient human ruins. No way am I letting that bird trash a piece of our history." C2 appears right behind him, wearing a super confident smirk. "Relax. That training ground has mystical properties that keep it hidden from literally any prying eyes. There is no way that Sunbird is going to sense us in there." He frowns, sounding thoughtful. "Only problem is, that place is also a major base for the investigation team. According to Ba, that team was infiltrated by some unknown force a long time ago." He thinks back to the warnings about those beasts in the village. We gotta watch for ambushes from that team, but we also need to stay alert for an attack from the mountain ancestor at any moment. Wang Feng jumps, looking shocked. The mountain ancestor? Wait, isn't that a king-class mutated beast? I only heard some old buddies mention it before. I had no idea it was actually around here. C2 raises his hand, sounding dead serious. It is definitely there. Its presence is hanging right outside the training grounds. To get inside, we have to go around its back. To stay safe, everyone needs to carry some of these morning glory flowers with them. It really hates the smell of these flowers. Zhang Ping remembers his past life, feeling skeptical about that king beast. A king-class beast hates morning glory? Is this flower different from the one I remember? He gives the old man a big grin, sounding pumped. Master Feng, can you keep an eye on the perimeter? I am gonna go grab some food and find those flowers while I am at it. He hesitates, sounding worried. He looks at him, sounding sincere. Zhang Ping, you just burned a ton of energy. Maybe you should just stay put? Let me and the instructor handle it. Baida crosses his arms, nodding his head in agreement. Totally. It is way better if we go. Zhang Ping thinks about their powers, his voice sounding firm. Look, there is no sun and no moon out here, so just stop arguing with me already. My skills are perfect for the cover of darkness anyway, so let me handle this. Lu Sisi gripped his arm, her voice steady and determined. I am going with you. He looked at her, weighing the options. Bringing Sisi along is a smart move. She definitely knows her way around the wild better than I do. He nodded with a smirk. All right, but we need to be ready for any nasty surprises. He turned to Zhang Yuzong, who looked totally shocked. The demand was short and direct. Hey, fatty, get some gear ready for me, like bear traps or something similar. His face went totally pale as he started complaining in a whiny voice. You are turning me from a big guy into a stick figure lately. Down by the glowing lake, dozens of beasts drank peacefully. Suddenly, a dark purple shadow crept toward a trapped pig monster. Zhang Ping used his dark mist to become a black panther, gliding toward his prey. He pounced on its back, pinning it down before delivering a lethal strike. His front paw glowed purple as a notification echoed in his head. Dark mist plus 50. He shifted back to human form, sat on the carcass, and sliced deep with his dagger, looking satisfied. Using dark mist for hunting is a total cheat code. I bet a few more scares will have my energy levels back to 100%. Lu Sisi rushed over, sounding urgent. Zhang Ping, come check this out. He turned back with a confused look, staring at her face before asking, Wait, what is going on? She slowly pointed toward the top of a massive tree, where a bright red flower was glowing. She whispered, Hey, look at that. It is a morning glory flower. They both leaped up quickly, leaving only a faint sound behind. She cheered excitedly. Come on, let's go up there and see it. Zhang Ping hunched over and crouched down. He reached out to touch the bloom, wondering if this was really the morning glory of this world. He grabbed it and held it up, studying it closely. It looked exactly the same. Suddenly, a blast of murky brown gas sprayed directly from the center of the flower right into his face. He tossed it away, eyes watering as he coughed hard and screamed out loud. No wonder Shan Su thinks these flowers are totally gross. He whispered quietly, It smells like someone put a durian in a microwave for 10 minutes. Watching him suffer, she covered her mouth and couldn't stop giggling. Liu Sisi gently explained. Back in Pearl City, there is actually a specific type of punishment. They lock you in a room full of these morning glories and force you to sit there for an entire day. His eyes went wide as he gasped. Wait, isn't that basically just marinating a person in bad smells? Up on the thick branches, countless glowing flowers were sparkling from all the nearby trees in the area. He reached out to pet the bright blooms right in front of him, whispering how beautiful they were. Cece looked up at the sparkling seeds floating above and spoke. These are firefly grass seeds. Every season, they just drift on the wind to find a new place to sprout and grow. She gently tucked a lock of hair behind her ear while reaching out to catch a drifting seed. Then she whispered, If we didn't have all this constant fighting and could just live a quiet life, it would be amazing. Sadly, that happy ending is just a distant dream. The morning glories continued to spread their strangely tempting scent around. Soon, everything faded back into silence. No matter how beautiful that firefly grass was, it would always be wandering, never finding a home. He tilted his head, watching her while his hands secretly fiddled with something. Holding a small jar, he called out softly, Hey, Cece? He held it out to her with a smile. The ending is not written in stone yet. Lu Cece blushed hard, hugging the jar tight to her chest as she listened to him keep talking. It is like this glass case. It does not just block the flower smell, it gives the firefly grass a peaceful place to live. Embarrassed, she clutched the jar and started running, shouting back, Come on, let's move it! Everyone is waiting for us. In the quiet night, a flaming divine bird streaked through the sky over a pack of monsters. It opened its beak wide, eyes flashing with rage as it flapped its wings, sending waves of fire crashing toward the monsters and making them scatter in total panic. Inside the cave, the firelight flickered as the group huddled around, roasting some seriously delicious-smelling wild boar meat over the flames. The group started chatting, sounding totally amazed. Even in a rough spot like this, how on earth are we still eating barbecue that tastes this good? Another voice chimed in, saying this was a total surprise treat. Zhang Yuzhong was busy stuffing his face with meat. He pointed his finger at Zhang Ping and shouted, "Hey Zhang Ping, grill up a few more slices for me, man. If I don't get some fuel in my system soon, I am seriously going to turn into a stick figure." Bai Day reached over and pinched his belly fat, teasing him, "Oh yeah, you are wasting away." Then he looked at Zhang Ping and asked for backup. He gave a big grin and handed over a plate of perfectly grilled meat. "Here, this is for you. I will probably need to rely on your special skills in the next few days anyway." His eyes lit up as he shoved the old man's head away. "All right then, I am not going to be polite about this." He burst out laughing, but then immediately started whining about how hot the food was. The old man put an arm around his shoulder and laughed. "If you cram freshly grilled meat right into your mouth, obviously it is going to be hot." Yan Long looks over from his cage and says, "Man, I wish our home had this kind of energy." Hu just stares back. "Stop dreaming. We are just tools to those people. Nobody gives a damn if we live or die, so why would they ever treat us like actual humans?" Zhang Ping slides a plate of meat over and shouts, "Yo, this one is for you two brothers." He squats down and nudges them. "Don't just sit there. Dig in already." They both light up with big grins. Hu grabs the plate and mumbles a thanks. Suddenly, a massive quake rocks the cave, and he spins around, totally lost. "What the hell is that?" Cece points at a red glow outside the cave and screams, "Look, it is coming from that side." Zhang Ping stares at the woods in shock as explosions of fire start ripping through the trees, followed by a wave of monsters charging like a literal ocean of flames. He whispers, "Did a mountain fire trigger this tide?" Suddenly, a flaming spirit bird streaks into the sky. Seeing that, the crew in the cave finally realizes what started this chaos. "Looks like that damn bird is trying to smoke us out of here with this little stunt." Everyone retreats inside. Zhang Ping breaks it down coolly. "Based on the wind and fire intensity, the flames should not reach us. We stay put for now. Once the beast tide passes, we will figure out our next move." The forest finally goes quiet. Not far off, a scout team gathers. A guy with black hair asks a question. "Captain, it has been almost 2 days. Who exactly are we supposed to be ambushing anyway?" Ma Bin shrugs and says, "Some kid named Zhang Ping. Heard he has some infinite level ability." The green-haired guy freaks out. "Infinite level?" Ma Bin, the team leader, whose real name is actually Chu Yanping, is a beast tamer from the Chu clan. He lights a cigarette and says, his record says Gem Covenant, which everyone thought was worthless trash, but then he used one single dark art move to wipe out the entire Huang gang like it was nothing. Another guy perched in a tree looks confused. What is weirder is his body can turn into blood or creepy water, and he has got some secret escape move that makes him almost impossible to hunt down or track. If you count that gem thing, doesn't that mean he is packing 5 different types of abilities? The leader's expression is unreadable as he replies, "That is probably just the tip of the iceberg." His face turns serious. For an infinite-level Awakener, who knows what kind of dirty tricks he is still hiding up his sleeves. So, if he actually shows his face outside the training zone, you guys better not underestimate him. Watch your back. Don't you dare underestimate him, or you will pay with your lives. Meanwhile, the Wind Whisperer effect finally wears off. Zhang Ping yells, "Cece, I knew it!" The Chu family has a hit squad waiting outside the training grounds. Cece sits by the fire and asks, "How many are there?" He just holds up 2 fingers. "My senses are a bit fuzzy, so I cannot get an exact head count yet, but there are at least 2 top-tier Awakeners out there." Wang thinks for a second and says, "On a good day, I would smoke both of them myself." He sits down cross-legged and raises a hand. "I can probably take one out too." Bai Day crosses his arms. "Zhang Ping, you sure you can handle a top-tier guy?" He looks him in the eye and answers firmly, "I am only a mid-level Awakener, but my appraisal skill lets me read the enemy's every move. Unless I am up against a beast like Master Feng, I should not have any major issues with the rest." He says calmly, "Once the beast tide clears, I will go scout and see exactly how many top tiers we are facing. For now, let's rotate the night watch and get some rest to save our strength." Everyone agrees. The next morning, the sunlight peeks in, waking up Zhang Ping and Cece who were still crashed out. Zhang Yuzong bursts in suddenly and yells, "Bad news! We have got a problem." Hearing that, everyone bolts outside. They freeze when they see the scene. Someone gasps, "That firebird completely trashed the forest last night. Now, if we want to reach the training zone, we have to trek across this whole burnt wasteland." He rubs his chin with a surprised look. "That damn bird is actually a lot smarter than I thought." Sidu's shadow emerges from the bracelet. He warns them that the path ahead is the only way into the training area. No shortcuts. His steady voice asks him, "It will take half a day to cross." Zhang Ping, "Can that lantern hold out?" He replies, "I am not really sure. This lantern is basically toast. I really don't think it's gonna last much longer, guys." He squeezed his eyes shut, pulled out the mist lantern, and let out a massive sigh. Turns out, having insane power just means carrying more weight. At the end of the day, you can only trust yourself. Bark Dick flashed a huge grin and slapped him on the back, repeating it with total hype. "With great power comes great responsibility." "Damn straight," Vung Forn Tien Lai shouted, punching the air with a wide smirk. "I didn't know you had that philosopher vibe in you. I'm keeping that one. Might even slap it on our Fern Quan shop sign one day." He heard that and thought, man, if they only knew I just swiped that line from an old superhero movie in my past life. The Zhao brothers were shivering in their cage until they heard the shout and started wilding out, "With great power comes great responsibility." They looked at each other and chanted it together like a hype squad. Trio Ingarn Ho remembered being rescued, his voice getting deep. "Back in the village, we weren't even people to them. We were just tools to be used. But Trungbin went all out to save us when everything was going south, even when we were enemies. He still showed respect." Trio Ingarn Long just crossed his arms, saying slowly, "I used to think he was a total weirdo, but he's definitely not some idiot." Then both of them pictured Trungbin with a literal halo over his head. They screamed together, "With great power comes great responsibility." He and Vung Feng Tien Lai whipped their heads around, looking completely caught off guard, asking, "What are you guys even doing?" Trio Ngern Ho lunged forward, yelling, "I've got a plan. Big bro Trungbin, I can help you out." Trio Ingarn Long hit the deck, bowing his head hard. "Please give us a shot. We're ready to follow you to the ends of the earth." He beat his chest, making a vow. "I, Trio Ing Long, swear to serve Master Trungbin forever. If I ever flake, let heaven strike me down." His brother jumped in. "Yeah, same goes for me." Trungbin stared as the guy bowed. "Big bro, I'll swallow your contract gem right now just to prove I'm dead serious about this." Triering Garn Ho wasn't backing down either. "Master Trungbin, I'll swallow the gem too. From this second on, your word is the only law I follow." He looked at them, totally confused. "I've got to know, what exactly pushed you two to make a move like this?" Triel Ngarnho spoke up first. "Boss, you put your life on the line to save ours. If we don't back you up now, we'd be the biggest jerks alive, wouldn't we?" Trio Ngernlong chimed in. "You earned our trust, and you definitely earned our loyalty." He listened with his hands in his pockets, nodding along. "Facts. If we go back to that holy ancestor dump, we're just gear for them to use until we break. So we're riding with you, boss. Even if we have to take a bullet, you won't hear a single complaint from us." He reached out to help them up, keeping it chill. "Chill with the loyalty speech for a sec. Just get off the floor first. I need to know the truth. How many people have you actually taken out, and were there any innocent bystanders caught in the mix?" Trio Ngarnlong put his hands together and replied, "Anyone who caught a fade from us was an enemy coming for our village's throat. I can't say if they were innocent or not, but they died because of the choices they made." Trio Ngarnho added, "I only ended 2 guys from the Chu family. They were monsters who deserved zero pity." He rubbed his chin, giving a calm smirk. "Weren't those other villages basically just a bunch of wild savages anyway? In a war between your village and theirs, nobody's really the good guy. Grudges are like the wind. They're messy, they're cold, and you can't really pin down who started it. It's hard to tell right from wrong." Trungbin pulled out 2 blue stones and got dead serious. "You guys better think this through. The power of a contract gem is no joke. Once you step into this, there's no reset button, no regrets allowed. You guys sure about this?" They both shouted back, "We're locked in." So he handed the gems over to them. Long thought, "I already ate 2 of these level 9 or 10 stones before anyway, but they did nothing for me, so I might as well use them to seal this deal." They both popped the gems, and a bright light engulfed everyone. System alerts started pinging. "Contract with Summoned Beast Trioringarn, Long complete. Contract with Summoned Beast Trioringarn Ho complete." The brothers were hyped, cheering, and clapping. "From this moment on, boss, we'll go through fire for you. We're loyal until the day we die." Trung Bin was sweating bullets, totally awkward. "Yo, it's not that deep. Just think of us as friends. We're all on the same squad now, all right? No need for the extra stuff." Both bowed together. "We got you, boss." He looked them over. "Earlier you said you had a way to help us out. What's the move?" They bowed and said, "Hold tight, we'll be back in 5. Those 2 blast off, vanishing as the crowd mumbles in doubt. Are they seriously going to be okay, or are they toast? This is kind of ridiculous. Can we actually trust these clowns or what? Wang Feng Tian Lai crosses his arms, watching them leave with a look that screams major suspicion. Even some savages or mutants act like this because of their crazy beliefs, but these two brothers have the exact same vibe. Are they really worshipping Truong Bin like a god? Trantuit lets you wonder, but how did it even get this weird? Trung Hu Trung stares at him, totally confused. Truong Bin, did you use some kind of mind control power on them? Judging by the way they are acting, it seriously looks like they have joined your fan club or something. He shoots him a silent, annoyed glare. His face is dark and frustrated. Like, seriously? No way. If I actually had mind control powers, I would pick Sister Tutu or Tuyet Teep over two random dudes any day. Triu Tuyet Teep hides her face and moans. Truong Bin, you mean you have been checking me out this whole time? Truong Hu Trung rubs his chin and yells. Do not say that. Even if Ngun Long and Ngun Ho are guys, they are identical twins. The crowd backs off, lining up to judge him hard. He gasps and shouts, Wait, do not get it twisted. I am not into that. Suddenly, a massive mound of dirt erupts from the ground. He whips around, totally on edge and ready for a fight. What was that noise? The Triu brothers burst out of the earth, riding a giant lizard like it is nothing. Trio Ngan Long throws his hand up and cheers. Big brother Truong Bin is in the house. C2 pops out of the bracelet to explain. This is a dirt-digging lizard. If we use its power, we can zip through this whole area fast. Tru Hu Trung turns red with pure hype. He screams, This means we can dodge the Chu family ambush and hit the training zone. The old man shakes his head, shutting that idea down. Not quite that easy, kid. Sun Tu is a mutant king, so this lizard is way too terrified to get anywhere near that spot. Truong Bin pockets his hands and snaps. Let us move. We can figure the rest out after we take down that divine bird. One problem at a time, people. The dirt lizard starts rolling, and the group dives underground, tunneling forward through the darkness at high speed. Truong Bin and the gang look dizzy as hell, stumbling on its back. High above, a faint noise echoes, and they all hit the deck. Triungan Long says calmly, This is the end of the line for us. No matter what, this dirt lizard refuses to go another inch forward. He holds his spinning head. Fine, have it move the rest of the people. C2 looks at the canyon ahead and shouts out to the group. Once we pass this canyon, we hit the training grounds. But that spot is also the perfect place for an enemy ambush. The old man reminds him. We are close. Start handing out those morning glory flowers to everyone right now. Lu Tutu reaches into her bag and calls back. The crew holds out their hands to grab the flowers. He follows behind her and yells, Tutu, give me two. I need to prep some for seniors Diep and 2. She turns around and asks, Are you worried the Chu family has even bigger hitters waiting to jump us? He scans the crowd and guesses. It is not just that. I am worried that Divine Bird might crash the party too. If that happens, we will definitely need those two seniors working together just to stand a fighting chance. Bakduk asks like a total amateur, Did we not already dump that dead bird somewhere? Truong Bin pats his shoulder and calmly warns him, even though the Chu family cannot fully control the bird yet. But we still cannot ignore the fact that it is a massive threat to our lives. Who knows what kind of dirty tricks they still have up their sleeves? You can never be too careful. Vuong Feng Tianlai crosses his arms and agrees. Truong Bin makes a point. Bak Duke adds with concern. But once that sunbird attacks, even if those two seniors were at the peak of their power, it would be tough to resist, considering they are still recovering from wounds. His eyes flash with a mysterious green glow as his hand tightens around a soft, glowing gemstone in his palm. Then he calms everyone down. Chill out. I have already got a plan to handle this mess. Just because we cannot fight here does not mean we are out of luck once we get inside the training zone. High above, the bird watches them silently, like it is eavesdropping. It is a bad sign for the road ahead. Sister Lokvai and Sister Huakit take the wounded and the non-combatants to the safe house nearby. His reflection is burned into the sharp eyes of that bird. On the other side, a girl covers one eye, looking through the bird vision like it is a drone. She sees everything as Truong Bin crew gets ready, then rushes to report. Captain, they are prepping just ahead. Not far now. Ma Ban bites down on his cigarette, his lips curling into a smug, villainous smirk as he plans his next move. He shouted, Damn, these guys have some decent luck, don't they? Escaping that sun god bird? Impressive. But their lucky streak ends right here. He stood tall before his goons, voice cracking like a whip as he barked out the order. Everyone get ready. The total slaughter is about to begin. Outside the training zone, it was deathly quiet. Zhang Ping and his crew stepped carefully into the deep shadows. Passing a thick thicket, he spotted a squirrel with blood-red eyes. It was clearly under control, creeping behind them like a spy. He kept his cool, warning the team that an ambush was likely nearby. Everyone needed to keep their eyes peeled. Suddenly, two red-eyed beasts lunged from above like ghosts. He instantly screamed at the top of his lungs, Watch out! Day flinched, spinning around fast. He leaped back just in time to dodge a savage lunging claw. He went full werewolf in a flash, throwing a heavy haymaker that sent the beast spiraling into a tiny mouse before it vanished. Zhang Ping's eyes went wide. He gasped, "What even is that? A mouse or a bear? That power is totally freaky." Day rubbed his sore wrist, explaining, "It is probably some cursed mutant hamster bear. Honestly, its raw strength is way higher than average. If your physical stats are too low, do not go toe-to-toe with it. You will get wrecked for sure." Suddenly, Zhang Yuzhong pointed at the sky, his voice shaking and stuttering. "Look at that!" Following his finger, the group looked up to see a massive toad towering over them. Everyone gasped in shock. "Is that the mountain ancestor? Why is it so freaking huge?" Someone else in the crowd shouted, "I thought the mountain ancestor would be some legendary beast, but it is just a giant toad." Zhang Ping's eyes darted toward a man chilling on a nearby branch. He lowered his voice and whispered, "It is Master Feng." Wang Feng Xianlai asked in a soft tone, "I see him. Should we give him a little welcome gift?" His voice came back instantly. "Exactly what I was thinking, man." He swung his arm, blasting the tree where the guy was hiding. The man jumped like he sat on a tack, cursing, "Damn it, they spotted me." On the other side, Zhang Ping's face darkened like a storm. His eyes flashed with pure killing intent. He raised his scythe and yelled, "Trying to call for backup? Too bad, you are not getting that chance today." He delivered a swift, sharp slash. Right then, a notification echoed in his head. "Dark Mist plus 30. He frowned, looking totally lost in thought. "So using the Dread Scythe to deal damage can actually recharge my Dark Mist? I really need to figure out the true power of this weapon." Zhang Ping focused his energy, staring at the screen appearing before him. Total Dark Mist energy reached 10,000 points. Intermediate Mist Body has now evolved into Dark Mist Extract Body. Dark Mist recharge efficiency has doubled. Storage capacity increased from 300 to 1,000 units. Current Dark Mist value is 300 out of 1,000. Where there are saints, there are thieves. High mountains have deep valleys. A mist thief from the terrifying abyss. He grinned wide and cheered. 1,000 mist means 10,000% power. My combat strength just skyrocketed. Whether it is offense, defense, or shapeshifting, this is a massive level up. This feels freaking amazing. Over by Ma Bin, a purple-haired girl rushed over to report, "A Lu is dead." He sounded calm but annoyed. Looks like they were ready for the ambush. They are literally asking for a fight now. Chu Sanqi, skip the manners. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Chu's eyes glowed fiery red as he flashed a wicked grin. He dove down from above, roaring, "If you guys are so desperate to die today, then I will happily make it happen for you." He summoned a sharp golden blade and hurled it at Zhang's crew, screaming, "Take a hit from my spear." He turned his head toward the incoming attack, his lips curling into a confident, mocking smirk. "Still coming at me?" He raised his hand, forming a solid mist shield. He thought, perfect timing to test out this new extract body. A warning instantly popped up, Dark Mist minus 50. The spear of pure aggression slammed into the mysterious purple shield. The shockwave exploded outward, literally tearing through the air. Chu Sanqi landed in a swirl of dust. Zhang Ping slowly retracted his mist, taunting, "That all you got?" The guy gritted his teeth. Veins popped on his forehead. He thought, he is just an intermediate awakened. How did he block my full power strike? He clearly knows some weird tricks. The guy glared at him and screamed, "Is this what an infinite level power looks like? He is a total freak." Ma Bin suddenly appeared behind him, voice cold. "That is why we need to kill him before he fully evolves." He glanced at the newcomer, secretly activating his appraisal skill to check him out. The moment Su Qingba saw him, she exploded in rage, yelling, "Ma Bin! That guy with the black knife is Ma Bin! You want me to handle this?" The system chimed in. Chu Yanping, level 36, calmed things down with a soft voice. "Senior Su, stay hidden for now. I have a plan for this." Zhang Ping turned to Lu Sisi. He asked firmly, 3 top-tier Awakeners are in that crowd. I will take one of them on myself. Boss Feng takes 2, and you guys handle the other 6 high ranks. Sisi, you cool with that plan?" Her team, Tran Min and Kim Ba, powered up. She kept her cool and replied, "If 7 of us can't beat 6, our cleanup crew is a joke. Everyone, hit the gym harder when we get back." Ma Bin looked like he was eating ash as he gripped his cigarette. He muttered, "Sudu Toi Bak already gave us enough hell. If we let this kid with infinite power level up, the whole situation is going to get messy." Closing his eyes, he barked an order, "No mercy. Summon the sun god bird and move out now." The purple-haired girl nodded. Ma Bin drew his blade, charging forward like a shadow and roaring for everyone to follow. "The mission is simple. Kill Zhang Ping. I do not care what it costs, just take him out." His goons followed close, shouting, "Understood." Zhang Ping swung his scythe and charged right back, screaming his battle cry. He pulled a slick move, leaning back to dodge Ma Bin's razor-sharp blade. Behind him, the purple-haired girl raised her hand to the sky, chanting some weird, mystical ancient spell. The spirit of flame appeared from the horizon, answering the call of destiny. She raised her hand, summoning a red energy blast that ripped the sky open. She whispered about tearing the heavens and burning everything in her path. Then she leaped into the air, still chanting. Dark visions, fading light. The sun god bird arises. She screamed out, "Long live the great sun god bird!" Instantly, its massive shadow appeared. Ma Bin, busy clashing with Zhang Ping, suddenly let out a creepy, twisted laugh. He kicked off Zhang Ping to retreat, barking at his crew to fall back now. Lu Sisi stared in shock and asked, "Is that the god bird? Isn't that the beast that went rogue? How did they even summon it?" Seeing it charge a massive energy ball, Zhang Ping yelled out a warning. "Everyone, look out!" From high above, the bird spat dozens of fireballs, aiming right for the group. Zhang Ping zigzagged through the flames. Long Tham was stunned. These psychos actually managed to call that thing out. He tucked and rolled, dodging fireballs that were whistling past him from every direction. He realized something weird. The god bird wasn't acting crazy or out of control. He looked over at Ma Bin's crew, confused. Why isn't it attacking them? No time. He charged straight at them. Ma Bin glared and swung his blade to block, snarling, "You really want to die?" A system alert rang out. Pure water body activated. Zhang Ping turned into a flowing stream, sliding past the blade. Ma Bin snapped his head up, seeing a massive wave of fire rushing toward both of them. The fire slammed into the ground. He jumped back just in time, panting and gripping his sword. "Think you're clever, kid?" Still in water form, Zhang Ping laughed. "Takes one to know one, doesn't it? You guys were pretty reckless calling that bird out like that. Aren't you even a little worried it's gonna die right here?" Ma Bin spread his arms, his voice shrill. "That bird is our family's guardian. You'll all be dead way before it is." Zhang Ping ducked the flames and yelled, "Everyone, over here! Plan B!" Gripping the king's gem, he shouted, "You two seniors, do exactly what we talked about earlier." Diep Trong Xuan and Tu Than Ba appeared as a tree man and a stone man, shouting, "Got it!" and facing the bird. The king's gem activated, giving a massive power boost to the contracted guardians for a short time. They both leaped into the air, charging the god bird. "Hey, you stupid bird! We're your opponents now!" Ma Bin's jaw dropped in total shock. "What? Tathanba? I thought you were dead." Tathanba grunted at the bird. "I will deal with you later." The purple-haired girl stared into the thick smoke where everyone had vanished. Zhang Ping's group is gone. I lost them. Ma Bin saw his targets get away and roared. "A decoy move? Seriously?" He turned and barked, "Move it! They can't be far!" The crew shouted their agreement. Up on the cliffs, everything went deathly quiet. Zhang Ping held the fog lamp high, leading the way. "This way, guys. About 10 kilometers to go." Lu Sisi followed behind, sounding totally worried. "Before, all of you teamed up and couldn't even scratch that firebird. So, can these two old-timers really hold it off?" He looked back with a grin. "Chill, I already planned for this." While running, he explained that the mountain ancestor is a mutant beast with a serious case of territorial issues. If that beast catches a whiff of something as strong as that firebird, it is definitely going to lose its mind. The two old-timers are already packing those morning glory flowers. His voice echoed through the trees. "So, we just need to stall until the mountain ancestor shows up. That is when those morning glories finally come into play. If we can spark a massive brawl between the two beasts, we can slip away." Lu Sisi frowned, looking worried. "But what about that investigation team? If those jerks decide to jump in, will our plan even have a chance of working out?" Trong Bin remembered them dodging those flames. "I specifically steered that divine bird right toward the investigation team earlier," he replied. "But that firebird kept on bringing the heat, forcing those investigators to scramble for their lives every single second. This basically proves they have zero control over this massive divine bird. It is a total wild card." He shouted back while sprinting. "They must be using something to jam the bird's senses. That is the only reason the bird isn't aiming its deadly attacks directly at them right now. They are staying on the sidelines because they know that jumping in too early would just make things a total disaster." He bolted forward. "No matter what, those guys are going to be hot on our heels very soon. We gotta move. Over with Ma Bin," Chu Tam Sich yelled. "Captain, we have completely lost their trail. No presence at all." He suddenly thought of that fog lamp and started whispering to himself. Only something like the Nightingale lamp or Chu's special mountain bird lamp could hide top-tier fighters this fast. It is just not possible. But Huang Wu is missing a lantern. How on earth is Truong Bin hiding the energy of that many people? He pulled out a box. "Whatever, I'll handle it." The girl with the purple hair tried to stop him. Captain, that thing is going to wreck your body with side effects. Are you seriously going to use that right now? Chu Tam Shich jumped in too. Yeah, Captain, Trung Bin only has one top-tier fighter left. There is no need to go this far, man. He opened the box to reveal an eye glowing with dark purple energy. Since when did I start needing you losers to worry about me? He snapped. His eyes bulged out like a freak. If Truong Bin actually escapes into the trial zone, are any of you ready to pay for that massive failure? The guy broke into a sweat, but Ma Bin just ignored him and swallowed that eye whole. He grabbed his chest, groaning in agony as he collapsed to one knee. The eyeball slid down, making his stomach bulge out. Ma Bin threw his head back in pure agony. Screaming through the gut-wrenching pain, his eyes turned a deep purple. He gritted his teeth and roared, releasing all his stored souls. Ma Bin used his 3,000 vengeful spirits. Thousands of dark purple souls exploded out of his body, swarming everywhere like a nightmare. He pointed toward the group and barked an order. They might be able to hide their energy, but they can never hide their soul traces. Let us go. Follow these spirits. The whole squad took off, chasing after those glowing purple ghosts. Those purple evil spirits caught up to Truong Bin. He looked back, his eyes wide with shock. What the heck are these things? Why does this stuff feel so much like my fog? Those vengeful spirits quickly swirled around them. He had a bad feeling these were tortured souls. He watched in a daze as a spirit blocked his path, forming a sharp blade from its own body and slashing at him. He ducked to avoid the hit. Feng Tianlai punched straight through the spirit, a look of pure disgust on his face. First it was zombies, now it is vengeful spirits. Why do these guys use such dirty, disgusting tricks? Ma Bin's goons finally caught up. The girl with the long purple hair screamed, "Let us see you try to hide now." She hovered in the air, charging a massive fireball, while the other guy fired an arrow. He barely managed to tilt his body to dodge. Feng Tianlai swatted a sneak attack arrow out of the air. He looked at his smoking palm. That guy's power was actually pretty legit. The purple-haired girl hurled the fireball at the group, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Just go ahead and die." Truong Bin and Feng Tianlai were swallowed by the flames. Through the thick smoke and dust, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey girl, that is some serious firepower you got there." She was speechless. He stood there covered in fire, activating his immortal Scarlet Phoenix form. "Your little fire show was actually perfect. It gave me the kickstart I needed to trigger this immortal form of mine." She was totally stunned. She couldn't believe her powerful flames didn't even leave a scratch on him. It made no sense. Just how many secrets is Truong Bin hiding? Both of them turned around as Ma Bin barked out an order from behind. "You two, go take care of those other annoying obstacles right now." Ma Bin's hair turned pure white as he grew taller, lugging a massive blade. "I'm taking Truong Bin out myself," he roared. Behind him, a ghostly spirit bared its fangs. Right in front of them, Feng Tianlai dropped some Beast King martial arts to whip up a massive fire tornado. The purple-haired chick stares at the inferno, realizing her powers are getting totally shut down by this guy. "This fight is all you," Chu Tomshich says dead serious. Suddenly, a flying dagger zips through the flames straight at the old man inside the fire. That blade slices right into the fire tornado, splitting apart to strike him. He has to block with both arms and retreat fast. He is in total shock, thinking, how the heck did those shards actually manage to pierce my skin like that? Chu Tam Shich blasts through the tornado and charges right into Feng Tianlai's face. The guy pins two blades against the old man's shoulders. Chu squints his eyes, totally impressed, saying, "Not bad, kid. You got real power. Today, I'm actually going to play with you." Over on the other side, Truong Hu Trung is getting completely tangled up by those nasty wraiths. Liu Sisi, Tran Min, and Kim Ba rush in to help, swinging wide to drive those ghostly spirits back. Purple Hair gives a shady side eye and scoffs before launching a massive, roaring fireball. "Take a bite of this," she sneers. Truong Bin grips his scythe, spotting the huge blast behind him. Long panics and screams for everyone to wait a damn second. Ma Ban lunges with a flashing blade, hacking away without mercy. "You really got time to worry about others right now, punk?" He leaps into the air to get some breathing room, but the guy stays on him, swinging wild and screaming, "Just die already." The blade whistles down, but Truong Bin turns into straight liquid, flowing right past the strike to escape. He floats away as Long mutters a curse, totally annoyed. Why is this guy acting like a complete psycho right from the jump? Bin eyes that glowing orb on the guy's shoulder. Is this crazy rage just the power of the armor taking control of his mind and body? His gaze is instantly locked onto that weird glowing eye. Suddenly, a wraith shoots out of the guy's messy hair, aiming straight for his throat. He flinches, shouting, "Wait, it's got a mind of its own? What the heck is this thing?" He fires back with dark mist while Long thinks to himself, looks like running away isn't going to be an option today. He quickly swirls a ring of purple dark mist around Ma Ban. A system alert pings, "Dark mist minus 200 points." The guy glares at those glowing red stones popping out of the trap, sounding totally confused. Wait, are those red gems? His eyes flash bright as he cheers. The weapon contract just unleashed the water element from CC's power. He slides past with the scythe, freezing the guy's vitals solid. Another alert hits. Scythe tool has successfully converted 160 units of dark mist. He stares at the scythe wrapped in blood-red water, wondering, how the heck does this thing feel so light all of a sudden? The notification continues. Dark mist levels at 760 out of 1,000. Truong Bin suddenly snaps out of it. Something's wrong. He's not even trying to block. His body starts warping, face twisting as gross tentacles sprout out everywhere. Ma Ban's frame keeps getting more jacked, and his fingernails are turning into razor-sharp claws. He gasps. Could a curse be running his body, and now it's finally backfiring on him in the worst way possible? A massive wraith shadow towers over the guy. To Tin Zhao's voice screams a warning. Truong Bin, get out of there right now. He raises his scythe to block, totally shocked. That is to Tin Zhao's voice. A huge wave of suspicion hits Truong Bin immediately. That was definitely her voice. Is she trapped inside that thing? And what exactly is that eye supposed to be anyway? Why does it keep pumping out so much pure terror like this? Facing this monster with the octopus mouth, Truong Bin knows his only option is to appraise it. A few seconds later, the appraisal succeeds and starts replaying some old footage. Everyone there is frozen like statues, faces filled with pure confusion and looking like all the life has been drained out of them. A little girl sobs while hugging her mom tight. Mommy, I'm scared. Don't worry, baby. I'll protect you. Everything will be fine. A young guy turns around and speaks to the crowd, his voice sounding super blunt and incredibly urgent. Duong Yu Yet, the Chu family's 3 squads in Minchao City are definitely never going to let you off the hook. He barely gets a few words out before a hooded guy kicks him hard, sending him flying into the pit while he's screaming some seriously foul insults. Shut your mouth. Then he turns to report to the boss man standing right there next to him. It is a middle-aged guy with shoulder-length hair and a super serious face. My lord, everything is finally ready to go. He gives the order softly. Start the process now. That kid who just got kicked seems to recognize exactly who this man is. He stammers out, Captain Ma Ban, you guys are supposed to be part of the investigation team. Ma Ban stays silent, letting his crew activate some kind of magic circle that looks seriously dangerous and sketchy. In a flash, the hooded squad forms a circle and touches the ground. The magic formation ignites, filling the entire space with a super weird and creepy red light. As everyone gets shoved into the pit, they are all panicking and asking the same thing. What the hell is going on? Out of nowhere, cold sweat starts pouring the second I lay eyes on this total nightmare. Then, gross, slimy sludge bursts from the floor, trying to swallow every poor soul in sight. It gets worse. Freakish demon hands claw out of the muck, dragging down anyone brave enough to fight. The air is filled with constant, bone-chilling screams. Help! Somebody help! This poor girl is just sobbing her eyes out, trying to escape the pure terror. Mommy, where are you? What do you freaks even want from us? Why is this happening? Just let us go already, please. But wait, there is more slime-covered madness. Creepy ghosts with twisted smiles are literally dropping from the sky right now. Everyone is panicking and asking the same thing. What even is this? These weird monsters just keep coming, and there is absolutely no way out. Within minutes, everyone gets swallowed up, turning into these gross, unrecognizable black shadows of their former selves. This half-god, half-demon eye is wide open, watching every bit of the chaos. Even Ma Bin is caught up in this evil magic circle on purpose. But now, he is totally losing control, unable to fight back and screaming like a total lunatic. The thing trapping everyone right now is some nasty stuff called the Eye of Evil Grudge. This creepy eye was made by a scorpion demon. It seals up endless evil spirits that love eating human souls and dragging wandering ghosts back from the deep afterlife. Talk about a bottomless pit of despair. This eye is apparently on the same level as that high-tier dark mist essence stuff. Is that thing a parasite? Things are getting way too intense and unpredictable for my liking right now. Zhang Ping is out of options. He speaks up and says, Sorry, Captain, but I have to scrap our original plan right now. Captain Situ looks totally stressed and asks, What the heck are you planning to do, kid? Look, everyone is literally risking their necks to give you a chance. Do not waste your time on him. He pops a soul stone into his mouth and calmly tells the captain, I get it, but this guy is pure evil, and I am not letting him off. Zhang Ping pulls it off and activates the King Gem, boosting his beast contract powers to the max. Zhang Ping pulls it off and activates the King Gem, boosting his beast contract powers to the max. With his fighting spirit through the roof and a massive grudge, he shouts, I am ending this creep right here, right now. Backed by the King Gem, plus his own raw power and some serious combat skills, he is ready to roll. Zhang Ping grabs his gear and charges straight in, glowing with this dark purple energy that looks just as scary as the monsters. He swings his sickle with everything he has got, but that monster is still way stronger than Zhang Ping could ever imagine. Even though he is pushing his limits, the beast just swats him away like a fly, sending him flying backward across the floor. But he is not quitting. If he cannot attack, he will just switch to defense. Zhang Ping dodges those lightning-fast strikes from that ugly freak like a pro, but the beast is so incredibly ruthless that it still manages to graze his shoulder during the chaos. A massive slash opens up, and fresh blood starts spraying everywhere. That octopus-faced freak opens its mouth wide and slams its sharp weapon into the dirt, aiming right for Zhang Ping's head. Luckily, he turns into a water stream and zips right past that sharp blade, thinking to himself that was way too close. Did this guy get a massive buff after transforming like that? Right then, Zhang Ping gets a crazy power-up, and his attack power jumps by 5,000%. He is feeling pretty good about that number. 5,000% should be plenty to handle this mess, right? So Zhang Ping stops wasting time. Now that he is supercharged, it is time to get back into the fight with that beast. This time he is way faster, landing a massive hit right on that monster's gross wiggling tail. The tail gets sliced clean off, showing all the gross guts inside. Zhang Ping backs off to stay safe after landing that killer blow. His mind is racing as he taps into the massive power boost from the King Gem. Now he can control 2 different powers at once. Even better, he can actually stack them together for extra damage. The monster is totally losing its mind now, growling and swinging its blade like a psycho, while glowing with a scary red light. The tables have officially turned. Zhang Ping is running the show now, leaving that monster crying in a corner while he just stands there looking like a total boss. This is what happens when you mix dark mist body with false fire. And get this, despite looking like a total nightmare, its name is actually pretty girly Min Diem. Zhang Ping stands perfectly still. With a tiny flick of his wrist, he summons a ghostly arm made of pure, mysterious energy. He aims right for the demon's weak spot. That creepy eye has to be its Achilles heel. The second he thinks it, he is already making his big move. Zhang Ping swings his scythe like a bolt of lightning, ripping that glowing purple eye straight out of its nasty socket. A new status screen pops up, and he gets that sweet achievement notification sound. He just took down the Eye of Evil Grudge and hit level 20, officially becoming an advanced Awakener. Zhang Ping checks the loot, and even Long Thumb is totally shocked. Slaying the Eye of Malice actually triggered an instant breakthrough, launching me into the high-level Awakener ranks. Right then, a new notification popped up. The King Gem unlocked a bonus effect, but for some reason, the user cannot access it yet. This is getting weird. Zhang Ping froze solid, staring at his palms as his very life force was being sucked right out of him. This upgrade defaulted to the gem. Looks like choosing that mid-level breakthrough was the ultimate power move after all. No wonder I haven't been getting any new abilities from the gem lately. Is this the actual path to reaching a much higher evolutionary tier? The monster inside Ma Bin's body ditched him, leaving him whole again, while Zhang Ping stayed stuck in a total mental spiral. But hey, I can still snag new powers through the mutant eater path. For a guy like me, that's not even a problem. Yeah. Ma Bin slammed his sword down to brace himself and stand up. Heavy gasps tore from his throat as he looked around in shock. He never expected this situation to go so completely sideways. He obviously was not cool with this ending, his mouth curling into a wicked and totally shady little smirk. He mumbled under his breath, "You really think this is over? Think again, kid." Then he glared at that dark vortex. He figured if the Eye of Malice had totally snapped his control over it. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping was still obsessed with finding his friend. Where is Su Jingjiao's soul hiding anyway? Ma Bin is clearly holding a massive grudge. At this point, his heart is turning pure black without a shred of regret. He is actually rooting for a tragic ending. He claimed that if that evil eye was still in his body, the consequences would be absolutely insane. Jianglin better get ready for the fallout. As the dark purple smoke finally cleared, Zhang Ping spotted Su Jingjiao's silhouette appearing in the distance. But the sad part? She looks totally out of it, like she is being held captive by some kind of freakish spell. Back at the fight, Yu Zhang let out a bored sigh seeing that the ghosts were not thinning out. Didn't we just finish a round? Why are there still so many? Liu Sisi panicked and started guessing. The vibe of these spirits is totally off, not like the ones before. Zhang Ping joined his crew to crush these pests. As a monster ghost brushed past him, he felt something strange. No, he felt nothing. His eyes darted to the side, looking completely stunned. Suddenly, Zhang Ping was in a different dimension, no more green forest or open sky. This place was just pure, bottomless darkness. Where am I? He wondered. Out of the shadows, a figure came sprinting toward him, screaming for help in a voice full of terror. It was some random guy running for his life with a look of pure panic. He kept screaming for help while a pack of wild wolves chased him down. Is anyone there? Please, help me! Even weirder, the guy did not even see Zhang Ping. He ran straight through his body while still screaming at the top of his lungs. Even the wolves phased right through him without stopping. That is when Zhang Ping realized these things were actually just souls. The guy ran for a bit before his luck ran out and a wolf pounced. Now those cries for help were just pure despair. The freakiness did not stop there, because suddenly, Zhang Ping's own heart skipped a beat. It happened at the exact moment that guy was being finished off. He was totally confused as the chest pain got even worse. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest. What is happening? Why am I feeling what that soul feels? Every time that guy falls, Zhang Ping's chest tightens up. It is painful and totally unbearable. Lying on the freezing ground, a theory popped into his head. I was just dragged here by some soul power. Is this their final memory of dying with all that pain left over? The moment that guy finally died, Zhang Ping's heart twisted with a pain that was even worse. He was drowning in these sensations while struggling in this void. Outside, Yuzong was having a rough time fighting off the monsters that were trying to take over his body. Did Zhang Ping just figure out the real power of the evil eye? Let us find out. Now he is sprawled out on the ground, and more blood is starting to stain the floor everywhere. Because the number of souls dying here is increasing by the minute, just as he tried to stand up, a blue ribbon fluttered by, mocking him until he yelled out. What is this now? Suddenly his whole body went stiff, and he could not even speak. No, a massive demon is standing right in front of him. He kept begging, please, don't. The tiny life it is targeting is Su Jingjiao. The girl Zhang Ping has been searching for this whole time. Seeing her dangling on the thin edge of life, Bin could only beg his heart out. Stop right there. The monster loomed over Jiao's weak and lifeless body. Suddenly, Bin's entire body felt like it was being sliced by 1,000 blades. His agonizing screams didn't even reach the end of this void. He shouted until his voice cracked and his tears turned blood red. You piece of trash, Bin growled. I can take this Thien Thuong Ho demon any time, but even trying his best, he couldn't touch the beast since he was basically a ghost himself. Caught in a total panic and agonizing pain, Bin suddenly started questioning everything. Am I feeling her pain now? Is this my freaking karma? Right then, another version of Tin Jiao appeared. Bin smirked and stood up slowly. Senior, I knew it. You used your powers to split your soul before you died. He stepped forward, forced to watch his own body get devoured. It was pure, soul-crushing helplessness. He reached out to touch the soul of the girl before him, confessing his deep shame. I finally found your soul, but I still can't save you. I am so sorry for breaking our promise, but unlike before, he could actually feel her. Bin couldn't believe his own eyes. He stammered, his eyes glued to Jiao. Can I actually touch you? With every passing second, Bin got closer to the truth. Her soul hadn't vanished. She just burned too much power and became a lost wanderer. If this is the spirit world, then she's got to be a living soul just like I am. He stood there, carefully weighing every theory in his head. This array looks identical to the last one. Is Ma Bin using these ghosts and our living energy? If this really is the spirit realm, she has to be alive, just like me. He pulled out the king's jewel, his mind filled with pure determination. If we get sucked in, we're toast. He looked at Zhao's floating soul, his heart hardening like stone. No way was he going to just give up and quit. He had to bet it all. Failure wasn't an option. He had to sign the contract and end her suffering. Time was running out. Bin charged through the sea of souls, desperately forming a counter-array. Instead of that creepy red glow, his circle radiated a soft, cool blue. His array lit up the darkness with blue light, and then he let out a roar. Suddenly, from the black void, countless sharp chains burst through the ground and shot upward. Bin kept screaming, trying to snap her soul out of that deep trance. Zhao, listen to me. Bin tried to shake her spirit awake. You're not like these other ghosts, okay? You aren't dead yet, so you need to wake up right now. Even with chains crushing his legs, Bin didn't stop shouting. Did you forget your dream? You wanted to join the defense force and protect your family. Finally, his hard work paid off. Zhao's eyes snapped open as she whispered about her dream. Bin's strong, gritty voice made the chains around his legs shatter into a million pieces. He kept pushing, pulling her back. You hoped we could fight for the same thing someday. As soon as chains broke, new ones grew right back. Bin grabbed Zhao's wrist, refusing to let her drift away again. He sounded desperate, totally losing his cool. Every time I survived a hopeless spot, wasn't it because you were protecting me? Even as they were pulled apart, Bin gritted his teeth and held on, staring into her eyes. He reached toward her, handing over the king's jewel with a warm, gentle smile. Take this, Zhao. Don't be lost anymore. Memories of their old, peaceful days came flooding back. Every single image and sound felt totally real, ringing in her ears. Zhao, want some candy? Get lost. Who'd want to be controlled by you? Those sweet memories finally woke her up. Her eyes weren't empty anymore. She grabbed the king's jewel Bin gave her and swallowed it, just like he said. The contract with the summoned beast was a success. Bin looked at her and commanded, "I order you. Stop this." Zhao closed her eyes, and the order worked its magic immediately. Her body went back to normal, and she woke up right in Bin's arms, feeling shy. "Bin, is that really you?" Seeing him half sunk in the array, Zhao totally freaked out. "Wait, what is going on?" He was over the moon, grinning like an absolute idiot. "Finally, you are actually awake, thank goodness. Other souls are still thrashing around inside that creepy circle." "Ah." Truong Bin quickly broke down the situation so she could understand. "Looks like this spell grinds souls down. Once you are swallowed, there is no escape." His voice dropped to a low whisper right then. His eyes went dark as he leaned in to whisper, "Thank God I woke you up. At least now we can say goodbye without having any regrets." Tin Zhao got annoyed, pinched his cheek hard, and snapped, "You idiot, do not even think about giving up this early." Truong Bin let out a relieved smile. Longtham thought, staying positive in a mess like this is actually pretty wild. It was all thanks to her. But suddenly, he panicked. Tin Zhao was still just chilling outside the whole mess. "Wait, how are you still outside the spell?" Just like that, he was suddenly yanked free from that magic circle too. Truong Bin screamed as they started free falling through the air. They hit the dirt. One looked like a total disaster, the other looked totally epic. Truong Bin clutched his head and groaned at Tin Zhao. "Seriously? I am dying over here. Could you not be a little more gentle?" Then he patted his sore spots and let out a little giggle. He seemed totally fine now. "Wait, why do my wounds feel totally healed already?" Look, no matter how strong a person is, without some serious soul power, they are doomed. Tin Zhao calmly broke it down. "Without that, your mental and spiritual growth will always have a hard limit. But I am built different. I have trained my soul since I was a kid. Now, I can even mess with other people's spirits." She slowly explained the whole deal to Truong Bin, who was standing there looking totally clueless. "Basically, as long as your conscious mind is still there, I can fix your soul no matter how shattered it gets." Tin Zhao looked up at the magic circle, which was still hovering there, totally intact and glowing. Normal people cannot resist what this spell does to the soul, but for me, honestly, it is not a big deal at all. This trap cages countless souls, feeding off their pure resentment to keep itself powered up. Then she mentioned the only possible way they could actually survive this. If we can just bust these souls out, we might actually be able to shatter this whole spell. But pulling them out one by one would take way too long. Tin Zhao excitedly threw out a new suggestion, her face lighting up with a bright grin. "When I patched up your soul earlier, I ended up tying our spirits together in a permanent bond. Now you can borrow my soul power to mess with the other spirits trapped inside there. Use the dark mist and see if you can drag them out." Truong Bin gave a casual nod. "You got it." He stood up tall, looking super confident as he summoned his power. He told Tin Zhao, "I can finally set these people free now." Truong Bin slammed his hand onto the ground. Hundreds of chains rose up on his command, stabbing right into the magic circle above. In a flash, he was back in reality, standing in that familiar forest. "Wait, am I really back home already? Where is everyone else?" Right then, someone walked up and sighed at Truong Bin. "Phew, you really do not hold back, do you?" Tin Zhao flopped onto the grass, huffing and puffing at him. "That little stunt drained way too much of my soul energy. Just how strong are you now?" Truong Bin awkwardly scratched his head and gave a shy laugh. "Hey, you are the one who told me to pull them all out at once." He paused for a second and gave a massive grin, finally feeling totally relaxed. "You are finally back. To Tin Zhao, you really kept everyone waiting for a long time." Tin Zhao gave him a warm, sweet smile. "Yeah, I always knew you were the one who could pull this off." Suddenly, Truong Bin remembered something important and decided to keep talking. "Oh, right!" He excitedly showed Tin Zhao the new look he had worked so hard on. "This is the body I remade for you. Finally, it is time to use it." Tin Zhao looked totally embarrassed and asked him, "Have you really been carrying this physical body around with you all this time? I am glad you did not forget about me, but honestly, this whole situation feels a little bit creepy." She added one more thing. "Actually, I have been by your side this entire time. You just could not feel my soul presence. When you first started sculpting my new body, I actually tried to merge back into it. But as she reached out to touch that lifeless doll, the same thing happened again. Even though my power lets my soul leave my body behind and attack someone else's mind and spirit, I still cannot just force my way into another person's physical body." She kept talking excitedly, her ideas flowing out like a nonstop stream of text in her head. "If I tried to steal a body, their power would just eat me alive. My soul would be trapped in there forever, and I would never be free." As she said that, her shoulders slumped down and she looked totally lost in her own thoughts. Maybe my subconscious thinks this body belongs to someone else, so my soul just fights it. Only Truong Bin could stay positive in a mess like this. If that is the vibe, then we are golden. Ho Hoi cracked a grin, keeping it 100 with Tin Jiao. Listen up, recognize this body as yours and get back in there. Boom. Tin Jiao's soul slammed into the vessel. Seconds later, she blinked. Her brain was still buffering as she fused with the new skin, looking totally lost. Wait, that whole process only took 3 seconds? Tin Jiao was legit floored. Was it really that easy, or was I just tripping for no reason? Tin Jiao suddenly hugged herself tight, shivering and giving Truong Bin a majorly suspicious side-eye. You are not going to make me do anything weird later, right? He cleared his throat, acting tough while dodging her gaze. Please, what kind of guy do you think I am? Right then, the rest of the squad showed up. They touched down together, finally looking a lot less stressed. Vuong Feng Tianlai hit the ground and started venting. Crap, being stuck there doing zero was beyond annoying. Truong Bin saw everyone safe and felt the weight finally lift off his shoulders. Her soul power literally saved us by smashing that formation. Tin Jiao bragged, easy money, did not sweat it, but the hype felt off. Something bad was coming. If our crew made it back from the soul realm, does that mean Ma Ban is also? Tin Jiao saw his worry and hit him with comfort. Relax. She pointed out Ma Ban's lifeless body nearby, his soul totally wrecked and scattered to the wind. Usually, you need a whole team to pull this off, but he sacrificed himself to force the start. He traded his life just to keep us trapped. Too bad he did not count on me or you waking me up. Truong Bin stared at the corpse, thinking hard. These thugs had beef with your grandpa for ages. Guess it is karma that you finished them. Feng Tianlai kicked the body just to be sure. The rest of those losers are handled. No one is standing in our way. Lu Tutu eyed the girl. Is this the Tin Jiao? How did she snap out of that silence so fast? He tried to speak, but an earthquake suddenly rocked the place before he could say anything. Tin Jiao screamed, "Earthquake!" Lu Tutu felt it too, and she was definitely not liking this vibe. Something is wrong. This is not a normal quake. Something is under us. Truong Bin looked at the firebird burning in the sky. Could that really be the mountain ancestor? The firebird soared with pure dominance, looking like a total boss. It radiated enough power to make anyone sweat, locked, and loaded with 1,000 fire arrows. The bird was not the problem, the earth dragon was. Its nose alone sent shockwaves through the forest. One tiny breath from that thing could flatten an ancient tree. The bird did not flinch. It turned its life force into a massive inferno to blind everything in sight. From the shadows, to Thonba and Diep Truong Xuan saw the morning glory flower working its magic. Things got way too intense, so they both bolted back. Truong Bin and the squad are waiting. Let us move. Sido asked around. Is this the gate to the training grounds? The trio watched the scene unfold in total silence. Truong Hu Trung was panicking. Where is the door? Sido kept it real with the facts. You are just looking at the cover. Only Truong Bin can unlock the actual entrance. We just need a little more time to get ready. Truong Bin stepped up. He turned and flashed a grin. Chill here for a bit. The mountain ancestor is starting. Senior Deep and Senior 2 will be here any second now. Tin Jiao stuttered the name. Tu Thonba? Truong Bin laughed. Yep, your grandpa. I only knew your tricks because he told me. He looked at her, totally chill. That is why I could jump in and save you from that trance. The crew is busy celebrating their big win, totally clueless that every step is being shadowed by those black cloaks. Some scarred freak, probably one of Ma Bin's goons, orders his squad to stay tight. No way their captain dies for nothing. Deep in the dark woods, Zhang Ping is getting the fire going for dinner. He drops a massive slab of meat onto a hot rock. Thick smoke rises, carrying that mouth-watering smell through the trees. Man, that is pure heaven right there. While Zhang Ping is just chilling and grilling, the rest of the squad is out there sweating and training like crazy. Wang Feng starts preaching that you never slack off on training, even when there is no fight. Kim Ba is all about it. Honestly, the only one not having a good time is Chen Min. That poor guy is struggling. Kim Ba keeps using him like a human weight, lifting him up and down. He just sighs and thinks, why do they always pick on me? Zhang Ping is so locked in on his steak that he has no clue someone is creeping up right behind him. A shaky, pathetic voice comes from a skeleton thin guy. What are you whining for? I am starving. Got any food? Zhang Ping jumps out of his skin and screams, Holy cow, where did this zombie come from? Did the village ancestors attack? The others just laugh. This zombie does not even have a scent. He is weak as hell, like seriously pathetic. I would not even take him for free. Who is the loser that messed up a corpse ritual this badly? The dude collapses, clutching his book like his life depends on it. A zombie can at least move. I am just a corpse. Zhang Ping feels bad for the guy and hands him a giant piece of meat to cheer him up. Hang in there, buddy. Eat up. You have had it rough. My pure body could never make up for your lack of fat anyway. Nearby, the girls are in their tent. A few girls are huddled inside the tent, and Manhwa decides to break the ice and start talking. So, I heard Zhao Zhao and Zhang Ping were classmates. Does that mean you know 222? Zhao Zhao just smiles. Back in school, Zhang Ping never stopped talking about Sister Tutu. I am so glad I finally get to meet you. Tutu gives a warm reply. Yeah, I left the orphanage before Zhang Ping started school, so we totally lost touch after that. Manhwa gets right in her face, teasing her. Oh, so that means Tutu was the first one on the scene. Totally. Zhao Zhao says it with a bright, high-pitched voice that is just too cute. No matter what, we are fighting side by side now. I am counting on you, sisters. Manhwa freezes. Did she say sisters? Most people treat her like a kid, so she is pumped. She dives in for a hug and starts laughing like crazy. My sweet little sister, come join our cleanup crew. I promise I will always have your back and treat you right. The three of them are messing around when Zhao Zhao suddenly hears a voice she knows by heart. I finally found you guys. It is her grandfather. Zhang Ping steps out, showing some serious respect to the old man. You two have had a rough time. Is anyone hurt? Diep Trung Xuan asks in a raspy, deep voice. It is fine. That spirit bird lost its mind and started attacking everything. It is probably still duking it out with the mountain ancestor. It has no time to worry about us. Zhang Ping feels like a massive weight just slid off his shoulders. That is great. Then Wei Zhao Zhao sprints out of the tent to greet Than Ba. Grandfather. The old man turns around fast. Zhao Zhao dives right into his arms. She holds him tight and starts sobbing before she even realizes what is happening. Than Ba cannot believe his eyes. Zhao Zhao, you are actually awake? His voice shakes with pure joy. Is it really you? Zhao Zhao. Zhang Ping watches the emotional reunion, feeling the heavy vibes. Then he starts explaining everything with total honesty. That ritual he was doing pulled in all the local ghosts. Zhao Zhao's soul accidentally got sucked into that mess as well. Like the elder said, Zhao Zhao was not actually dead. Her soul was just stuck in a deep slumber. So I took the chance to pull her back from that state. Plus, by using this brand new body I specially created for her, the girl standing right here in front of you is the 100% real Zhao Zhao. He keeps petting her head. This is amazing. This is just so great. Zhao Zhao, my sweet girl. Zhao Zhao tells him through her tears. Grandfather, we thought you were dead. And my parents, they are both gone. He gets it and takes the blame to comfort her. It was my fault. I failed to protect everyone. I am so sorry. I apologize. If it were not for that traitor, I never would have left you all to face this nightmare alone. Seeing Zhao Zhao in pain makes him hate that cold-blooded captain even more. He is absolutely fuming with rage now. Where is Ma Bin? Where is that scum hiding? Zhao Zhao wipes her tears and gives him a little smile. Zhang Ping made it crystal clear. He is dead, kid. You finally settled the score for your grandfather. Rest easy, the debt is paid. Than Ba gave her a solid, encouraging look. Good girl. He flashed a warm smile at Jing Zhao, gently patting his granddaughter to calm her down. Zhao Diao has really grown up. Right then, Than Ba looked like he took a hit from nowhere. He stumbled, then just collapsed onto the dirt. Everyone panicked and rushed over, yelling, Grandpa, Senior 2, Brother 2. Zhang Ping quickly checked Than Ba and told everyone to chill. He has got some nasty internal damage, but it is not going to kill him today. He probably just pushed himself way too hard. Do not freak out. He also told the group it was purely exhaustion. Look, with injuries like these, I can only do basic first aid. It is going to take some real time for him to bounce back. Senior Ye, I will check you next. Then you two can head into the contract bag to get some serious rest and recovery. Chang Xuan felt totally fine leaving his old pal with Zhang Ping. Fine, I will leave it to you. Once Zhang Ping finished up, he immediately went back to work. He was ready to carry the load without complaining, looking totally fresh. You guys sleep. I am taking the night watch, no big deal. Seeing Zhang Ping standing guard alone, the two captains from that cloaked gang started whispering to each other in the dark. Old Bai, they are all asleep. Maybe now but the guy called Old Bai shut him down instantly. No way. Do you not see Zhang Ping on watch? We cannot underestimate that guy's dirty tricks or his power. Do not forget how our captain got smoked. We do not even have a top-tier Awakener here. If we wake them up, we are all dead meat. Another guy chimed in, trying to keep his voice as low as possible. Old Bai, headquarters sent reinforcements. Looking at those ninjas with symbols on their foreheads, the cloaked guys started to get the shakes. But these dudes looked seriously creepy. Since they arrived, they have not said a single word to anyone. Old Bai was loving it. He totally trusted them. If the family sent them, there is no way they are weaklings. However, the smartest move is letting the 8 levels of training wear them down. Then we can just strike from behind. Remember this. Unless I give the order, nobody makes a single move. Got it? Early the next morning, everyone was wide awake after a solid night of rest. Sidu started dropping some valuable intel. Apparently, there are 8 different training levels in this trial land. Each stage has its own nightmare, like the snake rainforest and the venomous swamp of death, the fire, scorpion, desert, wolf, snowfields, monster island, illusion plains, the plateau of death, and heaven mountain. Sido flashed a confident smile at everyone. You have to beat the first 7 stages in order just to unlock level 8. Those are basically the rules I figured out back in the day. He added that since Zhongping is only level 20, the difficulty should not be too crazy. Time in here is 30 times slower than the outside world, so we can take our time. Just remember, everyone might see a different landscape or challenge. Right as he finished talking, the training space he was describing started to appear. Si-Du tried to give a few more tips. If you want a specific scene, just grab the person seeing it and have them go first. Cece watched and shouted out, I can see the rainforest. Yu Zhong was just as hyped. I see the rainforest too, though I am not 100% sure about it. Yu Zhong saw everyone grabbing hands and started yelling at them. Why are you guys so eager to hold hands and ignore me? Chen Ming joked that maybe someone is too scared to go and should stay behind. Besides, the captain said this whole thing won't take that much time anyway. Yu Zhong screamed in frustration, wait for me, I am not even on the ride yet. He rushed over and grabbed Chen Ming's hand to complain. Seriously? Do you guys actually think I am scared to die? Just wait until we get in there. My brave fighting will blow your minds. One by one, they stepped through. Moments later, the entire group had entered the training zone together. That mysterious group immediately told each other to follow. Do not let Zhang Ping escape. The whole gang sprinted to make it before the portal slammed shut. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a damp, lush green forest that felt totally different. It was cold and a bit creepy here. The team, led by Captain Zhang Ping, looked around in awe. They told each other this rainforest was unlike anything they had seen. The air was so thick and humid, it made everyone feel like they were part of nature. Trial Land, Tropical Rainforest. Mission: hunt down and kill the leader of the Morning Bird clan. Cece suddenly pointed into the distance and made an announcement. Everyone look. Zhang Ping felt something strange. This place actually has a mission alert system? One member asked, Captain, what on earth is an Iba bird anyway? I gotta be real with you. I have never heard of that beast. Maybe it is super rare like the heaven fox? When the questions get this tough, C2 is the only one who can answer. Honestly, I am not totally sure. Even though the training zones are fixed, the actual content changes every single time we come here. My last target was the purple flame salamander. They are basically everywhere, but they are absolute pros at hiding their scent from us. If you are not paying attention, it is nearly impossible to find any tracks. His hologram is actually sharper than the real guy, like, watch out for the stuff creeping up behind you. C2 finished, and everyone immediately saw they were surrounded by snakes. Big ones, small ones, all with blood-red eyes and a thirst for blood, just waiting to devour the whole team. Hu Trung and Tin Jiao were the first ones to start sobbing. Engan Long stepped up to chill everyone out. Don't worry, I lured these snakes here, he sadly admitted, showing his bleeding hand. My blood is like candy to these mutated snakes. When they catch my scent, they just react naturally. It is a great chance to get some info. He walked right up to the snakes and started petting their heads like they were old friends he had not seen in years. Good boy. You are the leader, right? Can you tell me what an Iba bird is? Oh, that is a bummer. Ngan Long rubbed his chin, translating the snake's hiss for the group. They do not know either. Looks like we are going to have to figure this one out ourselves. Ngan Ho stood there with his arms crossed. These snakes have heads smaller than an almond. What could we actually learn from them? These snakes are chill until you hit a nerve. Suddenly, one turned huge and glared at Ngan Ho with pure rage. Who you calling small? He jumped back, his shoulders stiffening as he started stuttering in total fear. No, nothing. Seriously, big guy, I am just talking. Please just let me go, okay? Tu Tin Jiao stayed back for a minute, but her head started spinning and her ears were ringing. Without her medicine, she whispered a complaint to Man Ni. Jiao Jiao, you okay? Trum Bin covered his nose, sounding urgent as he warned the team about toxic gas. Truong Hu Trung, where are the gas masks? Get them now. Hu Trung patted his belly and grinned like he hit the jackpot. Here it is. Belly fat tech, gas masks. Everyone got a mask to block the toxins, and they actually looked like cool accessories. Truong Bin was worried about Tin Jiao, so he hugged her thin shoulders. He sounded so frustrated. Dang it, my powers cannot neutralize this specific toxin. Then Kim Ba pulled out a small tube filled with glowing golden liquid. Use this. My golden blood can cure just about any poison. Thanks, Big Kim. After that, Truong Bin handed the lead over to Ngan Long for a while. Long, let these snakes lead the way. We need to find somewhere safe before anything else happens. This humid rainforest is home to all sorts of wild beasts. The ecosystem is wild and mysterious. The lead snake took charge. It wiggled its body with so much energy that a teething baby monkey jumped back in shock. It even carried Ngan Long and Ngan Ho on its back. Tran Min took off his mask and said the fog was thinning. Vuong Feng Tian Lai took his off too and blurted out, "Really? I do not feel any difference at all." Tran Min explained it is because his body is just way too strong. Getting complimented like that made Feng Tian Lai laugh. "I told you, all that training is finally paying off." Yeah. Truong Bin curiously picked up a beautiful pink feather from the ground. His eyes lit up instantly. Truong Bin stared closely at the massive tree in front of him and noticed it was completely hollow inside. "Is this tree hollow?" Lu Tutu came over to check and guessed that some insects had probably eaten it away. No wonder such a huge tree just collapsed like that. The leftovers had been rotting for a long time. It was probably neglected so long that it just decomposed completely. Truong Bin held up the feather and asked the biologists, "Jiao Gan Long, what kind of bird is this from?" "They call this bird the Tui Wai." Truong Bin whispered the name, sounding deep in thought. "Tui Wai?" He hesitated for a second. "Are you thinking this feather has something to do with the Iba bird?" He replied. "I cannot really say yet. The golden vault has been collected. In a place this huge, there has got to be more than just one bird species." The group stopped for a second, then kept moving, totally missing the evil eyes glowing from inside that hollow tree. "Let's just look around for now. Maybe we will stumble onto a clue." Suddenly, evening began to fall over the forest. Truong Bin flaps his wings, cruising through the air, hoping to spot something juicy and new in the area. Liu Sisi leans against a tree by the lake, watching those birds hunt for snacks. After a few seconds, she pulls out some magic when nothing looks suspicious at all. Her ice magic slams the lake shut, freezing it solid. Those poor unlucky birds didn't even have time to flap before they were turned into ice cubes. Spiritual blast slammed the ice. The whole squad is out there competing to see who can snatch up the most birds. Their chirping echoed everywhere like crazy. The fire was already roaring, ready for a massive barbecue and to keep everyone nice and warm. Everyone huddled up for a chat. I mean, wasn't this supposed to be an easy mission? Total walk in the park, right? But where the heck is that Iba bird sign? Hu Trung muttered, mouthful of meat and sounding pretty bitter about the whole thing. How many birds gotta die for this? I actually feel kind of bad for these little guys, he said. Lu Sisi just rolled her eyes, looking totally fed up. Dude, you did nothing. How are you stuffing your face and your feelings at the same time? Hu Trung snapped back, totally annoyed. Hey, who says I did nothing? If I didn't have my gas masks, you guys would have been poisoned ages ago. They were laughing and arguing, missing the person hiding behind the tree. Truong Bin was the only one who noticed. He kept his cool and commanded, "Whoever is hiding over there, just come out already. We spotted you a while ago." The squad turned their heads immediately. "Is it an enemy? Doesn't really look like a threat from here." "Wait, am I the only one who didn't sense anything?" Moni stepped forward to break the ice and introduce herself. "Hey, don't be scared. We aren't here to hurt you. Where do you come from? Why are you out here all alone in the dark?" A cute little girl slowly peeked out. Then the girl asked, "Are you the heroes who came to kill the Iba birds?" The squad immediately started looking after her. Truong Bin sat close by and gave her a kind smile. "Hey, little sister, what's your name? Where's your home?" She stopped eating, with crumbs still on her face, and cleared her throat. "My name is Truk Chow, and I live in Truk Nguyen village." Suddenly she went quiet, her lips trembling, and tears started rolling down her face like he just poked an old, painful wound. Truk Chow broke down, sobbing between gasps. "The Iba birds, they attacked our village. Everyone there is. They just came for everyone." Truong Bin comforted her softly. "Do not be afraid. We are here to take those things down. Tell us everything you know so we can get ready for a fight." Truk Chow explained what she remembered, even though it was her first encounter. Wait, actually, I should say it was the first time I ever saw what they really looked like. The story started months ago when a guy from the village brought home a seriously beautiful woman from somewhere else. After that, she would sing every single morning. Her voice had this crazy, irresistible magic that no one could ever fight against. Pretty soon, the villagers stopped working and hunting. They spent all day just waiting to hear her sing again. I honestly did not think anything was weird until yesterday when I got knocked out by some fruit. When I woke up, I finally saw that woman's real face. She looked exactly like the legendary Iba bird from the old stories our village used to tell. The legends say they show up as gorgeous women and use their singing to totally hijack people's minds. The mental energy from those poor people ends up as bird food. She basically just sucks them dry. I tried to wake everyone else up right then, but nobody would even look at me. Everyone was still totally lost in that bird's melody and ignored me completely. But then, my frantic actions quickly caught its deadly attention. I ran away from the village terrified, but weirdly enough it didn't even chase me, and then I bumped into you guys. Truk Chow got emotional as she talked. Tin Jiao stepped up and put a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. The legend says whenever an Iba bird appears, a hero from the outside world will come to kill it. I saw you holding that Iba feather, so I figured you were the warrior. Truong Bin frowned. They eat mental energy, so they can mimic humans. He started putting the pieces together, so based on what you said, the bird's power is definitely some kind of mental attack. Tin Zhao spoke up. Yeah, I can help everyone figure out what the Iba bird's true form looks like. But right now, we still don't know if her singing has any other nasty side effects or tricks up its sleeve. Truong Bin wanted to move fast. Time is running out. We need to go now. Truk Chow, lead the way. Let us help you wipe out that bird in the village first. Then we can use appraisal magic to learn more. Maybe we can find some major clues that way. By the next morning, they had finally arrived at Trukwin village. Truk Chow ran ahead shouting, Dad, Mom, I brought the heroes back to save us. Lu Sisi scanned the quiet surroundings and whispered, Wait, there is nobody here at all. Truk Chaw's face fell in total despair. Normally, this is when the Iba bird starts her song. Where did everyone go? The girl ran forward, ignoring her own safety. Dad, it is super dangerous. Kid, do not run off. Zhuzhou bolts toward a massive house and throws the gate wide open. The girl is shaking, teeth gritting, and sweating bullets. Hidden inside are dozens of those nasty Iba birds. They grin like creeps. Seeing humans, they flare their wings and scream a bone-chilling screech. Sharp feathers fly everywhere, hitting the team and leaving everyone dazed and stumbling through a total mental fog. Manni whispers, We walked right into a trap. Good thing some of us stayed outside. They are not knocked out, but their ears are definitely ringing. What is that noise? It is freaking deafening. Those Aba birds snatch up our crew and rocket into the sky. They circle above like total jerks, mocking the survivors who are down there losing their minds and screaming at the top of their lungs. Those damn birds. Wang Feng and Zhang Ping floor it, chasing them down with nothing but pure rage in their voices. You are not getting away. In a heartbeat, those vicious pests take a heavy beating and start screeching in absolute agony. Kim Ba, Man Yi, and the others are in a free fall from the clouds. Zhang Ping burns his spiritual energy to catch them safely. Wang Feng zips through the flock, handing out explosive gifts that go boom and leave the birds spinning in the air. One stubborn survivor dodges the blast, opening its sharp beak to unleash another brain-melting scream that is about to hurt like hell. Wang Feng freezes up against that freaky sonic attack and slams hard onto the ground. That had to hurt. Zhang Ping rushes in to help, yelling for them to stay put. Lu Sisi grabs him, shouting for him to wait a second. She scans the chaos, sounding super stressed. These birds are way too sneaky. We just got played and walked into a massive ambush. Everyone is banged up. If we rush in like idiots now, things will get ugly. Zhang Ping just stands there, thinking his next move. Just then, Engan Long steps up to calm the crew. Yo, Zhang Ping, big brother, listen to this news. I had some local snakes track those Aba birds. The snakes told me these creatures are actually Thui Y. Yeah, believe it or not, they used to be real human beings. We are not exactly going to introduce ourselves as fellow humans now, are we? That would be awkward. Scan complete. Mutant beast identified. Iba bird. It is a mutated flamingo. 2-star potential. High rank mutant. Level 29. Talent, terrifying phantom sound. This thing is no joke. It burns mental energy to blast a screech that messes with your head using crazy illusions. It slowly brainwashes listeners based on their age and power. The amount of time it controls your mind varies for everyone involved. At high volume, it can flat out wreck an enemy's mind. It is definitely a high-level psychic type ability we are dealing with. Zhang Ping alerts the whole squad immediately. These monsters definitely have some serious psychic powers. Stay on your guard, people. My contract gem gives me insane mental strength, so that sonic blast did not do a damn thing to me. I am totally fine. A few chicks cannot move yet, so their parents have to haul food back to the nest to keep them fed and growing. The villagers might still be alive, just locked in the nest, but if we keep wasting time, their luck is going to run out fast. Suddenly, C2 speaks up. Listen, Zhang Ping, the people in this trial are just simulated beings created from ancient ruins specifically to build a hardcore environment for our training and development. Their memories only exist for the awakened ones who are actually going through this training. They are not exactly real people. The smartest and safest move is to just chill until everyone recovers. Then we can go in as a full team. Zhang Ping hates this idea and mumbles to himself. He looks at little Zhuzhou, still unconscious on the ground after that massive shock. He cannot just walk away. To me, they are innocent lives that are totally helpless. Their lives are worth protecting, regardless of whether they are just a simulation. If there is even a tiny shred of hope left, I cannot just stand here and do nothing about it. Even with all the unknowns, Zhang Ping tells C2 not to worry. I have got enough confidence to take down that damn Iba bird myself. If things get way too hot for me to handle, I can call seniors Diep and Tu for backup. We definitely will not end up in a death trap. Hearing that, Liu Sisi and Tu Tinjiao lose their fear and have no reason to be scared anymore. Then I am coming too. She narrows her eyes and says, my main focus is also psychic energy, so my defenses will hold up just fine. Tu Tinjiao is also fired up and wants to chip in on this mission. Count her in. I can provide mental protection and support. Just leave it to me. Zhang Ping happily asks the purple-black Na. Adai, do me a favor and lead the way. Tu Tinjiao sits on Na's back, hesitating as she looks up and asks Zhang Ping a question. Zhang Ping, can the people staying behind really handle a counterattack from those birds? He confidently emphasizes to her that the wings of those nasty Aiba birds are basically trashed and useless now. I broke half of them already. They will not be brave enough to return to Trukwin village anytime soon. Besides, the only other threat here are the snakes. But with Zhao Ganlong on our side, we really do not have much to worry about. Zhang Ping pats Na's head and gives a sincere smile. Old Zhao, I will not forget what these snakes did for us today. Right then, C2 suddenly pops up and gives everyone a serious warning. Listen up, people. Something is wrong. This den's layout is exactly how it was 100 years ago, but we are clearing the trial way too fast. Zhang Ping immediately understands what the old man is implying. You mean these ruins are just wide open on purpose? Tudo shook his head, his eyes twitching with pure anxiety. He was dead serious. No, it is just waiting for us to get cocky. Little Na was flicking her tongue out, making Zhang Ping feel super uneasy, so he called her name. Big A looked up, whispering to himself, is this the blood tree for real? Little Na led the trio straight to that massive trunk. Up there, those creepy Aiba birds were already lying in wait. Zhang Ping ducked behind a thick tree, scanning the area slowly while he started barking out orders. Scan complete in a heartbeat. Mutated beast, female Aiba bird of the flamingo race. 3-star potential, top tier level 33. Its special talent is called Phantom Soul Sound. It burns through mental energy to let out a screech that has a weird hallucination effect. It slowly takes over the listener's mind based on their age and raw power. The total control time varies depending on the high intensity and volume of the sound. This thing can literally shred the enemy's mind with direct mental damage. Zhang Ping gasped as he read the stats. He didn't see those other Aiba birds there. Are these two just on scout duty? He turned around and whispered to his teammates, Liu Sisi and Su Jingjiao. Female, level 33, same talent as the last one. Hit the throat bone and they are done for. The two Aiba birds just sat there on the branch, wings twitching wide open and then snapping shut. Big A stayed low on the ground, flicking his tongue as his cold eyes locked right onto those guilty birds up in the trees. It circled the trunk smoothly, acting like a scout for Zhang Ping's squad. Suddenly, from high up in the air, Liu Sisi and Zhang Ping appeared out of nowhere above them, ready to drop down with a double strike, hitting the birds while they were looking around. A sword and a fist punched right through them, and their screams echoed throughout the forest. They shrieked in pain, bodies torn open. Well, I guess that is what you call karma. Liu Sisi and Zhang Ping didn't let them bolt, using chains to drag them away by the necks. Su Jingjiao took the chance to give a quick status report. I finished checking. These are the only two nearby. The three of them stood in front of the tree base again. Zhang Ping told Big A, the entrance must be inside. You are way too huge for this, so stay out here and keep watch. Big A just hissed back as if to say okay. They kept moving deeper inside, only to find another damp, creepy forest waiting for them. Su Jingjiao suddenly gasped. There is a massive open space right under this tree. Zhang Ping looked worried and warned them. Clock is ticking, guys. We need to split up and take action now. You two stick together and support each other. If things get sketchy, don't play hero. Contact me immediately. Liu Sisi gave a quick nod. Fine. And just like that, they split up. Zhang Ping went solo, torch in hand, his eyes darting around to catch even the slightest movement. Moving through the silence, even a tiny noise grabbed his attention. Just the wind, he muttered, but he was not buying it. He kept scanning the area like a hawk. That sound didn't seem like the wind at all. It sounded more like someone breathing. Zhang Ping dropped low and started crawling forward. He was heading toward what looked like the cave entrance, where a golden light was glowing bright like real sunshine. Coming from the dark, he had to shield his eyes. Suddenly, he froze. His jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide with total shock. Watching those huge white eggs slowly cracking open with baby birds still inside the shells, Zhang Ping made a quick guess. These are Aiba bird hatchlings. He took a long look around and realized the breathing sound was coming from right here. Curious, he walked up to a fresh hatchling. Since they were just weak little chicks, they didn't seem like a threat at all. He stared at them and suddenly blurted out, their faces look almost exactly like a human being. That thought hit him hard. He gritted his teeth, a strange, dark excitement flickering in the back of his eyes. No one knew what kind of chaos was swirling inside him. Right then, his comms device suddenly started buzzing with a signal. We found the villagers. Looks like they are just in a deep sleep. We are going to start moving everyone out now. Zhang Ping hung back for a few more minutes, trying to piece together all the confusing doubts in his head. Those villagers must be live sacrifices, prepped as a buffet for these damn bird hatchlings. Facing the deadly threat to human life in this place, he instinctively pulled out his weapon, his aura turning ice cold. No matter how human they look, in the end, it is still just a game of predator and prey. He lunged forward without hesitation, wiping out every single one of those newborn birds in a total flash. He was certain that if they lived for even one more second, more innocent people would end up dead in this place. Mission accomplished. Zhang Ping radioed his team. I am coming to help you guys out. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the comms. It was a sign that disaster was hitting. Cece was currently carrying an unconscious girl on her back, her face tight with stress as she pushed forward. No wonder it was so easy for them to find the villagers. A swarm of Iba birds swooped in from the distance, ambushing them. Cece let out a helpless cry. So they really want to net us like fish. Jing Jiao quickly whips up a spirit shield to keep Tutu safe. She screams, Tutu, hang in there. We can't let these jerks win. For now, they're chill inside the glowing dome Jing Jiao threw together. Those crazy bird monsters won't stop screeching their hypnotic noise to mess with our heads. Jing Jiao drops to her knees, struggling to hold the line as her anxiety starts spiking. This place is a total lockbox. The sound waves keep bouncing around, and that mental shield is about to snap any second. Suddenly, the pressure vanishes. She jumps back, realizing the noise just stopped completely dead. Jing Jiao rushes over to shake Tutu. Hey, wake up, sister. Snap out of it right now. But looking at her pale face and those blank eyes, Jing Jiao loses it and screams. Tutu! That shout snaps her back to reality. Turns out she's fine, just needed a quick breather before charging out to block an Iba bird that was diving straight for them. The bird screeches in total rage. Damn it, why did the cursed melody stop? While it's fuming, some dude hits it from the blind side and even starts mocking it with a new name. You stupid chicken, where are you looking? Truong Bin swings his scythe, shredding the distracted birds, while the big boss barely dodges and asks a totally dumb question. When did you get here? Truong Bin smirks and says, Didn't that beat-up guard in the village tell you? Then he gets all preachy about its attitude. Do I need to give a warning before I pluck some feathers? Looking at its dead buddies on the ground, the bird panics and squawks, Who are you? Truong Bin isn't about to argue with a bird. He lunges forward, timing his move perfectly before unleashing a massive strike. The bird starts muttering some dark stuff in its head until a sudden warning goes off inside. Right then, it spits out a glowing blue sphere as the skulls around its neck start acting like soul-eating machines. It roars over and over, Turn into my puppet, you pathetic human. Then this bird freak releases a sonic wave 100 times stronger than before, shaking the entire place with one breath. The sound is packed with magic, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Tutu and Jingjiao cover their ears and close their eyes to survive. Damn it, this cursed sound is way more brutal than the last one. The monster bird snarls a threat at them. At this close range, nobody escapes my sonic blast. Even if you're some legendary king, you're not dodging this hit. But just as it stops talking, looking all smug and proud, a thin slash cuts deep into its chest. It looks down in shock as black blood starts spraying out. Truong Bin doesn't even flinch. He hasn't even covered his ears or closed his eyes as he starts talking trash. You really think this annoying noise counts as a mental attack? The bird monster is completely stunned. No way. How is my cursed song not doing anything to you? It just stands there frozen, watching blankly as Truong Bin makes his move, reaching out with a huge hand to crush the life out of it. The bird gets squeezed tight, letting out a pathetic, agonizing scream. Truong Bin leaps into the air and yells, "Shut your mouth already!" He brings down a massive, merciless strike, looking like he's been waiting all day to do this. And just like that, the first mission is a wrap. The system pings with a notification. The Iba bird leader is officially dead. Training is over. Distributing rewards now. Level increased to level 25. Truong Bin clenches his fist as things finally start to make sense. No wonder killing all those mutated beasts didn't do anything before. Turns out levels only unlock after finishing the training quest. A blue portal slowly creaks open, and Truong Bin just stands there, totally surprised by the sight. Rocks and debris start floating around like they're being sucked into the void. Tutu and Jingjiao limp over to him. Wait, the villagers are still trapped in the nest. Mani and the others are still back at Truknuan village. Tu pops up and tells Truong Bin to relax. This teleportation gate isn't going anywhere. Plus, Tu turns to the two girls to explain what's really going on. This kid blocked that cursed sound by basically ordering his own brain not to hear a single thing. We've got to snap him out of it first. They're both stunned, and the three of them just stare like statues. So that was it. Back at the village, everyone is cheering and thanking them. We're so grateful for everything. Seeing the crew packing up, the villagers look sad and ask, "Are you guys really leaving so soon?" Truong Bin smiles at the village chief and says, "Yeah, we've got some urgent business to handle." The old man gives a kind smile and says, "Well, we won't hold you up then." Then he and the whole village place their hands over their hearts. He speaks for everyone as the crew prepares to head out. As the village chief, I want to address you brave and faithful souls. Here's a bit of prophecy for you. What's happening to you guys isn't just luck. It's the silent turning of the wheels of fate. He speaks with real, deep gratitude. The enemies you're trying to get strong enough to fight are just pawns in a massive game. Just keep pushing forward, you hear? Zhang Ping's system just popped up with a completed hidden quest alert for rescuing Truk Nguyen village. Looks like we got ourselves a side reward. His face went dark, a mix of nerves and curiosity hitting hard. He blurted out, "Village chief, how do you even know my name? The squad is cracking up right now. This bonus reward actually bumped me up 2 whole levels. Not bad at all, right? Man, I put in way more work than you did. How am I only going up 2 levels? That is straight up robbery." Fine, it is obvious we were pretty much useless back there. C2 suddenly appeared, whispering some secrets right into Zhang Ping's ear. Usually, the experience you grind during training gets handed out based on how many monsters you actually take down. That is the standard. But this time, everybody got a level up. This hidden mission reward is a massive curveball and a total shocker for the team. He leaned in and whispered to Captain C2, asking what he thought of the chief's words. C2 looked shocked. "I thought he was just saying goodbye." "Wait, what?" C2 suddenly freaked out. He shouted, "Did you just hear a secret meant only for your ears? No way, man." Then he started rambling. Word on the street is people with infinite power can actually mess with the world's balance and rewrite reality. Plus, getting cleansed in these training grounds helps them unlock the deepest secrets the world has been hiding from regular people. I started the cleanup squad. On the surface, we were just taking down the Chu family's tyranny, but we actually had secret orders that totally flipped the script for Min Chao City. For the specific details of that secret, do not go telling anyone. Keep that stuff under wraps and stay quiet about it. Since this affects the entire world's path, just follow your gut and make your own choice. C2 ended with that serious warning for the kid. Time to focus on the next training session. Zhang Ping nodded, biting his lip with pure determination. Let's do this. Suddenly, the world shifted, and this massive swampy lake appeared. It was dead, quiet, like the kind of silence that makes your skin crawl. The whole squad got sucked through a portal and dropped into the middle of nowhere. They were screaming their heads off as they fell toward the water. Seriously? Why did we have to land right in this freezing, ice-cold water? Man Ni started panicking and screaming for help. "This current is pulling me under. Hey, fatty, throw me a life buoy right now." Hu Trung Yunhoer handed her the buoy but kept arguing his point. "Who are you calling fatty? This is what I call reserve buoyancy, okay?" Zhang Ping tried to keep it together and shouted out to the group. "Is everyone okay?" Tutu answered softly that she was fine. Tin Zhao managed to grab a buoy for herself and let out a huge sigh of relief. "Doing okay for now," she said. Right then, Tu Yet Teep felt a sharp pain from down below. She squinted, her face twisting in pain. "There is something in the water. You leeches actually think you can suck my blood? Gross!" More of them started swarming, their slimy bodies latching onto everyone's skin. Kim Banga let out a long, tired sigh. "This is bad, really bad. We need to get to the shore immediately." Tutu could feel her anger boiling over, pushing her to move faster. She growled that these tiny pests only deserved to be frozen solid. Zhang Ping decided to ask Little Na for help, since she was still fast asleep inside her crystal ball. "Looks like I am counting on you, buddy." "Hey, a die!" Suddenly, the massive snake appeared out of nowhere, ready for a fight. Zhang Ping yelled at everyone, "Get on the snake's back right now!" Now that they were safe from that nightmare lake, they could actually talk. But man, this swampy wasteland just went on forever and ever. Are we seriously not going to find any dry land before the sun goes down? Hey, can we please stay a little positive? Tutu looked at Zhang Ping and smiled as she asked, "Was not this snake at the last training spot? How did you bring it?" He got all excited and explained it. A blood pact is basically like we. It can send data across dimensions anytime and anywhere, right? Tutu heard his technical jargon and laughed. "Speak like a normal person, please." Zhang Ping coughed a bit and then told the story. "See, a Long and a Dai made a blood pact, and I wanted to test it. I wondered what would happen if a Long ordered a Dai to just hop right into my storage gem during the pact. Turns out the contract actually worked perfectly, so I just tossed it in storage and brought it through the teleportation portal with me. Looking at it now, everything seems totally normal, and there are no weird issues." Once Zhang Ping finished his story, he pointed out Narn Long, who was giving a Dai a massive hug. "Look how happy they are. Ingarn Long didn't care about anything else. He just clung to a die, crying his eyes out. I really thought I would never see you again. Ngarnho covered his face, looking shy. Bro, seriously? You are making me feel so embarrassed right now. Suddenly, C2's holographic ring started flashing. He had bad news. Did anyone actually see a mission notification for this specific training area? Tutu suddenly realized something. Now that you mention it, I do not think I saw any mission alert at all. Tin Zhao scanned the massive space around them. Is it possible we were so busy fighting those leeches that we just missed the notification? Suddenly, she lets out a terrified scream that rattles the very soul. A shadow drifts toward them on a boat. Truong Bin wonders, is that actually a human? An old lady stands tall on the boat, greeting them with a warm, kind smile. Finally, you warriors have arrived. She tells them all to follow her. Hu Trung is acting like an excited kid, perched proudly on that boat. He is playing hero, shouting lines about princesses in castles or at altars. This guy is way too extra. I am coming to save her. Truong Bin sends a telepathic warning. Watch your backs, this could be a trap. A Dai carries the rest behind the old lady's boat. Truong Bin mutters helplessly. Whatever. I guess we are just following. Tran Min Yan groans quietly, saying this fat kid is going to be our real challenge here. After an hour of rowing, they hit the toxic poison swamp and reach Vai Trung village. Everyone is totally shocked by the strange landscape. Even the entire village is floating on the water. It seems this training ground has no actual dry land. Hu Trung smirks. See that? It is my own brilliant decision-making. I definitely deserve an extra bowl of rice tonight. Tran Min Nan claps back. Sure, you are a genius. Too bad you are such a dork. They enter an old shack where an old man greets them. Welcome, heroes. Please come inside. Our village of V Trung finally sees a little ray of hope at long last. Once they all sit in a circle, the old man kicks things off with an official introduction. I am Vai Ton Bok, the village chief. This place is simple and humble, so we have nothing fancy for you. Sorry about that. Hope you understand. Tudu pipes up and asks, what is your relation to Chief Vian Hung? Vai Ton Bok stammers out that the man was his great-grandfather. Seeing that talking bracelet work is wild, this hero mystery is beyond anything they imagined. He gives them a smile, but a flicker of deep sadness washes over his face. According to ancient village legends, whenever we are in trouble, a hero appears to bring us hope, and here you are, our heroes. You guys probably know how this goes, so I will skip the fluff and get straight to the point. Here is the story of Vai Trung. In the waters south of the village lives a massive, sacred turtle called the moon-chasing black tortoise. He used to be really gentle and friendly with everyone. I always believed our people saw him as the village guardian and protector, but lately, he has turned violent and started attacking the villagers. This sudden rage from the black tortoise is very suspicious. Now we need you heroes to investigate, clear this mystery, and bring back the peace he used to have. Even if you cannot restore him to exactly how he was before, please help us calm his rage so no more innocent villagers get hurt. Truong Bin gets the mission loud and clear, so he steps up to comfort Vai Ton Bok. Do not worry, Chief. We will give this everything we have got. The old man looks back with pure gratitude. Wow, thank you all so very much. Vai Ton Bok, acting like a caring host, points over to a steaming pot of hot food. Heroes, if you do not mind, please have some soup. It might not taste great, but it will fill your stomachs. After speaking, Viton Bok leaves to let the group relax. He thoughtfully tells them it is getting late and they should sleep soon. Truong Bin eyes the bubbling soup suspiciously as the system triggers a warning. The dish has a very strange smell. It is not exactly poison, but it looks so gross you would not want anyone seeing it. Tran Min Yan keeps a straight face and teases the big guy, saying, Hey fatty, try this snack. He is hungry, but he has standards and refuses. This pot looks like pure darkness. I would rather starve than eat that. Truong Bin hesitates but tries to calm everyone down. Do not worry, the soup is safe. I do not think these villagers have any bad intentions. Tin Zhao is still worried, so she grabs Truong Bin's arm and asks if it is really safe. Tutu steps in and says she has not felt a single bit of hostility. Right then, Tudo leans in and whispers to Truong Bin. 100 years ago, the chief was Vian Hung. I helped them find special bird eggs to feed the black tortoise. Back then, the turtle was only the size of a wash basin. Tin Zhao suddenly blurts out a fact that might be a major turning point for them. It is weird, but usually a person's soul changes along with their emotions. Trukwin village was the same, but the souls here in Vai Trung are like a lake that is completely frozen over. They are still alive, but Truong Bin scratches his head. You mean these villagers are like the living dead we saw before? Hu Trung butts in, telling him to listen to how crazy he sounds. I am sorry, I just cannot explain it clearly. Truong Bin tells everyone to stay alert. If nobody has found any mission clues yet, then searching more is just a waste of time. Based on what we have seen before, the chief's invite is probably directly connected to our main mission. Middle of the night, silence everywhere. Viton Bach creeps out of the house to meet that old woman. His soft warnings to the crew still echo in the air. You guys just crash for now. We hit the road tomorrow. But those shady noises coming from Viton Bach are the real problem. He shoots the old lady a look, whispering that these sacrifices better be fresh and new. Next morning, the squad heads out to scout the situation. Our boy A Dai is behind the wheel, adorable as always. Everyone is whispering. This trip feels like it is dragging on forever and ever. My butt is literally numb from sitting so long. How much further does this swamp go? Tutu suddenly flips into full detective mode. Keeping your guard up really does make a massive difference, right? I can feel it, the water here is way deeper than any place I have ever seen. Suddenly, Tutu screams out a warning to the crew. Something is in the water, guys. A dark shadow blasts out from the calm lake, scaring everyone half to death. They almost fall right off a die. Tran Min stays chill, gliding on two swords like a boss. Troom Bin manages to flap his wings and rocket into the sky just in time. Good thing we actually prepared this time. He checks in fast. How is everyone else? Tutu reacts with lightning speed, instantly building a massive slab of ice for everyone to stand on. She yells that they are okay and she will make more paths. Right then, Troom Bin panics as the shadow lunges at Adai, dragging it into the deep. He shouts out. Poor Adai is caught in the monster's grip, letting out a heart-wrenching shriek. Truong Bin's eyes dart around in a total panic. He still cannot tell what that shadow actually is. What is that gray thing? Another snake? He grits his teeth, feeling the pain of Adai getting tortured. Seconds later, both of them vanish under the surface. The whole squad panics, screaming that they are gone. Truong Bin scans the area frantically. No, I can still feel him. Adai is close. The contract link is definitely still working. He screams at the top of his lungs, hoping his voice reaches the poor guy down there. Adai, by my command, return to the contract gem right this second. But the lake stays dead silent. No familiar hissing from Adai. Nothing. Truong Bin is losing it. Why is there no response? Usually, when a contract beast returns to its space, it turns into a bright, obvious light. Then he has a thought maybe it is still hiding down there? Suddenly the lake erupts with waves, soaking everyone and making them even more terrified. Adai is likely safe in the gem now. Tran Min shouts out that they are finally seeing its true face. Truong Bin nods along. Looks like we finally tracked it down, guys. The monster Viton Bach mentioned is the moon-chasing black turtle. The team does not wait for orders, they surround the beast, ready for a brawl. Truong Bin swings his divine chains, tightening them around its long neck while letting out a roar. Let us see you run now. Time for the usual move. Skill, identify. Information about the dragon-turtle hybrid monster pops up right before his eyes. It is a moon-chasing black turtle, a mutated two-headed species. High stats, massive power stored in that shell, and some seriously scary defensive capabilities. Truong Bin grinds his teeth. A royal talent, and it is a spatial type too? Not good. Seeing Kimba acting on instinct without knowing the risk, Truong Bin yells, Captain Kimba, get out of there. Kimba snaps back. What? Too late. That turtle wraps its neck around Lai Tian, Kimba, and Bok Duke, trapping all three of them. It drags them straight down into the violent waves. In a flash, the people and the monster are just gone. Truong Bin is shaking. He is floating alone in the air. This is bad. Everyone just got dragged underwater. Ba steps up now. He claims this terrain is his playground and offers to handle the beast himself. Truong Bin is grateful. Please, senior, to take over. Underwater, Kimba holds his breath, fuming and cursing the monster for such a cheap, dirty trick. While still in shock, he realizes the water currents are acting really weird. What now? The realization of a reversed river flow hits him as the turtle suddenly breaches the surface. Someone clearly stepped in to help because the crew finds an escape route. Tutu and Tinjiao are secretly pulling the strings nearby. Now the turtle is the one confused, letting out a miserable, pained howl. Ba keeps commanding. Lu, keep making that ice. I will handle the actual fighting under the waves. Tinjiao is worried about him. She yells that the guys are safe on the ice. The three cough up water and complain. Cough, cough. This water smells like trash. The turtle finally speaks up, hissing out words with total resentment. You greedy invaders do not just oppress my people, you occupy them. And now you want to kill me too? Truong Bin looks suspicious, calmly asking, Wait, so are there actually other invaders out there? He wondered if the village chief was hiding some dark secret. Floating up, he faced the black tortoise, trying to sound as chill as possible. Look, do not get us wrong, we are not here for a fight, but the beast still did not buy it. I will not let you get away with this. Ngan Long screamed from the shore, showing off his nasty, bleeding wound to prove he meant business. Hold up, if I put my life on the line, can we just chill and talk for a second? The black tortoise hesitated, its anger finally cooling off. It pulled its head back, staring at Ngan Long in silence before finally deciding to stop its rampage. Still, its voice dripped with pure salt. Fine, I will spare you for now, but that dude in the sky is no joke to deal with. The black tortoise sank back into the water, giving them one last friendly warning. If you actually manage to take him down, then maybe I will talk. Truong Bin grit his teeth, feeling the pressure start to build up. Is this some kind of sick joke? Another mutated beast? A new monster was circling in the sky, known to everyone as the frost cormorant. Just like the name implies, it was covered in pitch-black feathers with stats that were totally off the charts. Its talent was pure ice, its wings literally summoning storms. Reading this, Truong Bin felt a chill. Why do we keep running into these high-level freaks? The bird radiated a freezing aura just like the description said. Truong Bin, Tran Min, and Hu Trung stepped up to shield the rest of the crew. He roared at them to hold the line and stay in formation. But the lake was already freezing over, and before Lai Tian could move, he was turned into a solid block of ice. Tutu was the only one who could handle this thanks to her ice magic. From behind, Tuyet Tiep screamed that the bird's breath was stronger than a northern blizzard. Even Tutu was shocked by its insane power. Just one breath and the entire area had been turned into a sea of ice. This beast's ice power is way beyond my own. La Tian stood there with his arms crossed, calmly judging the whole situation. Playing around with ice in broad daylight? Fine. I am about to show you what the sun actually feels like. He gently stoked the flames, unleashing his immortal phoenix form in flame mode. You ready to get cooked like a Thanksgiving turkey? Lai Tian blasted off, going head-to-head with the cormorant. Shouting will not save you now. He slammed straight into the beast, roaring for it to shut its big mouth. The cormorant stumbled, losing its balance after taking a holy fire punch from Lai Tian. It felt like stepping out of a sauna, suddenly wide awake. Then it shrieked as tree vines wrapped around it. Are these kids really trying to steal my kill? Old Deep was screaming his head off too. The elders did not hold back, shouting for the bird to get its butt down there. Old Deep tightened the grip while cursing like a sailor. Freezing the lake was enough. Now just let me have some peace and quiet. He saw the bird use its throat pouch to block. Oh, an ice pouch? That is not half bad. Diep immediately checked in on his old buddy. Hey, old man too. You have not turned into an ice cube yet, have you? Tithanba started raining heavy punches on the bird's belly while explaining. My special ability is merging myself with any kind of inorganic matter, so even if I turn into water or ice, it is not going to stop me from moving. The cormorant flinched, but it was tough as nails. It did not take long before it chewed right through Old Deep's vines. The legendary trio of Kimba, Lai Tian, and Bok Duke stepped up, with Kimba leading the way with a cocky grin. I am definitely turning this bird into a feast today. He cracked his knuckles and shouted with pure excitement. Yo, you two old-timers, do you want to place a bet? Who is going to be the first one to snap this bird's wing? Bok Duke jumped in, saying the loser has to do 100,000 push-ups. Lai Tian went full god mode, using his magic to whip up a massive tornado with his King Bee style. The three of them swarmed the bird, taking turns punching it and spinning it around. It was totally dizzy with nowhere to run. Kimba and Bok Duke teamed up to target those wings. After landing a massive blow, Kimba got even more hyped, screaming at the top of his lungs once again. He fired a bright golden beam that shot straight toward the cormorant. Tin Jiao watched them go absolutely wild like that and could not help but blush from embarrassment. She turned to Truong Bin, who was awkwardly scratching his head, and whispered, "Are they always this aggressive and hot-headed?" He tried to make an excuse, saying they had probably been pent up too long since this was not a king beast. With the soul attack done, the trio gathered to chat, showing off their massive muscles even though they were in their 30s. One of them grunted that he still had not had enough fun. There really is a massive power gap between a mutant and a king. The cormorant was out cold, lying still on the frozen lake. Right then, the black tortoise suddenly popped its head back up out of the water. Can you guys not smell that nasty stench coming off of that thing? Hu Trung jumped back, looking like he had seen a ghost. Oh my god, when the heck did you get here? Tutu felt the vibe shift too. No way. Without thinking, she dived straight into the dark lake. Seconds later, Tutu spotted a horde of purple poison pills glowing below. Soul-stealing junk, obviously. She unsheathed her blade and sliced through them like butter. Truong Bin turned to the turtle. That nasty stench, it is coming from this thing. Hey, big turtle, those intruders you mentioned, are they actually from the Chu family? It looked confused. I don't know any Chu family, but you guys clearly aren't with those jerks. Hearing that, Truong Bin flashed back to what those low-life villains had said earlier. We are hunting the moonlight turtle. To handle that insane moonlight energy, we have to feast on deep cold sea cormorant eggs while they are still in their growth phase. To make sure the next generation grows up strong, groups show up here every once in a while to raid the village's eggs. A few days ago, another squad rolled into town. They used these freaky pills to mind control the birds and successfully made off with the loot. I thought it was over, but they forced the birds to slaughter the villagers. As the village's guardian spirit, I couldn't just watch. I jumped into the fight immediately, but I was totally outmatched. They beat me down and left me badly wounded in the dirt. They even tried to brainwash me with those pills. I had no choice but to use all my moonlight energy just to escape their clutches. Truong Bin processed the story. Damn, I didn't realize things had gotten this messy. But if it's that bad, why didn't the villagers say a single word to us? He turned to Tutu. Freeze that soul pill. I am heading back to the village to get some real answers. The turtle realized it knew Tudu and looked heartbroken. Some guardian I am. I couldn't even protect my own village. My oath to that master is broken. Just then, Tudu appeared, ready to comfort his friend after all these years. Old friend, stop. This isn't on you. We have the same enemy now. You don't have to carry this fight by yourself anymore. The turtle's eyes widened. That voice, it stared at the holographic image of its old master and asked, Master Tudu? Is it really you? It is absolutely him, but I can't show up as a human anymore. The turtle's heart sank. I never thought I would see you again after all these years, Master Tudo. If that is how it is, it stepped onto land. Hop on. I will take you all there. The massive turtle carried the whole crew on its back toward the village. The place was eerily silent. Truong Bin looked around, feeling totally uneasy. Where did everyone go? Is anybody even left? Hu Trung guessed. Maybe they are all just tucked in for the night? Tutu immediately shut that theory down with a firm no. No way. I don't sense a single heartbeat around here. Man Ni felt creeped out. Yeah, it is weird. How do this many people just vanish into thin air? Did we run into something I don't know? Paranormal? Hu Trung's soul nearly left his body at the word ghost. Ghost? Tin Zhao kept thinking. They gave us directions this morning. Even if they moved, they would have left some kind of tracks behind. The turtle jumped into the middle of the discussion. Wait, you guys actually saw the villagers? Kimba asked. Yeah, they were super friendly. Though that soup they made was literal trash. The turtle sounded very suspicious as it spoke up. But I saw those intruders butchering people left and right that day. In a massacre like that, how could there possibly be any survivors left alive in this town? Tin Zhao's eyes caught something, a puff of blue smoke leaking from a nearby house door. It floated there for a second before starting to drift away. It flickered and faded. Tin Zhao bolted after it. Truong Bin panicked. Wait, where are you going? She reached the house and touched the door. Her eyes went wide with shock at what she was seeing. Weird blue flames flickered around creepy puppets. She whispered, What is this? Truong Bin ran in right behind her, looking a lot more relieved. Fire is still hot. They must have just left. No, they did not leave. From the very beginning, they never even existed. Tin Zhao touched a puppet. The turtle was right. These villagers have been dead for a while. Spirit-binding puppet technique. Her voice sounded heavy and sad. They stuffed leftover souls into these wooden dolls just to pretend they were still living people. No wonder their souls felt so strangely peaceful earlier. It felt completely unnatural from the very start. Normal illusions wouldn't fool me. These enemies know exactly how we work, and they are playing us for fools. Outside, the rest of the crew scrambled to search the area. I'll check over there. Me too. Hu Trung held a pot of cold soup and looked at Man Ni. If the Chu family set this up, why didn't they just poison the soup? She answered him immediately. You think everyone is as simple as you? They know Bin's power. Using real poison would have been way too obvious for him to miss. Tudu chimed in. They lured us to the turtle's nest just to find a way to weaken our strength. Mission failed. The coward is running away again. Truong Bin felt uneasy. How did they know about Tutin Zhao's specific skills? Ma Ban was the only one in the loop and he's long dead. Is this really just a coincidence? While he was lost in thought, Kim Ba yelled out that they found a clue and to get over there. The group of 5 stood before a lake, the portal to the next stage. Tran Min analyzed it instantly. Turns out they missed the mission alerts because the quest was finished long ago. Where's the enemy? Truong Bin asked. The black turtle spotted a glow and reacted purely on instinct. Mr. Tu-Du stepped in. If the sequence here gets messed up, everyone gets booted out by the system. Since they were still standing there, it meant the others had moved on in the right order. He pointed toward the sand dunes. It was a vast, endless wasteland, making it the perfect spot for a desert ambush. Time was running out, but Truong Bin still stopped to politely greet the black turtle. We gotta go. Turtle, what's your plan now? It answered sadly. I've got nothing left to protect anymore. No clue what to do next. Its voice was flat, echoing with deep regret. New lives will eventually bloom here. These little turtles will grow up and become the next generation of guardian beasts. Truong Bin offered some comfort. If the past is dead, why not help us face our common enemy? Turtle, we need your power. It slowly closed its eyes and spoke in a deep, warm tone. Tudu's heir, you're way more fun than that old nerd. Maybe this new oath is just destiny playing its hand. It finally nodded, shrinking its massive body into a gemstone so Truong Bin could easily carry it along. Deal. Contract successful. Moonchaser Turtle summoned and now ready to follow his every command. Village business finished. The crew rushed toward the scorching desert. Like usual, the portal spat them out into freefall. Truong Bin was used to it now. He laughed while plummeting from the clouds. Falling like this had basically become a habit. But in the blink of an eye, the whole squad vanished. He was alone. He scanned the area, panicked. Where'd everyone go? We all jumped into the gate at the same time. Truong Bin called out to Tudo, his voice frantic. Captain, what the hell is going on? Captain, anyone? Suddenly, a bunch of strangers appeared out of thin air, mocking his infinite-level power. Hearing those unfamiliar voices echoing out, Truong Bin spun around, his stomach doing a nervous flip. Crazy that you took out 2 high-level mutants so fast, but our barrier is already set. It was the hooded squad. The brown-haired leader smirked. Welcome to the dead zone. Your powers are officially useless in here. Today is your funeral. The 2 leaders stood their ground, focused entirely on giving the kill order. Gonna take you 2 out first. Truong Bin tried to use his energy, but realized his mist was totally broken. Seeing him scramble and drop his guard, the 2 goons landed a heavy punch that sent him flying. Truong Bin skidded across the burning sand in a straight line. He clutched his stomach, scanning for an exit. A top-tier barrier built by high-level sorcerers. The Chu family really dropped some serious cash on this. 2 ninjas with glowing marks on their heads approached. Hey Bin, those powers you love? Gone, right? Don't worry. We'll put you out of your misery soon. During the heat of battle, insults kept flying. That it? My grandma hits harder than that weak punch. The glowing ninja suddenly teleported behind Truong Bin. Within 3 seconds, he grabbed him and shot into the sky, grip like iron. Gritting his teeth, he braced for the pain while analyzing the enemy's Beast King-style combat moves. The guy dropped him, but Truong Bin caught his arm, flipped the script, and slammed him down with a finisher. Serpent Fang strike. The ground where they hit shook violently as a massive cloud of dust exploded upward. The opponent was still grinning even though Truong Bin had a blade through his chest. He felt a sudden chill. Something was wrong. The ninja quickly retreated back to his partner. Truong Bin tried to make sense of it. He clearly pierced the guy's heart, yet he didn't even flinch. What really freaked him out was the fact that his blade didn't have a single drop of blood on it. Watching those 2 dance around so effortlessly, he suddenly started to wonder if they were the same kind of creatures he dealt with before. Is this guy for real? The crowd stood nearby, chatting like they were watching a movie. Hey brother, bet you he doesn't last 5 minutes. If I win, I'm taking that scorpion girl you're raising. Truong Bin is pulling some high-speed ninja moves right now, ghosting around to dodge the enemy's non-stop attacks. He charges the black-cloaked cultists, thinking, to kill the snake, you gotta crush the head. The guards spot his play and swarm him. Truong Bin just glides through the air, spinning away like a pro. Every move is smooth as butter. This is the Rabbit King style, the ultimate getaway move. He glares at the smug boss standing there. Truong Bin throws a heavy punch that just grazes his face. But that ninja from before catches up, ready to strike while our boy is still recovering from that miss. Suddenly, the mist rolls back in. He barely dodges the hit, but his head is spinning from the chaos. Those 2 bosses are holding the barrier core. They actually pause, shocked that he has the guts to charge. Sharp kid, take him out. He keeps pushing forward, determined to find a crack in their defense. An archer teammate points a lethal arrow straight at Truong Bin. The guy lunges and lets an arrow fly. Truong Bin is already moving, tracking the path of the shot. He pulls a clean flip, and the arrow whizzes past without a scratch. But the surprise is just starting. Before it can hit the ground, the arrow hooks a sharp turn, forcing him into another mid-air spin. That curve is totally insane. This time, luck runs out as the arrow shreds him, sending him hitting the sand. The guards pin him down. The 2 bosses walk up, mocking him for being some infinite-tier genius. The scarred guy laughs. You are nothing but dirt under the heels of my boots, kid. Bruised and covered in dirt, he looks them in the eye and speaks up loud. How did you guys isolate me like this? Where are my friends? The redhead gives him a death stare. He draws his sword. No point in talking. Take your questions to hell with you, kid. Truong Bin just smirks. Hell? How about I send you guys there on a one-way trip? Right. The ground starts shaking like crazy, and everyone starts freaking out. What was that? What did you do? He just smiles, knowing his bait worked perfectly. Releasing the soul lure pill, he kicks up a massive tornado to shield himself and boost his power. He still finds time to talk smack. Weren't you guys betting on how long I would last? What is this? I can't see him. The redhead is squinting, totally confused. Flame scorpions erupt from the sand. I am paying you guys back double for this. The crowd screams as the scorpions surround them completely. He jumped into a scorpion. The scarred boss watches the chaos, shouting at his men to move. Damn it, there are too many. Where is he? Redhead is fuming. He orders every level 30 soldier to dig up the whole desert until they find him. One scorpion slips away into the dunes. It is actually Trung Bin. He finally takes a breath of relief. Safe for now. While he tries to heal, he can't stop thinking about that redhead villain. Not again. Why is this image stuck in my head? He shuts his eyes, processing the info, and starts making a plan. Can a pureblood body sync with a hive mind? Maybe I can track my team this way. He uses the scorpion body to blast a sonar pulse into the air, searching for his friends. Where are they? Just like that, he gets a hit and cheers. Got it. To the northwest. Time drags on as the desert swallows his progress. 30 minutes later, he finds someone. Tudo is buried under the hot sand. The old man spots him. Trung Bin, who did this? We have been trapped for 30 minutes. What is going on? He just tells him he got ambushed. He gives a quick recap of the fight and shifts back to human. They sealed my powers. His chest is burning and he starts coughing up some fresh blood. Still, he pushes for a plan. The priority is getting the whole squad back together. He collapses into the sand. Tudo screams, trying to keep him from blacking out. Trung Bin keeps pushing, but things look grim. Everything suddenly went pitch black around him, like a sealed room. His body lies frozen in the scorching sand, while his teacher screams in total despair. Trung Bin! Trung Bin! Other fire sparks are acting weird too. The soul bait ring is finally working. Those cloaked dark cult freaks have total control now. They are tracking Trung Bin's trail, following exactly where he just vanished into thin air. The brown-haired guy scans the area and makes a bold call. He was last seen right here, then his scent just died. He looks down, but his eyes are still cold and full of hate. Ha ha, infinite rank? Please, he is just a prey that is good at running. The scarred boss standing nearby makes a suggestion. Old Bai, why don't you two go find that high lord? He loses it, snapping at the old man and cussing him out. Find him? Where? This is our only shot, and we are taking it. The brown-haired dude does whatever he wants, ignoring everyone. As for guarding this spot, I will send fire scorpions to hunt him down. Find him alive or dead. Luckily, Trung Bin was pulled into Man Ni's secret room just in time. His injuries are bad. Ribs pierced his lungs, leaving him with 3 fatal wounds. This is getting real dark, real fast. It is a miracle he finally managed to track us down. The squad is all here, circling around the unconscious Trung Bin. Cece starts speaking up, trying to make sense of the situation. According to the captain, the enemy totally shut down Trung Bin's power. Since when did the Chu family get this kind of juice? Situ sighs and shares his thoughts. We won't know for sure until he wakes up. Let's just wait. The peace and quiet lasted about 2 seconds. Man Ni's sharp senses pick up some seriously dangerous vibes nearby. Sounds like someone is outside. Lai Tian is already in a fighting stance, ready to throw down without a second thought. If they are knocking on our door, why would we ever back down from a fight? Jinba is on board, clenching his fists and demanding action. Man Ni, let us out there. We want a piece of these guys. Tran Min is the cool head here. He is anxious and tries to stop the 2 hotheads. You guys need to chill. We have no idea how strong these enemies actually are yet. Right then, Truong Bin's lips move. He starts shaking as his mind slowly comes back. Jing Jiao, who was watching over him, cheers happily. Truong Bin is awake. He grabs his pounding head and stammers. Where am I? Aren't we still in the training grounds? Man Ni smiles with relief and answers him. When we hit the Scorpion Desert, you were the only one missing. We tried calling you a bunch of times with no answer, so I figured you were in some deep trouble. The desert is brutal, so to save our energy, I opened up the shadow room for us. Truong Bin is exhausted, but hearing about the enemy makes him bolt upright, yelling, Oh, right! Those bastards from earlier! Jing Jiao frowns and warns him to take it easy. Truong Bin tries to act tough, but immediately slumps back down. Jing Jiao has to hold him up while he continues to talk about the situation. The enemies are leftovers from the investigation team, plus some assassins from the Chu family. I bet they followed us and snuck into the training grounds. 2 of them are absolute nightmares. They are crazy strong, feel 0 pain, and don't even bleed. After that brawl with those 2, he picked up on something really important about how they fight. The secret to sealing my power is on those 2 captains. When I launched an attack on them, I could feel my strength starting to return for a second. Truong Bin quickly recaps the fight and the moves he used. To test my theory, I used the soul bait ring to lure the scorpions and start a riot. When the dust blocked their vision, my powers actually came back. That was the only way I could hitch a ride on a fire scorpion and escape. He tells his teammates everything, leaving out zero details. So, I am guessing as long as they can't see me, their curse has no power over me. C2 hears this and decides to weigh in. If the Chu family had this trick before, they would have used it on me already. This means they must have picked up this move recently. Even the great ancestors' techniques don't seem to match this. Trongbin is still feeling uneasy. He admits his suspicions, especially since they were able to isolate him specifically. Logically, there is no way the Chu family could mess with the structure of the training grounds. He drifts back into his own thoughts. Is the village chief right? Is there some puppet master pulling the strings behind all this? The enemies you are fighting to get power from are probably just pawns in a much bigger game. He shuts his eyes tight. His headache is still there, and now he has all this messy info to deal with. We just don't have enough clues yet. First thing on the menu, wiping out the Chu clan once and for all. He clenched his fists, raising his voice so everyone in the room could hear him loud and clear. No clue where the Chu clan gets their tricks, but at least we finally know their roster and what kind of powers we are up against. They are just sitting up there, which means their little tricks can't crack the dark room. He kept laying out the logic, piece by piece, for the whole squad. His logic was solid, and the crew was hanging on every word. If my hunch is right, they cannot see Mani, which means they have no way to shut down her shadow room. This basically means we can retreat back there and catch a breather whenever we want. After talking it out, Truong Bin finally reached his big conclusion. His eyes narrowed as he dropped the hammer. We used this opening to pick those losers off, one by one. He didn't even know if the plan would fly, but before anyone could move, a sarcastic voice mocked the leaders from right behind them. Yo, looking for me? Truong Bin stepped out slow, his hands glowing with pure inner power and mystical energy. Those two had been obsessing over him since yesterday, practically whispering his name like they were in love. He stepped closer and tightened his grip, feeling power surge through his veins. But deep down, he was worried about the damage left over from yesterday's fight. Looks like they managed to nerf my power after all. But whatever. He pushed that thought right out of his head. Truong Bin was lucky to have such a killer squad. Since team leader Kim and director Huang were in their blind spot, they were still at full power. The gray-haired leader with the scar barked out a command. Well, what are you waiting for? Go take him out. Truong Bin felt his blood boil for the fight. He squinted at his rivals, a cocky smirk creeping onto his face. His gaze turned razor sharp. Man, you guys seem really obsessed with how much power I have. Then he started lecturing the crowd like a schoolteacher while secretly shifting into his spirit form to sneak up on the two leaders from behind. But hey, you should never just look ahead. He grabbed the bosses by their throats and shouted a quick signal to his teammates. Mani, pop the dark room. Copy that. Turns out, it wasn't Truong Bin holding them at all. It was actually Bok Duke. He used a transformation spell to pull a fast one. As the magic faded, the two leaders started screaming every curse word in the book. Damn it! Both of them managed to break free and squared up against Bok Duke. You really think an old man like you can stop us? Their cockiness lasted exactly 2 seconds before the rest of the squad stepped out to finish the job. Don't forget about us. Captain 2 stepped forward with a chill smile that practically screamed pure authority. He flexed his senior muscles on the two punks. You kids really think you are big shots now, don't you? Seeing him made them instantly shrivel up. Wait, Captain 2? I thought that guy was 6 feet under by now. This is all Ma Ban's fault. He did this, but Captain 2 didn't care. If enemies show up at your door, you fight. Period. He shot them a look that could melt steel. Shut up. I couldn't end him back then. So I'll just take my anger out on you losers instead. Tin Zhao saw that terrifying bloodlust and immediately ducked behind Tutu just to stay safe. I have never seen Grandpa this pissed off before. Meanwhile, the old man and the rest of the crew were already busy throwing hands. Happy shouts echoed everywhere while the enemies screamed that their arms were literally about to snap. Tutu gave Tin Zhao a quick smile and told her, Senior 2 has this covered. I need to go back up Truong Bin. Tin Zhao grinned and said, I'm coming too. I don't want to spend my day babysitting these two clowns anyway. Back outside, Truong Bin was hyped as he pulled out a secret treasure and let out a victory cheer. With those two out of the way, I can finally go all out. Check it, this thing is called a Covenant Gem. You can fuse this gem with special gear to seriously boost its potential. But remember, you only get one shot to fuse each piece of gear. He gripped it tight, looking dead serious. Time to test my new move with this fully buffed Scythe of Terror. I can double up on spells now and even turn them into long-range attacks. Fire Eater activated. Mist Body is now online. Truong Bin dropped low into a stance, bending one knee while keeping his other leg straight and steady. He gripped his aura-infused weapon with both hands, channeling fire and mist directly into the blade of his scythe. Everything was ready. As the enemies swarmed in, Truong Bin casually wiped the whole lot of them out with just one massive sweep of his blade. They flew off in every direction, hitting the dirt in 100 different ways, but they all looked like losers. The survivors panicked when they saw Truong Min and Tutu show up. More backups? Tutu didn't say a word, she just cold-bloodedly ran a guy through with her ice blade. Truong Bin was hyped. He grinned and asked, "Yo, what are you guys doing here?" Tin Zhao excitedly yelled back, "That annoying enemy who was jamming our powers is totally locked inside Manny's dark room now. Let's focus on cleaning up these low-level goons outside." He nodded, feeling a surge of confidence and fighting spirit as the plan took shape. Sweet, only the two top-tier gemstone contract holders left. Senior Deep, we will leave these high-level experience points for you to handle. Haha, you got it. Kim Ba was currently busy dodging the guy with the headband who barely escaped Truong Bin's blade just yesterday. He leaped gracefully into the air to evade the incoming strike, landing softly behind the enemy while keeping his eyes locked on his target. As soon as he spotted a gap in the defense, his sharp warrior instincts kicked in and he prepared to move. Right then, Kim Ba decided to activate his golden blood to finish this guy off once and for all. He landed a brutal uppercut to the gut, sending the dude flying high into the sky for a view. Just like Truong Bin's fight yesterday, this guy didn't take a scratch from the punch. Kim Ba froze in confusion, wondering why his attacks weren't working. The guy who just got launched swung his sword down with a massive crash. Kim Ba's reflexes were sharp, dodging it just in time. He quickly backed off to regroup with Lai Tian. These two are immortal, he thought. Lai Tian scanned the enemies and agreed with a look. Living bodies are fragile, but these things are a total nightmare. They are way more annoying than any normal living creature. Right at the climax, Senior Deep literally erupted from under the sand like a boss, surprising everyone on the chaotic battlefield. He used thorny vines to bind those two persistent freaks, shouting to the warriors, "Little Kim, Little Fuang, keep them pinned down for me." They both lunged forward instantly, using every ounce of strength they had to hold the two enemies firmly in place. Senior Deep grinned and told them, "Whether you are alive or dead, you need fuel to run. Everything has a limit, and I am finding theirs." Even though they had the upper hand, Kim Ba was still stunned. Senior Deep is a beast. Drain every last drop from them. Once their energy and spirit were completely sucked dry, cracks began to appear across the foreheads of the two captains. Two red coins with clown faces popped out of the cracks. Kim Ba gasped. Clown coins? Is that really where they get their power from? The tough guy captains were totally broken now, screaming and begging for mercy. "Stop! Please, do not hit us anymore." Bound tight and unable to move, they could only mumble through their swollen faces. "Fine, we will talk. We will tell you everything. Captain." To picked up the two trigram pieces and narrowed his eyes. "You used these to suppress everyone else's powers, didn't you?" Ma Bin used a dagger on me with the same vibe. Looks like all this high-level gear came from the same source. One of them sat up and explained the catch. But it takes both of us focusing 100% just to activate the thing. And while it is active, we cannot use any other skills. Tin Zhao used her psychic powers to confirm his story. "I have scanned his soul. He is telling the truth." Captain. To leaned in close, his gaze sharp enough to cut through steel. "So this was specifically designed to take down Truong Bin?" The guy nodded nervously, stumbling over his words. Seeing them hesitate, Captain, to drop the hammer. "I'm losing my patience. Talk. Who ordered you guys to go after the Chu family anyway?" The story started 15 years ago when Chu Diem ordered us to transport a shipment deep into the training grounds. Back then, the brown-haired captain was one of Chu Diem's most trusted inner circle members. He was constantly screaming at the spirit beasts to shut up, yelling that he had not slept in 3 nights watching over them. The scarred, gray-haired captain was just his subordinate, nervously asking, "Hey, Old Bach, are we really going all in with the Chu family?" Old Bach sighed, totally fed up with the questioning. "Fook Ba, why are you always such a nag? Can't you just follow the orders? In this world, you are either the one moving the pieces or you are just another pawn on the board. And nobody's like us? We don't even get to touch the board. We just do exactly what we are told." Fook Ba was feeling restless, but before he could even finish his sentence, Old Bach suddenly jumped and shouted, "Is that the contact?" The person he called a contact had a slim build, wearing a mask and a cloak that covered him completely. Old Bach signaled him discreetly. "Hey brother, what time are we heading out?" But his excitement was met with only cold, pure disrespect from the stranger. "Leave the cargo and beat it." Old Bach's blood boiled. He pointed a finger at the masked guy and started screaming. "Are you kidding me? My boys risked their lives for this haul. You think we are some kind of express delivery service? You think you can just dismiss us like that?" As the guy walked away without looking back, Old Bach charged after him, losing it. "I am talking to you." But he could not even manage to land a single finger on that mysterious contact person. The contact possessed insane divine power, blowing Old Bach back in the blink of an eye. Ants do not get to touch gods. Ba rushed over, shouting his friend's name in a panic. He helped him up just as the contact paused for one last word. He just stood there, but the sheer pressure radiating from his body was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. He spit out one cold word scram. Back at the interrogation, Captain 2 noticed the frontline team finally returning. You guys back already? You handle those punks outside yet? Zhang Ping felt the room go cold. Something was off. He muttered, "What is the deal? Did something go down?" Su Qingba slowly filled everyone in on the mess. Zhang Ping rubbed his chin with a fake smirk. Okay, so that is the play. But why do those Chu family snobs want the illusion Fox core so bad? And who is this mystery guy they are talking about? Don't tell me Ming Wu is mixed up in this too? The two goons started shaking and making excuses. We were just following orders, man. We swear, we do not know anything else. C2 didn't want things getting messy, so he stepped in to cover Old Bai and Fu Ba. Give it a rest. These two aren't lying. Seems these low-level thugs are clueless about the big picture. Still, that perception-warping skill from the Heaven Fox is just like the Illusion Fox stuff. The two dudes jumped as the shocks kept coming, their faces twisting in total panic. This is the ghost shadow of C2 Shibo. C2 stayed silent, eyes flashing with power. He snapped in a cold voice. Where is the person who took the Illusion Fox core? Old Bai tried to keep his cool while spilling the tiny bit of info he actually had. We have no idea, man. He ordered us to trail you and vanished after 2 trials, but his crazy power and high-end gear were way out of our league. We honestly have zero clue what major group he is actually running with. As he kept talking, his voice started shaking with a mix of curiosity and straight-up terror. A beast who slides in and out of the trial lands like that is probably another one of those infinite ability freaks. Finally, Old Bai manned up and accepted his fate. Look, I told you everything I know. That is all of it. As for the trash we pulled on you before, I get it. You have zero reason to keep us alive. Kill us or beat us, whatever. It is your call now. But Fu Ba was not that brave. He could not hide his terror and dropped to his knees, begging for his life. Please, just give us a chance to live. Old Bai stared at him, totally shocked. Fu Ba, what are you but Fu Ba cut him right off. Old Bai, you were the one who taught me to read the situation and play it smart. Small-time players like us were never meant to change the world anyway. It is better to live on your knees than die standing for nothing. Then they both grabbed each other and started bawling their eyes out. Seriously? Fu Ba and Old Bai? Zhang Ping broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that this scene was actually getting pretty gross. He thought it over carefully. These guys were low level, but they were still veteran members of the investigation squad. That meant they knew things. They definitely knew the score regarding the investigation team and everything going down outside the city walls. Plus, they might be the only ones who can ID that mystery man later. Might as well squeeze whatever value they have left. Finally, Zhang Ping dropped the only solution that was going to end this whole disaster once and for all. Look, I will give you both one chance, but from this second on, you do exactly what I say. No questions asked. You just need to swallow this gem to lock in our little contract. He acted like it was a choice, but Zhang Ping's terrifying expression said otherwise. If you punks actually want to keep breathing, you better start acting right immediately. Fu Ba and Old Bai exchanged a look. This gem was way more brutal than any dark oath from the Chu family. Did this mean that once they choked that thing down, they would basically be his slaves for the rest of their lives? Thinking about that made Old Bai's blood boil. He swallowed hard and ground his teeth in pure, silent rage. Cut to the tavern in White Iron Town. After pushing themselves to the limit in that brutal fight, the crew was finally relaxing. Zhang Ping's group was stuffing their faces and relaxing their aching bones. Yu Zhang took a massive bite of food and grinned like an idiot. This meal is worth every cent. If I die now, at least I will die full. Mani chimed in, looking just as hyped. I cannot believe Pearl City Cash actually works out here. At least we do not have to worry about going broke now. C2 was also having a blast, chatting it up with everyone else. Man, when I first started my training trials, this entire place was nothing but a tiny little tribe. Now look at how much it has grown. While they were laughing, some drunk guy from the next table stumbled over. He slurred, "Hey kids, you look like you are definitely not from around here, right?" Zhang Ping gave him a polite, open smile as he answered. Word is, a massive beast tide is hitting the town tomorrow. A beast tide? Really? The guy, with wine still dripping from his mouth, croaked back. Oh, are you talking about those nasty, dangerous wolves? I heard that whenever the pack attacks, a bunch of outsiders always show up to help the locals fight them off. Then he leaned in close and grabbed Zhang Ping's shoulder. But that is old news, kid. He kept talking, feeling like everyone at the table was his new best friend. I bet you guys already saw that giant machine up on the main city wall, didn't you? That thing rips 5 massive arrows at once. It does not even matter how many of those dangerous wolves show up, they are all totally toasted. You guys should just relax and enjoy your meal. But Zhang Ping wasn't buying it. He had a bad feeling. Is it really going to be that simple? Suddenly, Zhang Ping noticed Jing Zhao stand up and walk away from the table. He followed her and softly asked if she was doing okay. What is up? Jing Zhao keeps it real and turns back. Thinking about it, it has been a minute since I stepped foot in Pearl City. Her eyes drift toward the horizon, feeling all restless and hyped, wondering how much the city has actually changed while she was gone. Next morning, before the sun even peaks, the whole crew finally rolls into Pearl City. Down at a construction site, the crew is grinding away while a mess of loud noises bangs together. A big, round dude waddles over and starts screaming his head off at the workers. If you guys do not fix this trash shop in 3 days, I am going to literally bury you in the walls myself. One guy tries to speak up about the materials, but the boss just bites his head off. No excuses. I better smell fresh bread by tonight. Passersby hear him shouting like a total psycho and just stop to stare, judging him for being such a massive jerk. The deputy city lord is really putting in the work. Word is he played lapdog for the patrol just to climb the ladder. Back inside the city lord mansion, a few subordinates are bowing their heads to give the latest report. Your Highness, the city makeover is almost finished. As far as the humans know, this was just a natural disaster that the patrol totally handled. Luo Shiyu sits there with her legs crossed. Looking bored, she wonders if the city pigs are eating and sleeping well. A subordinate starts sucking up, saying everyone is raving about how she runs the place. What about the Chu family, Your Highness? Shiyu stands up to address the nervous underling's question. I know what you are worried about. The king is locked up by Sidu Bai, so you fear the Chu family might sneak in. Do you not trust me? The subordinate immediately slams his head on the floor, begging for forgiveness. No, I would never dare. She glides across the floor, her voice light but sounding totally evil. It is only a matter of time before the king kills Sidu Bai. As for that Chu family dog, a dog only sounds like a dog when it barks. As long as I hold the leash, we are golden. The subordinate starts whining again. But that guy, Huang Zeiming, no, I mean Chu Zeiming, he totally played us and lied. Shiyu already has this all figured out in her head. I know that. That is why the Chu family brought him back to make up for his mistakes. We actually need his status as the deputy city lord anyway. Deep in her private lair, Shiyu has been low-key watching every move Zeiming makes. He would not dream of trying to lie to us ever again. Suddenly, a mysterious voice pipes up from the shadows, dripping with a whole lot of sarcastic vibes. Looks like you guys are doing pretty well for yourselves. Shiyu's guard immediately bared his claws, growling like a total beast. Who is there? Shiyu snaps at the guard, telling him to wait. Seeing how reckless the guy was being, Shiyu decides to take him out right then and there. Remember, you losers are just pawns on my chessboard. The stranger just laughs it off, sounding super playful. Know your place, little fox girl. Shiyu asks, her voice shaking with a mix of rage and nerves. What are you doing here? The mysterious figure responds with a smug attitude. She has a pure-blood body, as you know. Our kind does not exactly have the ability to reproduce naturally. This was the contact old Bai mentioned. With just one drop of blood medicine, he literally brought that fox from earlier to life. Even if we can replace humans, it does not change the fact that our numbers are dropping fast. It is a serious problem. Standing in front of Shiyu, he sounds just as arrogant and bossy as the stories said. So, I decided to let you in on the secret to keeping your bloodline going forever. Now that you have taken Pearl City and have all these resources, that method is not going to be a problem for you anymore. To mess with Shiyu, he asks a shady question. Oh, do you really want to go back to that snowplane place? Cut to the snowplane in White Iron Town. Zhang Ping's group is following that guy from yesterday, and things are getting tense. Time is ticking. The beast tide is coming. 5 minutes. The time is almost here. Someone nearby tries to chill Zhang Ping out. Kid, no need to be so stressed. Come over here and give me a hand. Yu Zhang is watching through binoculars from up high, sounding nervous. I think they are almost here. Sure enough, a whole pack of foxes is charging in. Growls echo everywhere. A loud voice yells, "Fire!" Instantly, every single one of them gets a face full of copper bullets for breakfast. They look terrifying, but a single bullet has them screeching in pain. Lai Xian watches from above, totally shocked at how easy this is. This thing is that powerful? Guess we really do not need to lift a finger after all. Bai Day stands there wondering, sounding super suspicious. But why does it smell like foxes mixed with the blood of these wolves? Bai Day stands there wondering, sounding super suspicious. But why does it smell like foxes mixed with the blood of these wolves? Zhang Ping suddenly shouts in shock. He grits his teeth, looking stressed as hell. No, wait. Something is wrong. Looking at the dead fox, Zhang Ping realizes it is a heaven fox. He sounds totally certain. At another side, More celestial foxes are getting shredded by ammo from the high walls. The whole scene is pure, unadulterated chaos. This bald dude smirks, totally full of himself. Please, he mocks. These losers aren't even worth a proper warm-up. Looking down at those dead foxes sprawled across the bright white snow, he tells himself it is almost time to pack up and grab some hot soup. But just as he is about to fire the kill shot, his bow totally glitches out on him. The guy stares at the thing, fuming. Wait, what the hell is going on with this thing? This junk crossbow breaks at the worst possible moment. He is not alone either. Everyone around him starts panicking and complaining about the same thing. Mine is jammed too. What is wrong with all our gear? Suddenly, out of nowhere, another pack of celestial foxes swarms in. There are like 4 times as many as before. Everyone starts screaming in total, absolute despair. We are cooked. But just in time, a burst of fire saves the day. Truong Bin pulls the save. He looks serious and alert, muttering that he knew it would not be this easy. Kim Ba just grins, hyped as hell. He says his fist should have done the talking and taught these things a lesson ages ago. The bald captain panics, shouting orders for someone to run and find Engineer Tong right this second. Go now. This time, the whole squad charges forward to take down these nasty, stinking foxes. Everyone goes all out, showing off their best moves. They rain down some seriously flashy and lethal attacks on that celestial fox pack. Hu Trung is literally cackling while he fights, telling his enemies to get a taste of his insanely powerful swings. After a brutal, high-stakes brawl, dead fox bodies are piled high across a massive patch of white snow. Truong Bin sighs, sounding totally exhausted. That is enough, guys. Their bodies are literally turned into ground meat by now. But adorable little Hu Trung is still there, just wailing away on those lifeless corpses. No way. I finally found enemies weaker than me, so let me enjoy this moment. Truong Bin just looks at the crew, sounding pretty worried about the situation. Why hasn't the mission complete notification popped up yet? Truong Bin starts scanning the area, his voice full of suspicion. Did one of them slip away? It is a massive mystery they just cannot solve. Plus, where the hell have all these celestial foxes been crawling out from lately? It makes no sense. An excited voice shouts down from the high wall. Lord Hong! Lord Vuong! You guys finally made it here! The bald captain talks to those 2 workers from the Troc Min construction site, sounding totally desperate. The crossbows just stopped firing. Please, you guys have to check them out for us. It is a man and a woman, both of them looking to be in their mid-30s. They both look totally bored. You called us out for this trivial crap? Yeah, I was still totally half asleep. Suddenly, a red alert pops up. The Miss Night Walker system is starting up. Trung Bin suddenly takes off into the air without saying a word. Lai Tian jumps, shouting his name in shock. Truong Bin lands right in front of the 2 veteran workers, his face looking dark and dangerous. Weapon in hand, he swings his sickle, trying to slice them both to pieces. They somehow dodge it, looking at each other in total, utter shock. Where did this psycho come from? Truong Bin just scoffs at them with pure contempt. Your acting is absolute trash. He realized they were celestial foxes in human skin, so he starts trash-talking these 2 monsters to their faces. Cece and Kim Ba watch from down below, looking totally lost and worried. Some people try to stop Truong Bin's rampage, but he just yells in a pure rage. How the hell did you losers even get in here? What are you planning? Stop him right now! Watch out, they are celestial foxes. Just like those demon wolves, they will eat you alive. The bald captain screams at the top of his lungs, ending the chaos. Enough. He snaps at Truong Bin, looking totally furious. Lord Hong and Lord Vuong are the lead designers for our weapons. Everyone here knows exactly how much they have done for this town. He gets even angrier. He points right in his face and keeps yelling. Meanwhile, you just start attacking people without even knowing the facts. We saved your sorry butts, and now you are actually turning on your own literal saviors? You are just trying to steal all the credit, right? You sabotaged the bows so they would not work. You outsiders are all a disaster. The man has no magical vision, so he keeps trying to protect those 2 foxes. He takes the engineers to get help and locks the outsiders in the dungeon. Deep inside the dark prison of White Iron Town, Truong Bin and his squad are tossed into a cell. The guards mock them, telling them to sit tight and behave like good little boys. Hu Trung sits cross-legged, looking totally curious. Yo, Truong Bin, why did you let them lock us up? We could have easily busted out of here. Us? Truong Bin lets out a long sigh and answers in a very calm, calculated voice. Killing those foxes is the easy part. Finding their nest is the real challenge. I let them lock us in this remote dungeon so we can move around in secret. Hu Trung crosses his arms and starts thinking hard. You are right. Those 2 foxes in human skin seem like really big deals in this town. If we just killed them now, we would probably be exiled forever. The mission is still unfinished, and I am definitely not down for the hobo life out there. This chubby dude is already drooling before we even talk business. Hey, at least the food actually slaps here since there is meat every single meal. A minute later, Zhang Ming cooks up a shady plan to take out those two foxes on the low. Then we flex the bodies to the village to show who is boss. Zhang shuts him down immediately. What is the rush? We haven't even had dinner yet. All he gets is a harsh earful. Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you ever think about? Wind whisperer effect. Zhang Ping jumps, spinning around fast. That creepy sound had to come from those two foxes. Those two workers Zhang Ping called out earlier are currently creeping around, clearly up to no good. Those killers are at least level 30. If we don't bolt, we're getting turned into necklaces. Wait, what? They are both freaking out, whispering to each other and asking a million questions. Where did these guys even come from? Not only did they wreck our entire plan, but they actually figured out exactly what we are. The woman pats her partner, sounding desperate. We need to warn the others right now, or we are going to end up with a surprise blade in the back tomorrow. While she is marching ahead, she hears a weird noise and whips around, yelling, "Who's there?" The guy next to her starts talking trash immediately. Those hallucinations acting up again? If you're that hungry, go back to the den and chew on some frozen meat. That purple and black smoke is definitely Zhang Ping's signature move, no doubt about it. It keeps repeating that creepy word, inspecting, over and over again. The disguised foxes are still mumbling to each other. Hungry? Please. At this point, I just want to stay alive. Zhang Ping sneaks into a dark corner to stay out of sight. Inspection, success. Mutant Beast, Heavenly Frost Fox, level 27, part of the Snow Clan, potential 2 stars, mid-tier rank. It is a high-level mutant beast with warped perception. It can bend any creature's senses or even rewrite their entire reality at will. He whispers the name they let slip. Snow Clan, Heavenly Frost Fox. The jailer walks in, robotically calling names. 1, 2. He lets out a totally helpless sigh after finishing the count. Damn it. Why is someone always missing? Jing Zhao giggles. Even though Long Ye is shaking, he stays cool to keep the whole village distracted. Hey, Mr. Guard, you have counted us 3 times since breakfast. Maybe try using your fingers this time? Zhang jumps in too, using his smart mouth to keep the guard from noticing anything weird. Exactly. We are law-abiding citizens, totally not like that Zhang Ping guy. He is just making things worse. Poor Zhang Ping is stuck with teammates who are pure chaos. Those accidental words make the jailer point a finger and shout the name. Right, that leader is gone. Where is everyone? Get over here, we have got a jailbreaker. Just then, a bright golden light hits. Cece recognizes it instantly. It is the moon-chasing turtle's teleportation circle. The jailer levels his sharp spear, eyes bulging as he growls. You punks trying to pull something again? Cece looks dead serious and tells everyone to move. This place is blowing up, get back. Just like she warned, 3 seconds later, a massive explosion rips through the air, leaving the ground in ruins. From deep underground, a charcoal blue 2-headed dragon emerges, letting out bone-chilling screams. Everyone is sent rolling across the floor in total pain. Ow, that really hurt, Zhang snaps, sounding completely annoyed. Can you not be so sudden next time? I am toast. No explanation will fix this, and I really do not want to sleep outside in the winter snow. Long sends out an urgent message to the crew. Everyone, get on now. Zhang Ping sent me to pick you guys up. He found some new stuff about this quest. Once we clear this stage, we won't have to live in this dump anymore. The 2 fake workers head back to the hideout and immediately shift back to fox form. They stumble into the meeting room and check with the others. Is everyone finally here, or what? This guy with wild orange-red hair starts screaming in a high-pitched voice. 3 brothers? This is all that's left of us? He uses some seriously nasty words just to mess with them. Why didn't you 2 just die out there? The 2 who just walked in slump down, looking exhausted. They report that someone from the outside is interfering. These wounds on my body were all caused by that guy. Harsh comments and critiques start flying everywhere. Besides, you guys do not need to be so gloomy yet. As long as we have that gear, making more of our kind is just a matter of time. While the foxes are meeting, a massive explosion blows the wall apart. Zhang Ping's squad steps inside, looking totally cool and heroic, like they own the place. Kim's dad just keeps trolling, saying, I thought I smelled something trashy. Oh wait, it's just you. Turns out this is just a fox den. Red Hair grinds his teeth and screams at the guys, You idiots got followed, didn't you? No way. These guys stick out like a sore thumb. How did I miss it? Truong Bin grips his skull weapon, looking like a total boss. He screams at the foxes, Hey, y'all surprised to see me? Your ancestors literally told me to come here and take out the trash. Red Hair senses something is off. Wait, boss, who is this guy? Before he gets an answer, another explosion rips through the ceiling. Magic bullets start raining down on those foxes like it is nothing. Some are bolting for the exit, while others are just shaking in their boots. Lai Tian drops in from behind, yelling, "Don't forget about us." Lai Tian's massive energy and that primal scream echo through every corner of the dark cave. He is not done yet, lighting up the whole room with a blinding fire. Now, catch these hands, you furballs. Tu Yet Teep is busy flexing with some insane spinning kicks. This move is the Chain Jade Breaker. Remember that name when you get to hell. Everyone has their own vibe, and suddenly, a bunch of ice swords fly toward those foxes all at once. This sword energy is all Tran Min's doing. He is just standing there, barely moving a finger while he mows them all down. Tu Yet Teep slaps him on the back so hard he almost coughs up blood. She just laughs, saying, "Nice job." The survivors are shaking and crying, begging the guys to stay back. Truong Bin gives them one last chance. "Ice cold, tell me the truth. Where did you guys come from? Was hiding here some kind of order from Prince Ningguiet? These foxes tried to dress up like workers but got caught lacking. Now they have to spill it. I don't know who that is. We were born in this place," they stammer. Their partner rolls his eyes and screams, "Shut your mouth, you absolute moron." Tutu raises her sword and snaps, "You still want to catch these hands?" One fox just looks back with pure hate. The foxes will never be slaves to humans. He just gives up, looking totally defeated, knowing he is going to die either way. Suddenly, they both shift back into their fox forms and howl. "We might as well take you down with us," they scream. Truong Bin is totally over their fake tough guy act. His eyes turn cold as ice, and with one quick slash, he ends both of those foxes for good. Rage absorbed. Mist energy increased by 20 points. That last hit unlocked a new state and saved the town from total disaster. The training mission is finally over. Tutu stretches and lets out a long sigh of relief. She smiles at Truong Bin, saying, "Well, at least we finished that training in one piece." Hu Trung jumps in. "Look, after all that drama in town, we can probably forget about getting any hidden achievements this time." The piece doesn't last long before a weird drilling sound echoes through the air. Truong Bin immediately goes into full combat mode. What is that noise? Suddenly, his eyes start glowing with a strange, eerie blue light. Those fox bodies are being dumped into massive test tubes hooked up to some high-tech machines. Everyone just loses it and starts screaming. What even is this? Everyone is dying to know what's going on, so they creep closer to get a better look. I have definitely seen this in some sci-fi movie before. Truong Bin touches the cold glass, thinking, there is just no way this city should have tech like this. The more he thinks, the more stressed he gets. He knits his brows, wondering why this looks so familiar. Meanwhile, the other guys are geeking out over all the glowing science gear. They keep messing with the buttons. Man, these machines are way more advanced than anything I have ever built in my life. This is seriously next-level stuff. Tin Jiao reaches out to check it out, but she says she can't feel any souls inside. Is this just another illusion from the training grounds? Man Ni picks up an old notebook and starts flipping through the pages. No, these are handwritten lab notes, which means someone actually built this place. It's labeled Experiment Log number 217. Her voice shakes as she reads the main goal, creating a brand new species. Tutu hears that and immediately figures out the whole situation. Basically, these foxes are just lab rats created by some crazy humans in a basement somewhere. Man Ni nods her head. That explains why there aren't any historical records about these weird fox creatures anywhere. Turns out they are a brand new species. Even the holograms of the missing teammates look completely shocked and confused by this. Damn it, does that mean all those foxes I hauled back in the day were just science experiments? You have got to be kidding me. Plus, time in this training zone moves way slower than the outside world, so it makes sense that growing a fox king would take forever. Man Ni suddenly speaks up, shutting down all the crazy theories everyone was throwing around. Hold on, there is another experiment listed in these papers. The title says, Potential Development of the Saintus. The test site was located right in the middle of the Lost Forest. When she flips to the very last pages, they are all burned and the info is totally gone. Tianjiao leans in, reading over Marnie's shoulder. He wraps an arm around her waist, whispering, "The Lost Forest? That is the next level of the grind, right?" Trung Bin creeps closer, realizing the only way to find the truth is to keep this trial going. He drops his voice, pitching a wild new idea. To stop more monsters from spawning, we have to trash this place before hitting the next zone. Over at Tan Think Ta, Ngao Twit sees Hung Min and snaps, "What are you doing here?" He looks miserable. "You gave me your word. Once you hit king level, you bring me the body. I'm just here for the report." Nyar Twet fires back. To go king mode, I have to drain the Saint Girl's energy. I have been grinding on this formation. Right now, I'm 70% sure it will work. She lifts Quan Din's body, glowing with a bright golden aura. Ngar Tuyet declares she's finally becoming a king. Today, in this remote shack, her big dreams come true. Hung Min shields his eyes from the blinding light. Is this king energy? But things are getting pretty messy. Purple lightning cracks, wrecking her plans. She's looking seriously pissed off. The girl's soul is too much. Twit loses control and accidentally blows her own house up. She is hurt bad, spitting blood all over. Someone strolls in, mocking the whole damn scene. It's the messenger. He says if he wasn't there, her whole sect would have gone up in smoke. She turns around fast. It's you. He's acting all creepy and mysterious. Can her power really keep evolving? In this world, she's a total one of one. With proper guidance, she could be the absolute strongest. Trying to swallow her raw power now is a waste. Twit snaps back. This village was locked down. How did you get in? He laughs in her face. You think these losers could stop me? My plans for her trial are totally trashed now. But I have a new project, so I will let you off the hook this time. Twit is done with him. She hates this training. You just want her to kill her own father to unlock her hidden potential. That's gross. He lies smoothly, saying he's just helping her reach king level. I can fix your formation. Just need 100 hearts from those awakened people. Twit turns her back, acting like a total queen. Fine, I'm beat. Hung Min, go brew some tea. The pieces are finally coming together. Moon King Sunbird. The messenger is getting hyped. Is Twit the saint? Everyone is about to grab that king power. He smirks. The board is set. Trung Bin, don't make this boring. Inside a foggy forest, the group is hunting for clues. Twit size. I've seen this tree 3 times. Are we looping? Kim Ba is freaked out. The fog is way too thick. Things are stuck. Everyone is complaining. Even the compass is totally dead. The mission says kill an outsider. Does it mean we kill each other? Chungbin looks back at them. Theoretically, you can do this solo. The trial wouldn't set a mission that's impossible for one. But didn't you say the trial adjusts based on who enters the zone? Suddenly, a weird sound comes from behind. Look at you guys. You definitely ain't from around here, right? A frantic scream pierces the air. Who goes there? A cute girl with double buns shouts back. My bad. Didn't mean to scare the life out of you. I'm a local here in OY town. You guys look totally lost, so I came to check. If you're cool with it, I can lead the way. Tin Jiao, our spiritual expert, smiles to calm everyone. Relax. I checked her vibes, she's harmless. The girl leads them to a massive gate for the big reveal. We're here. This is OY town. Truong Bin notices the fog thinning. Is there a magic barrier active here? Need answers? Sidu whispers. Wasn't OY just some trashy village that sold funeral supplies? How did it even blow up into this? Sidu asks, if you're a wandering soul, something went south during your training, didn't it? The girl overhears and turns around. It's a long story, but look, the gates are opening for the demigod spirits to greet you. Welcome to the legendary OY town. The scene shifts to a quiet town dripping with mystery. Welcome to OY. Everyone is feasting. Silent spirits serve steaming, delicious dishes to the guests. Hu Trung, mouth full, whispers something to Tin Jiao. He looks suspicious, voice dropping low. Can we trust ghosts? I can't hear a single heartbeat. Tin Jiao stays cool, sipping her soup. Not every soul is out for blood. I trust them. A spirit overhears, cracks a smile, and chimes in softly. Don't hate on him. Back then, we were terrified of spirits too. Truong Bin asks, eyes full of curiosity. You were humans once? How did this happen? The question hits hard. The spirit's eyes go dark. We ran into 10-story giants. Truong Bin looks totally confused. A massive giant flashes in his mind. He quickly asks, a giant way bigger than a human? That thing? The spirit sighs, eyes distant. After we became wandering souls, time blurred. No clue how many years passed. He tells the story with a steady rhythm. That day, the forest fog vanished. Bloodthirsty monsters appeared as meat mountains fell from the sky, crushing the forest. People panicked, but the monsters snatched them up and ate them. Against that power, the villagers couldn't fight back. OY became ruins. Poor souls were torn apart in a mindless rage. 0 survivors, total disaster. The village was ashes, but a miracle happened. Everyone rose as these strange souls. Seeing that, the giants stopped the carnage. The fog rolled back in. The giants lost their target and froze. A mysterious stranger appeared. Looking calm, he stood before the souls and started giving guidance. He led the rebuild, teaching us how to create this town. His voice fills with emotion. Because of that, he became our great sage. Truong Bin thinks, an outsider changing this place? Is he linked to Thien Tuong Ho? He slams the table, totally hyped. Where is this great sage now? Cut to the sage's house. The spirit leads Truong Bin's group inside. Entering the room, he reports. Great sage, some outsiders are here for you. Hao Van pulls the curtain. Why did it take so long? He looks suspicious. Not your usual style at all. Manini recognizes him. Are you that old fool? You are Tran Hao Van. Truong Bin is floored. The Tran Hao Van who went missing 10 years ago. Everyone is in shock. Hearing the name Tran Quan Din, Hao Van freezes. You know Quan Din? Seeing the old man tripping, the crew started panicking. Yo, great sage, you still with us? He ignored them, voice cracking with pain. Tell me, how is my daughter doing now? He looked at Mo Duhan and waved him off. Get lost for a bit, kid. I need some private talk with these guys. Mo Duhan just nodded and dipped out. Clock was ticking while Manni spilled all the tea about what was really going down with Tran Quan Din. Hao Van let out a heavy sigh, staring into space with those hollow eyes. Guess there is no running from the truth anymore. Pure rage hit him. He gritted his teeth and snapped. We had a deal. My life for her safety. That low-life scum actually went back on his word. He got so hyped he started coughing up blood. Truong Bin panicked and instantly sparked his bloodline power to start the healing process. He could not hide the anger in his voice. That guy you were talking about? He is the same villain we are after. Truong Bin stared him down, eyes like fire. What exactly did that monster do to you? Hao Van took a breath and finally started to chill. He wiped the blood off his chin, his voice dropping to a low, grim whisper. Back when I left Minchao City to level up my skills, I bumped into this amazing girl. She was not just brilliant, she was the kindest soul I ever met. We fell fast and got hitched, but the honeymoon phase did not last. Hell broke loose and we ended up running from a pack of hitmen. Turns out, she was actually a high-ranking saintess who had gone rogue from the Saint Ancestor village. Her divine powers let her dodge the brainwashing from Liangao Tuyet, the psycho running that whole creepy village. She saw through the lies and dipped, but that just meant the village goons spent every single day hunting her down like prey. Life was a struggle on the run, and things got way heavier when she finally had our baby. Hao Van sighed, saying Tran Quan Din was born into pure chaos. See, Lin Gao Tuyet was a wanted criminal in Minchao City back then. Since my wife was a runaway Santis, asking the city for backup was basically a death sentence for both of us. Being desperate, he hit up his old man, Tran Hoc Lei, to sneak Tran Quan Din into the city so she could grow up somewhere safe. But tragedy hit hard when a female assassin finally tracked us down and started slicing through everything in her path. She murdered my wife right there. We were just about to hide the baby when that killer closed in for the final blow. My wife gave everything to protect our little girl, but she just was not strong enough to stop that monster. Just when it looked like game over, this mystery guy showed up and slaughtered the whole squad. Then he promised he would keep the kid safe. This dude had insane power and saved us, but trust me, his help came with a massive price tag attached to it. He kept going, sounding totally defeated. The deal was I had to rot in this place forever, stuck living with these restless ghosts. Back in the now, Hao Van just looked broken. He used to think losing everything was fine if it meant his daughter was safe. But eventually the ugly truth hit him. This whole training ground? It is just a twisted playground for that one guy. The creepy mist and the giants, all his puppets. He feeds those monsters with the pure saltiness and anger of the dead souls here. He turned me into a blood slave, just waiting for the day my own daughter would show up to finish me off. All for a little sick entertainment. His voice cracked with pure hopelessness. We are literally just toys for his personal amusement, nothing more. Right then, you could tell he had zero will left to keep pushing on. I have lost track of the years in this hole, but that psycho keeps me alive by sending me these weird meds. But the meds stopped coming. I thought finally, death was calling, but then you guys showed up. Guess you are my new replacement. Suddenly, a massive boom rocked the entire room like an earthquake, making everyone jump out of their skin. Truong Bin was totally lost, but Hao Van just looked up with glazed eyes. It felt like his time was finally running out. He spoke softly, sounding totally crushed. He said once I kick the bucket, the fog clears and those giants get their full power back. Truong Bin lost it and screamed, "You gotta be kidding me. There is no way I am letting you die on my watch." He went all out with his healing powers, but the old man just shook his head like it did not even matter. He just mumbled to himself, totally checking out, what is the point anyway? Nothing we do is going to change the ending to this story. Truong Bin tried his best to talk the old man off the ledge. Look, you said the giants only get their real power back once you die, right? He balled his fists, sounding more determined than ever. So let's just go wipe them out while they are still weak. But the old man just looked more broken. Hope was gone from his eyes. No, you are missing the point entirely. Even if we kill every monster, what actually changes? He stared at a dusty old family photo, his eyes tearing up as his voice completely shattered. See, seeing Tran Quan Din one last time was the only thing keeping me breathing in this hellhole. My wife and kid are gone forever. No matter how much blood I spill for revenge, they are never coming back. His hopeless words cut through the air. Doesn't matter how hard I try, this world just keeps taking every single thing I love away from me. Truong Bin went dead silent. His eyes darkened as he finally started to speak in a low, heavy voice. Tran Hao Van ignored him, staring blankly ahead. He whispered, his voice sounding completely drained of any will to live. I am done. I cannot do this anymore. Just end it, kill me now, and let this whole trial be over with already. That set Truong Bin off. Pure rage burned in his eyes as he roared. Tran Hao Van, you think the world is unfair to you? Did it take everything from you? He looked up, totally lost, as the other snapped. Quit being stupid. This is just how life works. He stepped in close and grabbed him by the collar, screaming about all the messed up things in Holy Ancestor Village. He pointed, his voice cold and sharp. The Chu family's spirit birds in Pearl City were caged by that fox, just like the wandering souls trapped in your little town. Nothing here makes sense, and nothing ever goes exactly how we want it to. Truong Bin's eyes blazed as he kept yelling, is this world really just a total piece of trash? You think you are the only one who knows that? He did not stop there. His voice stayed rock solid. But so what? Are we supposed to just stop resisting and leave quietly? Hell no. I am going to keep on fighting. I will struggle and resist until my very last breath. There is no way I am letting that guy get what he wants. He calmed down after speaking, but his hand was already gripped tight around a cold, sharp dagger. He tossed the knife toward him, his voice ice cold. That guy is playing with your life. If you want to quit, use this and end it yourself. Then Truong Bin walked out without looking back. Make your choice. Die like a pathetic little bug. Terrifying monsters flashed before Hao Van's eyes, like he was standing right on the edge between a nightmare and reality. The scene shifts to OY Town, where the nightmare of being ruled by giants still haunts everyone's memories. Huge monsters came stomping in, sending the wandering souls into a total panic as they screamed in despair. The giants are here! Run for your lives!" one soul yelled, his voice shaking during the chaos. In this trial zone, the souls have physical bodies, but all they could do was hide and cry. Where can we even run to? We are dead meat. It is all over for us. While the crowd panicked, Manini Ni stepped forward, her voice calm and firm, quieting the absolute madness. Everybody stay calm. We need to work together to figure out how to take these giants down. Before she could finish, a soul screamed in terror. A monster! It is a monster! The giant stopped in its tracks, its huge eyes looking at the crowd in surprise. You talking about me? Hu Trung sighed, sounding totally bored. Who else would it be? Meanwhile, Truong Bin studied the info in his hands and gave a steady announcement. The rest is up to you guys. He focused his power to trigger the blood corpse art and stabilize Tran Hao Van's condition. With a clear plan ready, he split the entire team into 4 tight groups. Team A is Kim Ba, Lu Tu Tien, and Tran Min. Team B has Phuong Kai Tien, Bach Duk, Chu Than Bach, and Long Puk Ba. Team C is just Diep Trong Xuan and Tu Than Ba. Team D includes Trin Tu Yet Tiep, Trung Gan Long, Trung Gan Ho, and a Dai. Everyone nodded in agreement. Copy that. Truong Bin went into deep thought, his eyes cold and calculating. Those giants haven't fully recovered their strength yet. Splitting into 4 teams to handle all 4 giants at once is the best move. I just hope nothing unexpected happens. The scene shifts to a mystical forest filled with thick fog. Kim Ba looked around as he walked, sounding pretty surprised. But hey, at least now we can get a real good look at what these giants actually look like. A hideous, massive giant appeared right in front of them. Kim Ba looked at it sharply and said, "This is the giant Team A is taking on." He shouted for Tran Min, who immediately hopped on his flying sword and blasted straight toward the giant. On it! Tran Min pointed 2 fingers forward and a massive explosion ripped through the air, slamming right into the giant's arm. The beast roared in pain, but the wound closed up almost instantly. Tran Min's eyes widened. He realized the problem instantly. No blood, and the wound is healing way too fast. Just like those 2 puppets from before. While he was analyzing, the giant swung. Luckily, Kim Ba jumped in to block the hit and yelled for everyone to focus. Tran Min backed off to keep his distance. He thought for a second. In other words, these giants must have some kind of core controlling their moves, right? Kim Ba nodded. Exactly, just like those ugly marks on the puppets' heads. But this guy is so massive, it is hard to tell where the core is. Tran Min's eyes lit up as he made a bold suggestion. Cap, I am tapping into the golden blood. Kim Ba whips around, shocked. My power? Kid, you said you could only hold that vibe for 30 seconds. Chen Ming nods, his voice steady as steel. I have been grinding hard with Director Feng and the rest of the squad. I can definitely hold it longer now. A satisfied smirk creeps across Kim Ba's face. Looking at you now, I bet you already cooked up a clever plan to finally take this big thing down. The 2 faced the Titan, locked in talk. Fine, but you better make sure you do not overdo it, kid. Chen Ming grabs the gold vial and downs it without a second thought. This blood power is about to crank his stats to 11. But the blowback on his body is brutal. He has to end this fight fast or he is toast. Golden aura explodes from his blade, eyes burning with pure grit. With his power surging, the flying sword transforms into a lethal, invisible stream of energy. Standing tall, Chen Ming sends those energy streaks screaming toward the giant at the speed of light. This big guy cannot heal faster than I can shred him. Once the core is found, the captain needs to land one final, killing blow. Kimba nods, redlining the golden blood to the max as he rockets into the sky. Right. Chen Ming keeps up the pressure from the back, but he is sweating. Damn, this is not enough. I need a wider kill zone. He bellows, signal Lu Sushan. Hey Sushan, I remember your mirror ability. Can you set them up all around this giant right now? She stammers, her voice shaking. But my mirrors are just for distractions and mind games. Chen Ming locks eyes with her. Sushan, forget that. Just trust me. She takes a breath and gives a sharp final nod. On it! She raises her hands, summoning massive mirrors around the beast. Her voice thunders, Mirror flower, water moon! Chen Ming grins. Perfect move. He fires a relentless barrage of energy blades into the mirrored space, making the giant howl in absolute agony and pain. There it is. That has got to be the core. He screams out the signal. Kim Ba unleashes his golden finale, roaring at the top of his lungs. Drop dead. The strike tears through the giant, shattering the core into a million pieces. The massive monster collapses, leaving all three of them completely stunned. Kim Ba claps Chen Ming's shoulder with a grin. That is my boy. You cracked the code in seconds. Next squad leader? It has to be you, no question. Sushin grabs her radio, her voice sharp as she reports. Team A here. The giant has been officially neutralized. Chen Ming just sighs at Kim Ba, looking totally annoyed. Forget that. Too much work. Just let Sushan take the lead instead. After listening to the reports, she turns around, her eyes cold as ice as she addresses the squad. These giants are just like the puppets from before. Their weak point is that core right in the chest. Kim Ba jumps in, sounding certain. Crush the core, and these overgrown freaks stop moving for good. While Zhang Ping is dialed in, Hao Wen suddenly coughs up a huge spray of blood, sending shockwaves of worry through him. Chen Hao Wen's head is spinning with a million dark thoughts. What is the deal here? Why is his body suddenly covered in all these internal injuries? Dread washes over him, and then the radio explodes with a desperate, frantic scream. Turns out, after Team A dropped the giant, the thing just resurrected and started swinging again. Sushan shrieks into the radio, totally panicked. Intel was wrong. The core is in the chest, but as she stares up at the Titan in shock, the dead monster is somehow standing back up. With the situation spiraling, Zhang Ping cuts a sharp look toward Hao Wen. He is sitting dead still. The giant's core just fixed itself, while Chen Hao Wen is bleeding internally. Is there some sick link between these two things? Suddenly, the system pops up a full analysis on Hao Wen. The soul suppression curse. The host's life is bound to other targets. Their power stays locked down forever until the host finally bites the dust. 4 targets suppressed. It is a life-sharing pact. If a linked target takes a lethal hit, the host pays the price. Their life force is drained to heal the target's fatal wounds until the host is completely dead. After reading that, Zhang Ping's eyes snap open with a sudden, terrifying realization. This is not just one curse. These internal wounds cannot be fixed this fast. That sick bastard totally played us for absolute fools. He grabs the radio, his voice frantic with urgency. Listen up, everyone. I finally figured out why that giant came back to life. Team A sprints forward, ears pinned to the comms. That mysterious creep hit Chen Hao Wen with 2 different deadly curses. He explains, his voice hard. One curse forces Hao Wen to keep the giant's power bottled up inside. The other one kicks in when the core breaks. It drains Hao Wen's life force to repair the giant's heart. His voice echoes with pure desperation. Now, smashing that core just speeds up Hao Wen's death. When Chen Ming hears this, his rage boils over, and he charges straight ahead. Damn it! Burning all that energy on the sword light drained me. Now even flying this blade is becoming a massive struggle. He stops cold, eyes sharp. Hold on, if that chain reaction Trung Bin mentioned is real, then Team A is staring down a massive giant ready to crush them into dust. Tran Min misses his window and eats the dirt hard, his head spinning like a top. Is this giant even more jacked now? Kim Ba and Lu Tu Thien get tossed like rag dolls, hitting the ground with a nasty thud. Kim Ba grits his teeth, totally shocked. Is this the real power of this overgrown monster? Cut to Team D, looking absolutely trashed after going rounds with that giant beast. They tried dodging, but the giant's crazy gravity field still caught them. A sweaty Team D member gasps, "This gravity range is insane. How the hell are we supposed to get out of this mess?" Over with Team B, things are just as trash, and they are barely hanging on. Long Fukba screams with a dry throat, "Don't you two have those forbidden items to block powers? Get them out now." Fuang Kai-tian is face down, panting hard. We want to, but everything has just vanished into thin air. Shift to Team C, where the massive giant keeps swinging that weapon like a madman. Diep Truong Xuan is thinking hard. If I merge with the oxygen, this gravity won't touch me, but if this giant does not need to breathe, I have no way to actually hurt it. Tathanba snaps at him. Quit the yapping and get over here. Seeing everyone in trouble, Truong Bin is stressing out, looking pretty grim. The situation is looking bleak for the crew. Fighting is useless, but doing nothing is worse. Is there really no way out? Just as he hits rock bottom, Hao Van speaks up, shaky but steady. Nah, I still have a backup plan. Hao Van slowly touches his chest, whispering his secret move to Truong Bin. Give me one opening to smash that giant's core into pieces, then leave it to me. I can make sure that core never heals again. Truong Bin looks skeptical and asks, You actually have a way to break the curse? Hao Van gives a weak smirk. I have been here a long time, so yeah, I have some tricks hidden away, but we only get one shot. I am counting on you guys. Team A's Kim Ba does not hesitate, popping the golden blood move to the max as a bright light explodes. Lu Tu Thien is spent, but still gives it her all, shouting, We gotta break that stone core now. I am not being the dead weight here. Kim Ba laughs, sounding hyped. All right then. Let's show these punks what the battle squad can really do. Team B pulls out their yin-yang gear, finally neutralizing that heavy gravity field around the giant. Long Fukba, eyes glowing. Cheers, it worked. That heavy gravity is finally gone. But then she looks back, acting cautious. But now we have zero defense left, so you better watch our backs out there. Fuang Kai-tian stands up, wiping his forehead with a grin. My bad, took a bit too long to start the fire tonight. Hao Van steps forward with a confident look. Do not sweat it, this won't take much time at all. Over at Team C, Diep Trung Swan is chilling on Tathanba's shoulder, joking around. Karma is a brat, now it is your turn to kneel. He gives a sharp look. To hold it tight, I am going to drain some juice from this guy to use. Huge roots burst from his hands, digging deep into the giant's skin. Scene moves to Team D. Trin Tuyet, Teep is shaking, asking the crew, Are we sure this plan actually works? Seeing the giant frozen, she starts laughing a bit, watching closer. No way, it actually swallowed us whole. It feels like sliding down a giant throat. I never want to do that again. A die growls, just like I thought. The giant's insides are a safe zone from the gravity. We just gotta find where that core is hiding. Stay low, don't let the big guy catch on. Tru Ngan Ho notes with cold eyes. Even sacrificing Chu Viem Long didn't bring the Sunbird back to full power, and we can't even control it anymore. The masked man sighs, sounding totally bitter. The Chu family is really finished. Cut to the Fire Phoenix, still struggling against that 4-symbol seal move. A mystery guy mutters, Let me help you out. He raises a hand, looking sad as a toad fades away into the air. Mountain ancestor, make sure you listen to the Chu family later. Walking forward, he whispers to himself, You guys only rebuilt the bird's body, but you forgot to give it a soul. Its only thought is Chu Viem Long's old grudge, which is why it is acting so wild. He turns and announces, I just filled the gap with the level 39 soul of the mountain ancestor. Seeing the phoenix get stronger, he nods. The god bird is tougher now than it ever was. Everyone around starts cheering and saying thanks. Seriously, thank you so much. You saved the Chu clan from total disaster. The mystery man laughed and waved them off. Skip the formalities. Now that you have that king-level power, I bet you can finally call the shots with those foxes, right? He continued with a sarcastic smirk. To be honest, I really do not think much of any of you. The Chu family beast-taming legacy should have been history ages ago. He gently patted the kid's head, eyes sparkling with sudden interest. But this little brat's devilish game? Now that is something I find very interesting. This kid is definitely going to surpass all of you. He might even blaze a brand new trail for the whole Chu clan. While everyone stood there dazed, he kept going. No time to waste. Get moving to Pearl City right now. And by the way, Liao Shui has already reached king level. You better play nice with the heavenly foxes. Do not try any shady business while the Moon King is away. Before leaving, he turned back with a cold, sharp warning. Otherwise, against the strength of the Holy Ancestor Village, you guys would not stand a single chance. The mystery man walked away, leaving the thrashing Fire Phoenix behind. He muttered with a cold gaze. Finally handled those 3 factions. Now it is time to go find Zheng Ping. That giant was getting nastier, eyes glowing red with a creepy light as its long tongue flicked out threateningly. Swirling water all around it began freezing into razor-sharp crystal ice spikes. Lucy Shan yelled out, Blizzard! Instantly, a barrage of sharp ice shards slammed into the giant, making it stall for a second. But those hits did not even faze it. To him, it felt like a light scratch. The giant glared at Liu Shan while she channeled her power. She gritted her teeth, raising her hands while calculating her next move. Even though those ice spikes hit hard under the heavy gravity, it was not enough to break the core. Distracting it was the goal. Suddenly, the giant charged like a maniac, smashing through everything in its path. Liu Xishan screamed, "It is coming!" Just as it almost reached her, a series of heavy blows slammed its body, followed by a thunderous shout. Chen Ming zoomed by on his flying sword, roaring a challenge. "Hey! I am not dead yet, you freak!" Suddenly, a calm, steady voice cut him off mid-sentence. Jinba stood tall with his bright blonde hair at the giant's feet, looking confident. "Chen Ming, Liu Xishan, you guys did great." He smirked, his sharp eyes scanning the scene. "This gravity field looks pretty scary, but the actual range is smaller than I thought." Standing outside the pressure zone, he pointed 2 fingers at the giant and spoke with total authority. "Golden light frame break. At this distance, this is the only way to crack that core." While pinning the giant, he yelled into his radio. "Group A is ready. We can blow that core to pieces whenever you are." Meanwhile, Zhao Yanlong and Zhao Yanhu sliced their hands, letting blood drip down. Cheng Shuiji anxiously listened to the updates. Group B was also set. Group C is just waiting for the order. She turned to the duo, sounding totally urgent. "Are you done yet? Our group is the only one left." They rushed over, shouting, "Yeah, we are all good." Zhao Yanlong smirked confidently. "We used the disciple blood to weaken the core's power. It is prime for the taking now. Now, with your strength and big A's, one hit should definitely finish it." Zhao Yanhu added, his eyes burning with pure excitement. "The rest is up to you, sis." Hearing the praise, Cheng Shuijie took a deep breath, her eyes glowing with newfound confidence. She took her stance, readying the 100 battle rune ice mountain. "Group D is ready to roll," she shouted. Chen Haowen signaled the team with a serious look, counting down from 5. "Everyone, hit that core at the same time. 5. As he counted, the air turned cold. Everyone was locked in. 4, 3, 2. Suddenly, a massive, violent roar echoed from the deep woods, shaking everything. For Group A, the moment he hit one, Jinba swung his arm, launching a brilliant golden fist straight at the giant. "Is that a star piercer?" It was too fast to dodge, slamming home as the beast roared. Group B was not playing around either. Feng Kai-Xian transformed into a blazing inferno of fire, sky-high energy, charging forward with the Beast King's secret move Phoenix Wing Sky Strike. Over in Group C, Ye Cheng Xuan turned into a massive tree, pinning the giant and draining its life force. He grumbled with annoyance. "Nutrients are okay, but honestly, this thing tastes like total garbage." Inside Group D's core zone, Cheng Shuiji unleashed a flurry of strikes, performing the Shadow Strike Serpent finish with insane power. Back with Chen Hao Wen, his face went dark as a slimy liquid oozed from his body. He growled, "All right, I am starting my move too. I am the only one who can pull this off. So, get out of my body and do not miss our best shot." Zhang Ping shifted back to human form, asking nervously, "Are you sure this is actually going to work?" Hao Van just stands there, totally expressionless, before finally speaking. "Zhang Ping, you gave me back my hope." Then, without hesitating, he slams a heavy fist straight into his own chest. "Thanks, kid." Zhang Ping lunges forward to stop him, but it is already too late. Hao Van cuts him off, sounding dead serious. "Do not come over here." He accepts his fate, adding, "I have been around long enough. I am ready to leave now." Then, his body just completely gives out and he collapses. Fresh blood stains the dirt everywhere. Tran Hao Van takes his very last breath. "Thanks for guarding the town and making my life feel meaningful again." Before closing his eyes for good, he thinks of his beloved daughter. "Quan Din, your dad finally did it this time." Outside, the other squads are still clueless about the situation, checking in over the radio. "Team A here, the core looks normal. Same for Team B. Looks like we actually pulled this off, but how the hell did we do it anyway?" Su Jingjiao bursts in, totally hyped up and shouting, "Zhang Ping, I heard the mission was a success, right?" But then she sees it, and she just freezes. Tran Hao Van is lying there motionless, dark blood leaking from his mouth. She gasps in total horror. What the hell happened here? Zhang Ping snaps out of it and turns to her, sounding frantic. "Right, Su Jingjiao. Your power lets you touch souls directly, so can you keep his spirit from leaving?" She fights her fear, trembling as she places a finger on his forehead. "Let me try." But no matter how many times she tries, the result is the same. It is totally hopeless. She shakes her head, sounding crushed. "It is no use. With his current state, even if I grab his soul, it will just fade away instantly." Zhang Ping refuses to quit, his eyes burning with pure determination. "Time is frozen inside the vault, but I cannot put anything living in there." He goes quiet, his voice dripping with resolve. "At least let him see Tran Quan Din one last time. A new day begins as soft sunlight filters through the lush green trees. The wind stirs, creating a soft rustling sound through the peaceful forest. Distant mountains peek through the clouds. In the funeral hall, a coffin rests with a single fresh flower on top. All around, the young people just stand there in silence. Lu Sixian looks at Zhang Ping, sounding pretty bummed out. Since Tran Hao Van is not a local, his soul cannot stay in this place. He bows his head, sounding totally guilty. This is all on me. If only I had noticed it sooner. Su Jingjiao cuts him off, her voice like steel. A warrior is not meant to die in bed. This is the most honorable way for him to go out. As soon as she says that, Zhang Ping feels the space behind him start to warp and twist in a weird way. He looks down at a strange red mist rising from the ground. He wonders, is this the portal to the final boss stage? Suddenly, a cold voice makes him freeze. His eyes go wide as he listens. The experimental data for all 4 giants has been fully recovered. Well done, very well done. A guy wrapped in a heavy cloak steps through the portal, his face hidden in the shadows. His aura is so intense it sends chills down their spines. He speaks up, sounding totally smug. I did not expect you to beat my prize creation. Zhang Ping does not hesitate. He draws his weapon alongside Jin Ba and Feng Kaixian, surrounding the cloaked man and getting ready to fight. Even with things getting tense, he stays calm. 2 seconds. Your reaction speed is up to code. A cold smirk creeps across his face. But as soon as he finishes talking, the world just freezes. Everything loses its color. It is dead silent. Using potions in the master's territory was not smart. Zhang Ping feels like a massive boulder is crushing him. He cannot even twitch. He is shocked, thinking to himself, what is this? I cannot move at all. The cloaked guy walks closer and says coldly, we cannot do this here. Let us go somewhere else. He snaps his fingers with a loud pop. In a flash, Zhang Ping is warped to a thick, overgrown forest. He mutters, his eyes looking sharp. This place works. He glances behind him and smirks. I take it those other people are your teammates, right? The system warns him that the appraisal skill is useless against admin rights. Without warning, he has brought Tran Tuyet Teep and the trio brothers right to them. Just like Zhang Ping, all 3 of them are completely frozen in place. He looks them over, sounding interested. The way you guys smashed those giant cores was actually pretty cool. He pauses, looking slightly disappointed. What a shame. As soon as he says it, dark purple energy explodes, swallowing all 3 of them whole. I do not like it. Watching his friends get slaughtered, Zhang Ping snaps. His eyes burn red as he bites his lip hard enough to bleed. Move, damn it! Suddenly, his body is finally free. With a dark expression, he grips his weapon and charges the cloaked man. He swings his scythe directly at the guy's head. Zhang Ping roars for him to stop, but before the hit lands, the guy teleports away. He is moving way too fast to even see. Zhang Ping desperately lunges over to where Tran Tuyet Teep is. The cloaked man watches and mutters to himself. He broke the control. Is the trial ground already starting to accept this kid? He has not even reached the peak yet. He smirks, his eyes flashing with interest. How exciting. Zhang Ping rushes over, but he is already too late. Tuyet Teep is starting to vanish into thin air. He screams, his voice cracking. Tuyet Teep, grab my hand. She reaches out with a weak smile. Just remember to feed my ants. Guess I am leaving first this time. Once she is gone for good, that cloaked freak finally breaks the contract. Zhao Yanlong barely watches Zhang Ping yell for the boss. He collapses. Coldly, the guy says. Pointless. With a flick, Mingyan flames erupt, severing the contract. How does it feel being dumped by the world? Do not be mad. You are just way too weak. Zhang Ping snaps. Bloody tears stream down as he screams, his eyes burning with pure and unadulterated rage. System alerts are flooding in. Contract gems active, protection gear on, weapon power boosted 100%, Nightwalker mode on, speed up 300%, high-level fire consumption -300, fog body -1000, resources empty, damage spike to 10,000%, Ming Yan plus 300, ancient blood active. For every 10% health lost, his damage jumps 20%. King's Gem online. All stats doubled for 10 minutes. Zhang Ping lets out a bone-chilling roar. I am going to tear you limb from limb. From beneath that cloaked jerk's feet, a swarm of hands erupts, grabbing his legs and holding tight. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ping swings his scythe in a blind fury. But the guy just glides, dodging every strike without a scratch. No quitting now. Zhang Ping charges for the kill. Suddenly, a massive blast rocks the air, sending shockwaves and thick dust everywhere. With just 2 fingers, the cloaked man catches Zhang Ping's scythe like it is some cheap toy. He smirks, mocking him. Kid, you are not even on my level. Then, he shatters the scythe, leaving Zhang Ping totally stunned. Scythe destroyed? No way. He shakes it off and instantly summons a massive phantom. A giant clawed hand lunges at the man. Suddenly, his body liquefies, spreading out like water. Zhang Ping gasps. A body of pure water? While he is still frozen in shock, the cloaked figure opens a portal and steps inside. Your despair is the ultimate data point. You are the target of 3 factions now. I'm curious to see who will tear you to shreds first. Zhang Ping lunges, screaming, "Don't you leave." Before vanishing, the guy looks back. Try to survive until the very end. I will be back for more experiment data soon. Deep in the lost forest, everything is hazy and quiet. Light flickers through thick branches, green leaves drifting down onto the winding trail. Zhang Ping stands still, catching a leaf. He grips it tight against his chest, eyes shut, mind spinning in total chaos. Behind him, Yu Zong slams his fist into a tree, roaring. Clearly, I am the most useless one here. Memories of Chen Shuai-Jie hit him hard as tears fall. Why did she have to die first? Manini collapses to the ground, sobbing and blaming everything. You promised to teach me to braid hair. Liar, you are a liar. Chen Ming's hands shake, gripping his sword. If only I were just a bit stronger. Suddenly, a golden aura flashes, and a voice makes the whole squad spin around. C2's faint image appears. My physical form is like a flickering candle. I am afraid this is as far as I can travel with you all. Jin Ba asks quickly, sounding worried. Captain, what do we do now? Even weak. C2 speaks with total conviction. Look, I truly understand your pain right now. But no matter the enemy we face, you must never lose your hope. He pauses, his eyes lighting up. After months of battle, I finally found a crack in the Moon King's magic. To break it, we need the Holy Maiden's strength. Before heading back to Mingzhou City, we absolutely must rescue her from the hands of Liao Shui. Before fading away, he adds, one more thing. If I die, tell the Moon King his throne is a real pain in my back. Manini looks at Zhang Ping and whispers, Captain. He cuts her off, eyes blazing with resolve. We are definitely saving Captain C2, and we are going to take down that damn mysterious freak too. The squad marches toward the massive portal. Zhang Ping stares inside. Let's move. Stepping through, the divine peak appears with an endless spiral of stairs. Go forth and become king, he mutters. After endless brutal trials, the team finally reaches the final step. Manini speaks up in a low voice. This is it, the final challenge. The captain once said only infinite-level awakeners can hope to climb the divine stairway. Su Jingjiao looks at him, worried. Be careful, okay? Liu Xishan smiles and adds, we will be right here waiting for you. Hearing their support, Zhang Ping gives a firm, confident smile. Yeah, I will be back before you know it. He takes the first step, thinking, I am carrying everyone's will to the very end. 726 steps left. Mental obstacles start attacking his mind. A mocking voice echoes in his head. Does any of this actually mean anything? Even if you become the king, you are still just a pawn on the board. Just give up. You guys do not have a single ghost of a chance at winning. Your so-called revenge is nothing but a tiny step in my grand experiment. Zhang Ping holds his ground and roars. Shut your damn mouth! With 489 steps left, images of Chen Shuijie and the Zhao brothers appear. Grinning and waving, they yell, Boss Zhang Ping. He walks through the illusion and snaps, sorry guys. He thinks to himself, they wouldn't want me stopping here. Suddenly, the view ahead brings him to a halt. Liao Xu and the Fox King block the way. Only 247 steps left. Zhang Ping sighs, small world, right? Without hesitation, he shoulders his weapon and ignites his dark mist fire, pointing it straight at the enemy. He taunts, bring it on, all of you. The Fox King strikes instantly, turning into mist and wrapping around him. Only his head is showing, but then a deafening explosion rips through the air. He swings his sword, shredding the cocoon and activating his dark mist sea form. One more massive slash, and the Fox King drops with a roar. This strike is for Captain Sidu. Next, he activates his dark mist blade, infused with the power of the soul gem. 2 bright flames rain down, but Zhang Ping doesn't flinch. He leaps, transforms into a massive dragon, and slams into the Firebird. Using his Night Walker form, he gets close and bites down hard, making that Firebird scream in pure agony. This strike is for Pearl City. Liao Xue stops holding back, tearing open rifts in space as hideous hands reach out and pin Zhang Ping to the ground. But he triggers his blood and water forms, creating countless clones that charge forward like a literal red tide. Catching her off guard, he delivers 3 strikes from 3 different directions while letting out a massive roar. This is for Chen Haowen and Chen Junding. With them gone, Zhang Ping walks forward with his head held high. At the very top, the crown waits, just 2 steps away. He grabs it face cold and says, Trial grounds, tell your master this. Without hesitation, he crushes the crown, eyes burning with rage. He's literally grinding his legacy to dust, and his bloodlust explodes. The system announces his promotion to King level 40. All of his stats and abilities get a massive, powerful boost. Unlocked Skill 6, Reign of the King. Jiang Ping growls. Next time I crush something, it'll be that guy's throat. Wearing a white mask over half his face, Jiang Ping confronts Li Aoxiu. She stares at the writhing shadow on the ground. Looks like Sidu Shibai isn't going to hold out much longer. Jiang Ping smirks, his grin hidden under the mask. His forces took a massive hit in the trial zone. Right now is your absolute best chance to clear the path and wipe out all remaining obstacles. Zhuo Xiangming looks at him with suspicion and asks, "You've been stuck in the ancestor village this whole time. How do you know so much?" Jiang Ping calmly raises his hand, his arm turning into flowing water as he points to the sky. "Who knows?" he answers with a mysterious grin. "Good luck to you all." Elsewhere, deep in the massive forest near the trials, Zhuo Xiangming sits on a beast's head, fuming to himself. That psycho actually used a water clone to pull a fast one on me. But if I can refine a top-tier awakened, this long trip will be totally worth it. He looks up at a blue flash like lightning in the distance and mumbles, "Is he finally here?" 7 battles. Wang Fenglexian dives from above with his fists blazing, aiming straight for Zhuo Xiangming. He roars, "I was gonna hunt you down, but you just delivered yourself right to my front door." "Zhuo Xiangming, today is the day I end you for good." A massive boom echoes as dust and blinding blue light explode everywhere. Zhuo Xiangming stands in the wreckage, unfazed by the punch to his cheek. He points at Fenglexian and laughs. "You really think you can stop me?" Fenglexian stares at his own fist in total shock. How could his strongest solar flame attack not even crack the guy's defense? Zhuo Xiangming stands up and swings his wooden staff, gathering an eerie, creepy green light around it. He shoves his opponent back. "You really thought a weak punch like that was going to finish me off?" Fenglexian skids back. Long Fuba watches in shock, wondering how Zhuo Xiangming's power has grown so much lately. Even I'm Zhuo Xiangming cuts her off, shouting, "Just be a good little zombie for me." A green seal appears on Fenglexian's chest. Suddenly, a hand in a black glove reaches out. A bright gold light touches his chest as a deep voice speaks. "Director Feng, why don't you go ahead and take a breather for a second?" Fenglexian clutches his chest, shocked that this guy could cure a poison his solar flame couldn't even touch. He snaps out of it and looks up at Jiang Ping, who just arrived, his voice sounding desperate. "We need to fall back. This guy is way stronger than before. Even if we all attack together, we don't stand a chance." Jiang Ping's eyes go cold as he replies sharply, "Don't sweat it, just leave this guy to me." He clenches his fist as bright golden light explodes around him like a raging, roaring bonfire. Su Jingzhao stands behind him, hand over her heart. She thinks, "This is Jiang Ping?" His energy feels like it has no limits at all. He raises his hand, fingers pointing up, and yells, "Reign of the King!" A massive golden arm crashes down from the sky, crushing every enemy in sight. Liu Sixian shouts from inside his protective shield, sounding totally shocked. "Whoa!" Jiang Ping just mashed all his powers into one. She is staring like she saw a ghost. "Look at Jiang Ping now, a literal giant with 4 gold arms." She gasps, "Okay, that is way over the top." Meanwhile, Zhuo Xiangming hoists that glowing green staff high as a horde of monsters closes in for the kill. He sneers, "You took out a few scraps and now you are acting like a big shot? Get real." Green light spills from his eyes, driving the pack of beasts into a total killing frenzy. He warps into a massive beast covered in eyes. "You think being big is enough to scare me? Think again, kid." Jiang Ping's golden hands strike from behind with enough power to shake the heavens. He clenches his fist and snatches Zhuo Xiangming, roaring, "It is your turn." A giant hand grabs his head and rips it off. "Now die." Zhuo Xiangming just grins. Not so fast. His headless body delivers a brutal kick to Jiang Ping's chest, knocking him back. Feng Laitian sees the horror and lets out a terrified scream. Crap, he is trying to inject corpse poison directly. I have felt that pain before. Zhuo's upper body sprouts from his stomach, latching onto the giant beast's neck like a parasite. Figured it out yet? Too bad. It is too late. The head in Jiang Ping's grip laughs hysterically. Wonder what happens with an infinite zombie. Jiang Ping tosses the head, charging a massive ball of pure light. He asks coldly, "Are you done making a mess yet?" He whips his arm forward, launching the orb straight at Zhuo Xiangming. He yells, "How can he refine all that poison? No way." Jiang Ping scoffs, calling him naive. "You really thought this cheap trick would take down a king?" Golden light wraps around the jagged ice floating near his chest, turning Zhuo Xiangming into a human torch. He shrieks, "What? You are a king?" Then he roars in fury. "Damn it, that guy totally played me." Feng Lai Tian watches the fading light. Finally, the debt for our senior brother has been paid in full. Su Jing Jiao rubs her arms, shivering. Whoa, why did it suddenly get so freezing in here? Lu Tian frowns with worry, then stares in shock at the icy mist bleeding from the paper in her hand. The scrap floats up, swelling in the cold until it morphs into a whole new shape. High above, Lin Gok Tuyet's voice echoes down, sounding cold and incredibly arrogant. Seriously, what a bunch of losers. Guess I have to handle this myself. Liu Tian narrows her eyes, scanning for the source of the voice. Lin Gok Tuyet is just chilling on a floating ice bench, legs crossed and chin resting on her hand. Pure sass. Cedo toy box, little pets, I am taking your lives now. She exhales a freezing mist, her voice sharp as a blade. Ants like you belong in an icy prison. A massive ice dragon manifests, circling her with a presence that screams pure destruction. Ice dragon's thunderstrike. The dragon opens its maw, crackling with lightning as it dives straight for Zhang Ping and the crew. He raises his hand, manifesting the 8 extremes hellfire as he turns into a gold giant with 8 arms. Now I can mix my powers however I want. He thinks to himself as the system pings, King of Gems, heavenly law form, fueled by the 8 extremes hellfire. In a flash, 2 terrifying powers collide. Inside his massive form, Zhang Ping stays focused and starts to analyze. If regular hellfire brings death, this new version is pure life. When the ice burns, it just turns into butterflies and flutters away. He scowls, locking eyes with Lian Gok Tuyet. Looks like her precious ice is actually scared of a little heat. Su Jing Jiao shields her eyes from the wind, totally stunned by the power on display. Suddenly, Liu Tian collapses, clutching her head. Su Jing Jiao rushes over, yelling, Tian, are you okay? Liu Tian's deep blue eyes flash as she struggles to speak. I remember everything now. She stands up, glaring at Lin Gok Tuyet above, while the dragon lets out a panicked shriek. Dad. She stares at her with a burning question. Is this the dark truth you were trying to tell me about her before you died? Memories from 20 years ago flood back. Lin Gok Tuyet stands on the fortress wall, sliding her blade into its sheath. 3 guys in suits lie beaten on the ground. Mr. Liu points up at her, screaming, Lin Gok Tuyet, our family has no beef with you. Why are you here killing my people? She steps forward, her heels clicking across the sharp frozen ground. Her voice is like ice through the mist. No grudge, but she is in Mr. Liu's face instantly. You just have something I need. Mr. Liu snaps back. Not a chance. He waves his hand, summoning a small ice dragon that coils behind her back. Lin Gok Tuyet tilts her head at the snarling beast. Not bad, she whispers, shattering it with a light tap. But your skills are still pretty mid. She grabs him by the throat and lifts him high. She smirks. This extreme cold ice soul belongs to me now. Mrs. Liu clutches her daughter, screaming for her husband. Little Tian reaches out, sobbing, Daddy, please don't leave us. Mr. Liu glances at his family, determined to protect them. Lin Gok Tuyet lets go, but then drives a crimson-powered blade straight through him. Tian screams in her mother's arms. A glowing orange-gold circle suddenly surrounds Lin Gok Tuyet and her father's lifeless body. Thick spikes of red ice erupt from the ground. 1,000 blades ice prison. Back to the now. Liu Xixian bit her lip, thinking, Dad used a blood curse to freeze my memories of the Liu family just to keep me breathing. Standing behind Zhang Ping, she shoved her hand out. Li Aksu, your betrayal ends here. Time to pay the tab, traitor. Icebird's sword, slicing through frozen blocks as they charged. Get down here, Xixian yelled as a massive chunk of ice shattered midair. Take this. Huge slabs of ice came crashing down, slamming into the ground right in front of Zhang Ping. He scowled, his voice dropping low. I know you've got way more in the tank than just some basic ice tricks. System alert. Top-tier appraisal initiated. New King Blood Eye of Royalty. He looked up at Oxway and muttered, Appraise. The system pinged back. Appraisal successful. Invisible sword arts, absolute zero ice soul, and the residual power of the Shadow Walker King. Zhang Ping's 8 arms blurred, weaving a bright golden shield. Stealing a throne is one thing. Actually keeping it? That's different. Oxway opened her hand, venting freezing mist. She scoffed. Losing everything is just the destiny of the weak and pathetic. A massive ice spike wrapped in dark energy erupted from the floor. Ping dodged, but a skeletal hand clawed its way out of the dirt. It was the Shadow Walker, Lahai, a giant skeleton with glowing red eyes staring him down like he was lunch. Ping gritted his teeth, eyeing that bony arm behind him. This was the same pile of bones from back then. Perched on Lahai's shoulder with a massive bone axe, Oxu yelled, Time for you losers to become the new king's stepping stones. System display. Summon Beast Lahai level 40. Li Oxu level 40, she added coldly. Welcome to your worst nightmare. Lahai swung the axe hard at Ping, roaring. A shadow bolt, a purple blast with a black hole at its center, shot forward. Ping was confused. This looked just like the underworld mist. The purple light shoved him back, its power eclipsing Manager Feng's best skills. He braced himself, teeth clenched, thinking, this energy is on a whole different level. Suddenly, a pair of massive hands with razor-sharp claws reached out from the purple glow and pinned him down. Ping was shocked. The monster's hands were hidden inside that blast. He snapped back to focus and gave the order. Activate 8 Extreme's Underworld Flame. High above, Aoksue smirked, gathering a surge of bright blue energy right in the palm of her hand. It's pointless. Just give up and die. A massive ice block manifested, plunging toward the pinned Zhang Ping as she mocked him. Lahai is the baddest shadow walker to ever survive the purgatory refinement. Burning his body won't be that easy. A massive explosion rocked the area, ice burying itself deep as smoke choked the air. When the dust cleared, the skeletal hands were clutching the ice, but Ping's voice echoed from nearby. Aksu, you really think your lackey is that good? She panicked, thinking, wait, where did he go? Towering in his four-armed giant form, Ping stared them down. System, pure water body detected. New king bloodline power of the invisible king. His eyes went cold. Don't forget, I've got Su Jingjiao backing me up and Liu Sixian watching from the shadows. He continued firmly, I am not alone. I have got a squad that has my back. A small explosion went off as gems rained down from the golden light above. System, King's Blessing is now distributing massive stat boosts to all of your nearby allies. Ping said softly, everyone, I need you to lend me a hand. The team grabbed the gems. Jinbo tucked his away, sounding hyped. Helping you out? Man, that's exactly what we've been waiting for. Chen Ming stood ready for backup. Wang Feng stepped up, flames dancing in his hands. About time. Finally, it's our turn to hit the stage. Chen Ming clasped his hands and yelled, Ping, take this! He summoned the giant god's sky sword. Ping caught it, activating the underworld flame pact and fusing the energy directly into the blade. Flames roared, forming the 8 Extremes god sword. Aksue sneered, pointless, against me and Lahai, any weapon you bring is nothing more than scrap metal. Lahai charged forward like a bullet, shouldering that massive bone axe. You are nothing but a tiny ant to us. He swung down. Ping raised the god sword to block, sparks flying as they collided. With a boom and a cloud of dust, Lahai's axe blade crushed the sword. He mocked him. Scrap, metal stays scrap, can't even take one hit. The shards of the sword fell around Lahai and suddenly ignited. He was confused. Are these shards burning? Wait, it's a trap. Aksue flew back, dismissing it as a cheap trick. Wang Feng yelled, Aoksu is right there. She roared, waving her arms as mysterious lotus-shaped ice blocks started materializing all over the empty ground. She scoffed arrogantly, Zhang Ping, your little king's blessing really isn't all that impressive after all, is it? Su Jingjiao cast her spell fast, activating a sacred shield that wrapped around the whole squad. Jinbo stomped his foot in rage, flaming shards hovering around him. You really think this weak level of power can hold us? He threw a star fist, punching straight into the red glow of the ice lotus as the whole group screamed. Seizing the moment, Bai Dai and Wang Feng Lai Xian vaulted off the ice chunks, charging toward Li Ngao Shui. Within a blink, the two of them were standing right in her face. Lin Zhao Shui smirked with pure arrogance. Cute. Let's see how many seconds you punks can survive before your little light snuffs out. She snapped a command to Lahai. He instantly shielded her, wings flapping wildly as dust choked the air. Bai Dai and Wang Feng Lai Xian were trapped, screaming her name in rage. Lahai shot into the sky, slamming down with enough force to kick up a thick cloud of dust and shattered stone. He swung that massive axe, his glowing red eyes full of malice. Moving with terrifying speed, he let out a low growl. It was time for the kill. A sphere exploded midair, raining purple light and jagged shards. He unleashed his frozen hellstrike, bringing the axe down and smashing the very ground to pieces. It looked like it was all over, but as the smoke cleared, Zhang Ping was still standing there, completely unfazed. Lino Shui gasped in shock. What's going on? Before he could even answer, a different voice cut through the air. No matter how strong this thing looks, at the end of the day, it's just a pile of old bones. The Horned Elder explained that he first turned into air to slip between the bone gaps, then merged with the skeleton. But controlling a beast this big isn't easy. Another elder wrapped in vines chimed in. And my vines can help back you up, they both shouted in unison. Zhang Ping, we'll hold this bag of bones down. You go handle Lin Yao Shui. Zhang Ping hoisted his sword onto his shoulder. Got it, he barked. Behind him, a massive image of Guan Yin appeared, radiating an overwhelming and godly aura. Li Nao Shui spun her hands, manifesting a glowing blue orb. Her eyes burned with fury. Frozen Soul! Ultimate Blizzard! Countless ice shards appeared all around her. but the blizzard shattered and fell apart before it could even fly away. She stood there stunned with her eyes wide. Her powerful skill was completely neutralized. She looked down and saw Liu Xishan inside Su Jingjiao's barrier, clutching a ball of ice. Lin Jiao Sui hissed, "Is that little brat messing with me?" Suddenly, a dark figure streaked through the air at insane speed, his divine sword flashing with lethal light. Lin Gao Shui panicked. Was this the ice control technique from the Liu family in the north? Zhang Ping gritted his teeth, unleashing his golden net of destruction right on her. This strike carried the heavy legacy of his fallen comrades. She remained calm, though, coldly ordering Lahai to return to her side immediately. The group realized something was wrong and yelled out, "Oh no, it's struggling, it's trying to break free." Lahai went berserk, breaking loose and charging toward his master with his axe raised. As Zhang Ping's attack landed, a blinding golden light filled the sky. The explosion rocked the earth, throwing debris everywhere. Lahai's body began to disintegrate as two pillars of fire ripped through the smoke, clearing a path. Lin Gao Shui just stood there, unmoving. Zhang Ping muttered to himself, "Did Lahai really take that killing blow just to save her?" He stepped forward, his voice cold. "You won't get that lucky a second time." She whipped around in a rage. "How dare you punks act so cocky?" She summoned a massive, swirling vortex of energy. Liu Xishan was puzzled. Was this the legendary soul-devouring ice prison technique? She watched as the frost began to creep and spread across the entire battlefield. She thought to herself, "They say this ice prison can freeze time itself, but nobody's ever actually seen it used before. Because only a true king can activate it." She screamed a loud warning for everyone to watch out, but it was too late. Her teammates, Wang Feng Laixian, Jin Ba, and Chen Ming, were already frozen solid. Liu Xishan froze. High above, Lin Gao Shui was enveloped in a glowing blue ring of ice, unleashing the soul-devouring ice prison. The system flashed, absolute zero, negative 273 degrees Celsius. Her face looked terrifying as her eyes turned to ice, while red cracks spread across her skin. She arrogantly announced that no one escapes the king's territory. "Enjoy your eternal sleep right here." Suddenly, a surge of burning energy erupted from within, shattering the ice prison into a million tiny pieces. A brilliant pillar of light tore right through Ling Ao Shui's frozen domain. Zhang Ping stepped out, his body wreathed in flames. He stared her down with such cold intensity that even she had to be impressed. "Surviving my ice prison? I admit, you've got some skills." But her face instantly hardened as she held up a snow-covered watch, her voice turning sharp and cold. "But the lives of these little ants are still forever held within the palm of my hand." She pointed at the watch with a smug grin. "In 5 minutes, I'll have drained every bit of their power. Then, their lives are officially over. So just sit back and enjoy this deadly little party." Suddenly, a voice echoed out from the void, cutting her off mid-sentence. "I won't let you get away with this." Liu Xishan gritted her teeth, desperately trying to break through the thick layer of ice. Lin Jiao Shui scoffed with pure contempt. Zhang Ping stepped in front of Liu Xishan, his voice low. "Xishan, get back. I'll handle this crazy lady." Li Nao Shui let out a mocking laugh. "A stray dog thinks he can bark at me?" She waved her hand, conjuring a terrifying frozen illusion. "Take a look at who's around you." Liu Xishan looked around in a total daze, her voice trembling as she spoke. Her parents, her uncles. Everyone was there. Suddenly, her father's illusion lunged forward with a frost dragon attack. She panicked, wondering why this was happening. Zhang Ping jumped in to block the hit, his voice calm and steady. "We can't hold on to the dead, but we can still save those who are with us." His words snapped her back to reality as he shattered the illusion. "You can't hit undo on the past, but the future? We can still fix that mess." Tu Tian, stop tripping on old ghosts. He stepped in front, voice rock solid. "Sister, you need to find somewhere safe to hide right now." But Liu Tuthian shut that down fast. "No way, I am done running from this fight." She fired up her powers, eyes blazing. "You're right, no more crying over yesterday. My job is protecting everyone who is still standing here today." She turned back, sounding totally sure. "Trong Bin, buy me some time, go." "On it." Bin started sweating as icy flames exploded around Liu Tuthian. She shouted that this domain was trash and she was about to smash it. Her master's old words echoed. "Kid, I know your memory is shot, but don't you ever forget the straight-up evil things Lin Gao Tuyet did." He handed her a star, whispering that the heart-melting ice spell was sealed right inside it. "This move burns your life force. Don't use it unless you've got no other choice." Back in reality, Liu Tuthian crushed the star. She growled, "With my whole soul, I'm shattering your icy prison for good." The star shattered, flooding her heart with raw power. She felt invincible. Lin Jiao Tuyet lost it, hurling ice spikes and screaming, "You want to die? Truong Bin threw up a shield, roaring, "Hey, I'm the one you're fighting!" He split into clones and charged straight into the thick of it. The clones slashed at Ling Yao Tuyet, but she just vanished, looking totally bored. "Nice try, kid. But that's not going to work on me." She reappeared elsewhere, voice cold as death. "In my domain, you're just a bug. You can't kill me here." Now Liu Tuthien was ready. Her hair flared bright red. She glared at Ling Yao Tuyet and conjured a massive flaming ball of pure destruction. "This is for the 73 souls of the Liu family." She summoned a giant magic circle, fists clenched, ready to unleash absolute hell. She triggered a massive earthquake, screaming, "Forbidden art! This is the heart-melting ice and snow strike. Whether it is your soul-eating prison or your disgusting sins, I am burning it all to the ground." Instantly, all her ice began melting. The tables finally turned. Under the blazing high noon sun, Kim Ba and the squad were stuck in deep ice. He was shocked, asking, "What just happened?" Someone else jumped in, and now we're all frozen solid like popsicles. Liu Tuthien gave a weak smile as she slowly collapsed, whispering that it was finally over. Bin caught her before she hit the dirt, shouting, "Hold on!" Suddenly, a high-pitched screech cut through the air. "You annoying little ants, did you really think that was enough to take me down?" The whole squad whipped around. A dude with messy brown hair and a smoky beard slowly spoke up. Recognizing that voice, Kimba crouched down, gnashing his teeth in pure anger. Liang Gao Tuyet glared. Truong Bin held Lu Tu-thien as Kimba, the brown-haired guy, and Tran Min gathered. They all stared at the shadowy figures. "Rumor is Lahai isn't the only shadow weaver," Kimba muttered. Liang Gao Tuyet's face twisted, veins popping as her eyes turned blood red. She frowned, her voice icy. "Wake up, my loyal little servants." She whipped her hand out, cape flying, and barked an order. "Kill every single person in front of me. Leave nobody alive." Her minions let out a terrifying roar, charging forward like red-eyed ghosts. They were moving incredibly fast, ready to rip things apart. Bin didn't even flinch. Clutching Liu Tutien close, he unleashed a wave of real flames, burning up everything in his path. Flame Emperor strike! The bandaged zombies got blasted back by the explosion, hitting the ground and burning into piles of ash. Bin walked through the smoke, kneeling to set Liu Tuthien down gently. Tin Zhao pointed ahead and yelled, "Bin, look over there! Fast!" The system pinged, showing the true king's vision. He smirked, eyes glowing as a blue aura radiated from his body. He whispered. Behind Liang Gao Tuyet, a soul was floating in heavy chains, barely even conscious. He shouted. Looking at the caged soul of Tran Quan Din, someone finally spoke up. "Looks like Lian Zhao Tuyet is too weak to keep his spirit locked away." Tin Zhao added, "If we just cut the link between those two, Lian Zhao Tuyet will get wrecked by the kingly backlash." Bin nodded, his eyes lighting up. "So that's the secret." No, hesitating. He threw a fire punch, blasting enemies away as he charged ahead. Looking serious, he said, "I'm going in." Ling Yao Tuyet ordered his stop. The minions rushed him, but Bin was lightning fast. He took every single one of them down before they could even move. His face went half dark as his bracelet glowed. He spoke calmly, but his aura was terrifying. "I'm counting on you." He summoned the soul of Tran Hao Van. The spirit dodged enemies with ease, leaving them stunned. Hao Van flew to Quan Din's side, voice shaking. Quan Din, his eyes filled with tears as he tried to reach her. "It's me, baby girl. It's your dad. Don't you remember me?" He hung his head, sounding heartbroken. "I get it. You were so little back then. And now that I'm like this, you don't even know me. Sorry I couldn't watch you grow up. I failed you." Memories flashed back to Hao Van holding a teddy bear, his face beaming with joy. "Quan Din, look what Daddy got for you." Back then, facing his enemies, he stood in front of her with a comforting smile. "Quan Din, do not be afraid, we just need to get back to Pearl City." Before he could finish, he looked up with tears streaming down. Tran Quan Din slowly woke up and whispered, "Dad?" Her soul regained consciousness as she cried happy tears. "Is it really you?" Tran Hao Van hugged his daughter's soul tightly. "You have been through so much lately, have you not?" He whispered to her. "It is okay, I promise you, Quan Din, no one is ever going to control you again. You are not a saint or some infinite-level awakener. You are just my daughter." Suddenly, the chains binding Tran Quan Din snapped with a loud crack and began to loosen. He cheered, shouting that the connection was finally loosening. Truong Bin seized the moment, throwing a fire punch with a smug grin. Now, Lian Zhao Tuyet lunged, but he leaped high, dodging the strike and roaring, "Break for me!" A massive surge of power descended, forming an energy sphere that sliced through space. Ling Gao Tuyet was blasted back, looking gaunt and screaming. Her floating ice crown shattered into pieces. Her body withered into skin and bone, eyes bulging as she tried to shriek. "I am the true ruler," she gasped, but her strength was gone. She vanished completely, leaving nothing behind but dust. The soul-binding chains finally snapped. Truong Bin stepped forward with a grim face, wrapping the chains around his hand. This was the tool for dealing with the Moon King. A voice called out his name, Truong Bin. The soul of Tran Hao Van spoke from beside his young daughter. Thank you for saving both of us. Now we can finally move on to the eternal realm in peace. Tran Quan Din stepped forward and gave him a surge of energy. This is the ancient power of Lahai. All the spirits are grateful that you freed them. That massive energy flowed into Truong Bin as she gave him a warm smile. I hope this power helps you in the days to come. Farewell, Truong Bin. Tran Min sighed in relief behind them, thinking it was finally all over. But then he paused and muttered, No, it is not finished. Truong Bin had fire in his eyes as he loudly declared, It is time to take back Pearl City. High on a city rooftop, Lac Thi Vu and her guard watched the cold mist vanish. She wondered if Liang Gao Tuyet had failed. A voice spoke from behind them. Once Liang Gao Tuyet dies, the Holy Ancestor village will definitely crumble right along with her. Gather everyone to prepare for an attack on Truong Bin and his team. Lac Thi Vu turned with cold eyes and flatly refused. You do not get to give orders here. Her words left the man fuming and totally helpless to do anything. She continued in a sharp tone, I think you understand that fighting to the death makes no sense anymore. He just stared into the distance. Before wiping out other factions, I suggest we try living in harmony for a change. From above, the city was a sea of flames as a massive fire phoenix soared across the burning skyline. Lac Thi Vu turned back with a sneer. Is this that harmony you were talking about? She pointed at the firebirds. You better watch your damn birds. Suddenly, a child's voice rang out. Little Wu, come over here right now. They all turned to see a strange boy standing there. How could a little kid like that control a king-level beast? A fire dragon appeared with a roar, proving the Chu family were the real traitors. How do you have the nerve to mention cooperation? The entire group was stunned by the voice. It was the king of the heavenly lake. Lac Thi Vu bowed respectfully. I told you long ago that killing Situ Tho Bok was just a matter of time. Welcome back, Moon King. Moon King, everything that happened before was actually planned and carried out by Chu Mintrake alone. We only ordered the saint to be captured, never expecting him to cause such a massive mess. He has been punished. Please judge us fairly. But the excuses only made the Moon King furious. Nothing but a pack of lies, he snapped. If you hadn't gained kingly power, I would have eaten you alive long ago. The boy's phoenix refused to submit and lunged forward to attack. It was like a tiny scratch to the Moon King. He mocked them. The Chu family sunbird serves a little kid now? Maybe you should rename it Little Chick. That fits better. The old man angrily slapped the bird. Do not be so rude, he shouted. He folded his hands and shifted the conversation back to the Moon King. You have surely heard of the power within the Holy Ancestor village. Even with a massive zombie army and kingly power, they still could not beat Truong Bin. He continued in a pleading voice. Now, only cooperation between our sides can fully defeat Truong Bin. We are all fighting for our clans, so I hope you understand. The Moon King remained silent as if considering it. Finally, he spoke. When the village besieged Pearl City, the leaders had very similar power. If C2 had truly become a king, I might have actually lost to him. He admitted it in a low voice. Since Truong Bin defeated a king-level opponent, he is definitely going to be a massive problem. His body transformed as his aura exploded, but do not think for a second you can touch a single one of my soldiers. I will personally lead the entire Celestial Fox tribe. Those words were a lifesaver, making them both ecstatic. Copy that. We swear not to cross the line and will go all out to help crush the enemy forces. The Moon King turned to Lac Thi Vu. What is our head count? She reported that since the new breeding method, the army surged to 100,000 Celestial Fox warriors. Moon King's eyes flared with intense determination. Very good. He let out a roar. Truong Bin, no matter what dirty tricks you pull, the Celestial Fox King and my legion will turn Min Chao City into your freaking graveyard. Back at the hidden base, Tran Loc Vai and Hua Kuyet stepped out, stoked to see them. Glad you guys made it back safely. But then, Tran Loc Vai paused. Wait, where is Tran Tuyet Teep? The question killed the mood. Kim Ba said with a shaky voice, she and the True brothers, they are gone. Hua Kuyet was stunned. How could this happen? Truong Bin's eyes burned as he made a call. We are going back to take Min Chao City. Now, who is coming with me? Those words lit a fire in everyone. Kim Ba yelled, You even need to ask that? Those foxes in the Chu family killed our brothers. There is no way I am forgiving them. The whole group cheered. Then, another voice spoke up. Don't leave us out. Never thought I would get to fight for Min Chao City one last time. Truong Bin handed over Liu Tu Thien to Hua Kuyet. She pushed her ice spirit technique way too hard during that fight with Liang Gao Tuyet. Her life force is completely drained. We have to leave her here at the base. He turned to Trung Thu Trung and Man Ni. You two stay here too. Man Ni snapped. Hey, we can fight. Truong Tu Trung agreed. Yeah, after everything we have been through, you can't just leave us behind. Truong Bin stayed firm. Man Ni, you know this base's infrastructure. Your barrier team works best together to keep this place safe. Truong Thu Trung, your building skills are crucial. Honestly, this mission is likely a one-way trip. If we do not make it back alive, you guys are the only ones left to protect our people. Man Ni relented. Fine, but let me provide long-distance support. You better win. When night fell, a special red dot appeared on the system map at Min Chao City. Trong Bin laid out the plan. Last time, I felt the Sunbird's power coming from the city. The Chu family probably teamed up with the Fox clan. They have 2 kings, so a direct head-on attack is suicide. He assigned Tran Min and Chu Thon Bak. Long Phuc Ba will set traps and signal jammers to split up those 7 foxes. Senior to Thon Ba, go scout their external defense weaknesses and find us a way inside. I will handle the front. Senior Diep Truong Xuan, Leader Kim Ba, and Manager Phuong. Are we clear on this? He turned to Tu Tin Jiao. Tin Gok, your ability is our secret weapon. I need you to focus your mental power to lock onto the Moon King, Lac Thi Vu, and the Sunbird. Also, find Captain Si Du's location. Tu Tin Jiao nodded. Consider it done. I will do my absolute best to sense their energy. She asked, how will we see the fox's true forms? Using your pure blood body? Truong Bin shook his head. He activated his magic. I have upgraded the king's blessing. Now I can shield you from fox illusions so you can see their real bodies clearly. He was dead serious. Wait until midnight, then the war officially begins. The scene shifts to the enemy's heavy guard post. Suddenly, a sword flies out, slicing through the demon mob. They screamed, "Assassin!" Tran Min lured them away. Come on, don't let that brat get away. Further down, another group ambushed them. The demons charged in blindly, using numbers to win. How pathetic. They jumped Tran Min, but he was unfazed. He swelled his body like a ticking bomb until he exploded, vaporizing the demons' souls. This suicide bomb trick used high explosives created by Truong Bin and Truong Thu Trung. The squad cleared the trash. Kim Ba laughed. This dynamite works way better than straw dolls. Lac Thi Vu noticed. Is Truong Bin already here? She went to report, but the Moon King cut her off immediately. Making this much noise? It is probably just a distraction to lure us away. Just as he thought, Truong Bin appeared elsewhere, floating in the air with a 4-armed form and a fire phoenix. The counterattack flames blasted right at the territory of Lac Thi Vu and the Moon King. Suddenly, a massive skull appeared from behind the Shadow Walker, La Hai. He mocked Truong Bin. They call you the sun, but this is all the firepower you have? A furious voice interrupted. The arrogant celestial Fox King in his full form stepped out to face them. No more talking. Hung Ni and Kim Ba dropped down behind Truong Bin, launching their Beast King Shattering Fist in a double team. But that juice isn't enough. The Moon King just floats there, smirking. Oh, is that it? Not bad, I guess. He grows massive, mocking them. You losers really think you can take down the Twin Kings? The Sky Fox King points his hand toward that blood-red moon. Chilly dark energy bleeds out as the moon goes weird, and the whole ground starts shaking like crazy. Zhang Ping snaps a barrier up to shield himself, Kim Ba and Wang Feng. He squints at the chaos, asking his system for an appraisal. Once the shift finishes, the world looks totally different. The system flags the Moon King's royal domain, the land of the end, where everything stops. System says Rule 1, the user ignores space limits, can teleport anywhere, attack from any angle, and is basically immune to physical hits. 2, the temperature here cranks up 100 degrees Celsius every minute. It roasts everything except the caster. Suddenly, the Sky Fox King teleports behind Kim Ba and Wang Feng, catching them both totally off guard. He growls, "You guys really think you can use numbers to close the massive gap in our power levels?" He slashes in a heartbeat, blood flying everywhere, and mocks them, saying that puny ants will always just be puny ants. Yi Chung Swan pops up, using a skill to bind the Sky Fox King tight, yelling that he finally caught him. Kim Ba sees the opening and roars. They team up for a Beast King star-shattering punch, blowing a massive hole right through his chest. Kim Ba and Wang Feng shout in unison, "Did we actually pull it off?" But suddenly, tons of Fox King clones appear, linked by silver wires into a deadly killing field. He laughs coldly, telling them to take a look around. The wires tighten, slicing into their skin as they groan in pain. Zhang Ping screams out for his seniors. The Fox King suddenly appears behind him, asking where he is looking. Then, he lands a massive, crushing blow. Zhang Ping barely blocks it, his hands dripping blood. He grits his teeth, saying he couldn't go all out back in the city. The Fox King presses his advantage, attacking relentlessly while mocking him. Can you still act all cocky while facing heat like this? He summons a fire phoenix with his golden spirit skill, raining massive fireballs down onto Zhang Ping. He raises his shield to block, thinking, damn it, the heat is insane. My spiritual avatar can't take much more. The sky is glowing red, smoke everywhere, heat frying the world. Elsewhere, Su Jingjiao slips into the city in her soul form, ghosting right past the guards. They just feel a sudden chill, muttering about why it got so freezing all of a sudden. One says to go eat a human to warm up. Su Jingjiao watches and tells Su Qingbo the energy here is weaker, this must be it. Su Qingbo asks how to use the thing, and she says they need to find the spatial entrance first. Suddenly, a woman's voice rings out behind them. The king said some rats would sneak in tonight, and looks like I caught them. Luo Shiyu appears with a pack of monsters, acting all casual, saying she can't believe they dared to come here alone. She asks what Zhang Ping is actually planning. Su Qingbo snaps back, asking if she really thinks she's smart enough to figure him out. He thinks to himself that they haven't spotted Jingjiao yet. He gears up for a fight, telling them he'll take care of them. But suddenly, one of Luo Shiyu's tails stabs right through him. She mocks him, asking if he really thought he could win alone as he spits blood. How is this possible? Luo Shiyu finishes transforming, showing off her foxtails as she stares down at the dying Su Qingbo. I know you turn into matter. If I let you turn into air, you would be way too hard to catch. That's why I never planned on a fair fight. He clutches his wound, glaring at her, as she explains he was caught the moment he saw her. She smirks, telling him he's been trapped in her illusion since the start. Then, she sends all her tails in for the kill. Just die already. Suddenly, a sharp, crisp slicing sound echoes through the air. Luo Shiyu's tails drop to the ground, sliced clean off. Panicked, she spins around and screams, asking who is there as an old voice answers. Long time no see. How have you been, little fox? As the mist clears, Situ Shiba steps out, his voice low and heavy, telling her their debt hasn't been settled just yet. While the foxes panic and run from Situ Shiba, he triggers a simulation, turning energy into a beam of blinding light. Golden blood. Activated. His sword energy hits light speed as he roars, daring them to try running. The light pierces a fox, knocking it down. As the others bolt, Situ clenches his fist and activates the simulation of the rock soil sect master. A massive hand erupts from the earth, crushing the fox. Then he triggers a flame burst, making the hand explode in a flash. Work done. Situ turns to leave, telling Su Jingjiao to get her grandfather some medical help for those nasty wounds first. Su Jingjiao worries over her badly hurt grandfather, helping him up and asking where that fox went. Situ frowns, looking back and admitting it escaped, but with injuries that bad, it definitely won't be a threat anymore. Before leaving, he leaves the city foxes to the others, saying he has to find Zhang Ping. Jingjiao silently roots for him while holding her grandpa. Zhang Ping, you gotta hang in there until the very end. She remembered him handing her that chain, saying one end goes to her and the other hooks right into Captain Situ's soul. Su Jingjiao gripped the chain, wondering if it could really smash the Moon King's magic. Why not just hit him with it? Zhang Ping said he appraised the thing. This thing is a manifestation of Liao Xue's insane, high-level stealing ability. He kept going, saying the captain tested it out before. His infinite mimicry just could not copy my own top-tier infinite abilities. That is why Liao Xue failed to steal Chen Junting's power, but she used this chain to break all the rules. He was sure the chain was not hers. If it was, she would have used it on the captain ages ago. Once you connect with the captain, the power from both of you will be shared temporarily. It will wake his soul and fix his body. Su Jingjiao was still worried. What if his soul is just totally gone? Zhang Ping answered her. The chain does not break magic directly, but the captain said to beat Liaoxu to take it. Maybe while he was stuck in that training zone, he said that just to trick the mysterious enemy. He emphasized that he trusted the captain. He knew I would figure out the chain's real purpose and find a way to save him. With the enemy holding dual king power, we absolutely need the captain. Most importantly, I trust him. Meanwhile, at the edge of the world, a brutal battle rages on. King Tianchonghu's Fire Phoenix is going head-to-head with Situ's crew. Wang Feng Laixian was worried. The heat here is so bad, even my immortal chain can't take it. Jinba snapped. Is it done yet? Suddenly, a figure rushed in, screaming out, "Look at these cowards, afraid to die." King Tiancheng led his clones and taunted them. How long will you hide? Humph, only 3 of you playing defense? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. No need for you to worry about us. Situ Shibai appeared, leaving the whole group in shock. Jinba was hyped. The captain calmly said sorry for the wait. King Tianchong gasped in total shock. Situ Shibai, aren't you supposed to be dead? He replied with a cold voice. Obviously, an arrogant jerk like you would never understand. Zhang Ping stood right next to him. Situ roared, "Don't you ever underestimate what humans are capable of?" He held up the chain. "Come on, Zhang Ping, grab this chain and let's use our hope to smash this hell." Zhang Ping nodded. "I told you before, with this chain binding us, the captain will reach king level just like me." Situ agreed completely. "Now my Star Deer skill is actually working on the Moon King. Once his domain is gone, he won't be invincible anymore." Zhang Ping added, "What's next?" King Tianchang ordered the Fire Phoenix to counterattack for the Dual Kings with insane momentum. Inside the Sun God bird, that little brat held up the flames, his voice dripping with contempt. "Hope really makes me sick." Xiao Wu burst into flames as fierce fire surrounded him. Flapping his wings, the golden spirit boy screamed, turned to dust under this blinding light. Situ Shibai quietly summoned fire from his palm and activated the reverse prism simulation. The shifting prism bends space itself. It reflects every attack under level 40. Zhang Ping and Situ watched as attacks hit the prism and bounced back everywhere. King Tianchang warned them coldly, "Do not get too cocky." Xiao Wu, covered in fire, flew around and ripped open cracks in space. From that crack, a hand with razor-sharp claws reached out, dragging out a fierce skeleton warrior, the Bone Wall Phantom. Dark energy poured from the cracks to power it up as lightning flashed across its body. Situ opened a portal and said deeply, "It is too dangerous here. You three head to the city and help Chen Min." Jinba shouted, "Got it! Captain, you two be careful." From the middle of the fire, that little brat screamed with excitement. "You long-lived insects." He spit more fire. Xiao Wu was wrapped in a ring of flames even hotter than a setting sun. "Use these flames to crush everything." A dark domain spread out as Xiao Wu slammed into the bone wall. A massive explosion sent smoke everywhere as the wall burned. King Tianchang gritted his teeth. "This power is insane. I am afraid it might even burn through my own space." Situ's eyes were cold and calculating while Zhang Ping just frowned and watched. The bones were trapped in a million mirrors. The reverse prism gave absolute protection against both physical and magic attacks. Xiao Wu rushed in while the bone warrior tried to block, screaming out. Even with its resistance, the fire spread and burned fiercely. The brat gloated, saying resistance is useless, just die. Situ coughed up black blood but still opened a black hole. "You are just a demon, kid." The causal reversal black hole, a king-level mimicry skill, sucked in the bone wall, the prism, and even the nearby flames. "Xiao Wu!" the brat screamed. "Xiao Wu, fly away now!" Situ clenched his fist and said coldly, "You want to run? Too late." The black hole grew larger. Situ used his solar eclipse burst to create an identical bird to fight Xiao Wu. King Tianchang roared in anger as spikes grew from his hands. A fire pillar smashed down, leaving nothing but smoke. The little crow shrieked in agony. Feathers scattered everywhere under the impact. King Thian Thuong looked stunned. "How dare you actually wound me this badly?" Truong Bin pointed his gold staff straight at him, voice steady. "Minchao City is our turf. You outsiders have no right to decide its fate." King Thian Thuong replied darkly, "I only wanted a home for my people so we could stop wandering. Is that so wrong?" He smirked, letting out a wicked laugh. "Besides, the real show is just starting." That laugh echoed, leaving Truong Bin and Tudu shaken. Truong Bin realized something was off. Why hasn't the domain vanished yet? A fireball suddenly flared up right in their faces. Tudu snapped, "Damn it." Little Crow spread its wings, using its immortal soul to be reborn from the flames. Truong Bin was shocked. That last hit only killed it for a few minutes. Tudu muttered, "Looks like we need a plan B." Across the city, Tran Min unsheathed his blade and ran it straight through a werewolf, blood spraying everywhere as mutant beasts charged. The commander roared, "Over here, do not let him escape." But Kim Ba and Master Fuang dropped from the sky. Kim Ba unleashed an ice mountain blast, an orange light wiping the beasts out. Master Fuang used his Beast King technique, Windwall style, a blue-white light pushing back the enemy. The blinding glare woke a local resident who rubbed their eyes and peeked out. "What is all that noise?" Seeing mutant corpses dragged across the street, he panicked. Monsters have invaded the city. After clearing the beasts, Tran Min figured the fox spirits here were mostly gone, but a fire flared up in the distance, lighting up the entire horizon. He was worried that fire pillar is exactly where Truong Bin and Captain Tudu are, right? A girl in a cloak reported, "We are done on our end too. How many foxes are there? Why do they keep coming?" Tran Min looked at the dead beasts, suspicious. "Something feels wrong. We were told there were only a few hundred foxes, but we have already killed thousands. Just give the order. Let us catch the Moon King first. Everyone, gather at the City Lord Mansion." Everyone shouted, "Understood." At the mansion, Kim Ba kicked the door down with a massive bang. Lak Thi Vu sat on the highest throne, covered in wounds but still grinning. "So, you finally made it?" Tran Min walked in, sword ready. I knew you wouldn't give up your title even while facing death. He spat through grit teeth. Arrogance and greed are just part of your fox nature. He stepped forward. How many innocent people have you killed, including our own brothers? Blood for blood. His sharp blade was inches away, blue light flashing. But Lok Thivu just sat there, waiting to be stabbed. Tran Min was caught off guard by this. Dust and wind whipped his coat as a glowing red crescent wound appeared on her chest. She spoke coldly. You are all beyond help. The crescent erupted, blasting Tran Min clear across the room. She explained. Father prepared for everything. The eternal heart of the moon, his core power, allows me to warp through space. If anything happens to him, his power passes to me. A gust of wind pushed the group back. Lok Thivu summoned the mutant beasts, her voice echoing like a demon. And now, I am the true Moon King. The system flashed. Moon Queen Lok Thivu, level 40 king. Beastmen in bone masks rushed forward blindly, eyes red with rage, their minds controlled like mindless machines. An old man with green hair and wooden horns turned his hands into long branches to strike the enemy. Hand of Chaos. Nearby, a shirtless guy in red pants spat a massive fireball, incinerating everything in sight. Beast King Chaos Art. Kimba charged toward the Moon Queen, who was just sitting there with her legs crossed. Star-crushing fist. She glared at him with cold, murderous eyes, raising one finger to release a thin blast of energy. Before Kimba could strike, the space warped. The Moon Queen flicked her finger without even blinking. Suddenly, Kimba appeared right behind Tran Min, accidentally launching an attack at him. Tran Min froze, cold sweat dripping, unable to react. Why was Captain Kimba behind him? The impact sent him flying with insane force. Luckily, a teammate grabbed him and shoved him to the side. Look out! The three of them stopped. Kimba, still shaky, called out in worry. Tran Min gave a quick nod. I am fine. The Moon Queen floated off her throne into the air, her dress billowing as a blood-red crescent appeared behind her. Someone realized she was manipulating space at will. Normal attacks were useless. Kimba cursed. Damn, she is a tough one. Truong Bin glowed gold, growing extra arms to smash the fire creature, his voice filled with determination. Just give up. You cannot win this. The brown-haired boy, wrapped in a divine bird shield, roared through his teeth. In your dreams. His body was burning as he launched a massive spinning strike with terrifying power. One of us dies today. Truong Bin went gold to block, but was thrown back, sliding across the dirt. He gritted his teeth. This energy drain is going to empty me fast. Tudo Toybok looked up and spoke sternly. Truong Bin, find a way to shut down its movement. He took flight, eyes flashing. Captain, I found the weak spot. He stared at the massive divine bird blocking out the sun. That Chu Brat fused with the divine bird, gaining immortality. But honestly, that is his biggest fatal weakness, he analyzed very calmly. Situ's coat flapped in the wind, white hair tied back as he added, knowing exactly what to do. Even if we cannot kill the divine bird, I will hijack the kid's mind to control him. He shut his eyes, unleashing his power very calmly. I gotta get close. Make me an opening. As the bird charged, the old man stood there like a statue. Truong Bin swapped his stats as purple winds swirled. He dropped to a knee, energy exploding right beneath his feet. Get your butt down here. He leaped, a massive vortex slamming right into the middle of the bird's body. The bird shrieked in agony, crashing toward the dirt. Truong Bin pinned it down with his massive form, locking it tight. He broke away, swinging his scythe. Time to scan. He narrowed his eyes and smirked. Gotcha, you little brat. One heavy scythe strike paralyzed the bird completely. Calling on the Ming Yan, his arm transformed into massive chains, wrapping tightly around that brown-haired kid hidden inside. Captain, I found the Chu Brat. Situ leaped right in front of him. The kid bit his lip and snapped, What are you doing? Situ covered the kid's left eye and roared, overriding his will. The boy's eyes bulged as veins popped across his temples. Paralyzed by pain, his eyes went white under the cleansing light. The divine bird shrieked and began dissolving from the head down. They held on tight as the bird transformed into a massive red egg, falling fast. Situ barked a command. Fortification! He sighed at the egg, frowning. Its will is solid, so putting it into a permanent sleep is the best we can do for now. Problem solved. Far off, Nguyet Phuong Lok Thivu felt the shift and whispered to herself. So the bird is toast? She looked down at her wounded crew and muttered, Whatever. I already saw this coming a mile away. Her eyes glowed with pure malice. She waved her hand, voice cold. You killed my father and my entire clan. Truong Bin, today you are going to find out exactly what it feels like to lose everything.